Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Those famous words attributed to the Roman statesman Cato the Elder, they echo the intensity of Rome's fear and hatred of their ancient rival Carthage. According to one story, Cato would dramatically drop a fresh fig in the Senate, one he claimed was plucked in Carthage just days before, to illustrate how near and prosperous their rival was. No matter the topic, he ended every speech with that ominous refrain, Carthago delenda est. So imagine the scene: a venerable senator, voice hardened by the years, by the wars, urging all of his peers that Rome would never be safe until Carthage lay in ashes. How did it come to this? How did two great cities, once distant trading partners, become such bitter enemies that one demanded nothing less than the complete annihilation of the other? Today, we'll find out. With that simple question, why did the Romans hate Carthage so much? We'll go through the history of the fierce rivalry, the brutal wars, and the personal vendettas, but also the economic competition between a rising agrarian republic and a wealthy mercantile empire, and the cultural differences too, from language to religion, that ultimately bred distrust and disgust. We'll see how the propaganda and legend on both sides fueled fear, from Roman tales of Carthaginian cruelty to Carthaginian tales of Roman perfidy. And along the way, we're going to hear some voices of the ancient observers, Roman historians like Livy and Polybius, the statesman Cicero, the biographer Plutarch, and even some echoes of Carthaginian perspectives, recorded or perhaps imagined by these same Romans and Greeks. Well, our goal is critical. It's a balanced analysis, not to take Rome's side or Carthage's side, but just to understand the deep causes of this hatred. And by the end, we'll not only grasp why Rome so vehemently hated Carthage, but we'll also appreciate the tragic intensity of the rivalry that shaped the ancient world. But first, I better say hello. Welcome to the channel to any newcomers. If you enjoy this kind of content, give it a subscribe and like and you'll get more of it. Tell me where you're listening from in the comments and what time it is over there. Also, thank you to the patrons and those who checked out the merchandise store. Well, now let's get started. At the heart of the Roman hate for Carthage was effectively a military rivalry and the trauma of war. The two powers fought 3 Punic wars, you see, as from 264 to 146 BCE, that decided mastery of the Western Mediterranean. Especially the Second Punic War, between 218 and 201, the epic conflict, where Hannibal personally led war elephants over the Alps and terrorized Italy, left a nightmarish scar on Roman psyche and their pride. No other war had ever so terrified them at their own gates as the Punic Wars did, writes historian Appian. He recounts how, after Carthage's final defeat, Romans reminisced with awe and relief about the tragedy that they had survived. You see, Hannibal, Rome had never faced an enemy like him before. He ravaged Italy for 16 years. He destroyed 400 towns. He killed 300,000 of their men in battles alone, more than once marching up to the city and putting it in extreme peril. This near-death experience for the Roman Republic bred an abiding fear and resentment. Generations later, Roman mothers still warned their misbehaving children with the phrase, Hannibal ad portas. Hannibal is at the gates. A boogeyman, to frighten them into good behavior. The very name Hannibal thus became synonymous with dread. But you see, the rivalry had begun much earlier than that. In the First Punic War, 264 to 241 BCE, Rome and Carthage clashed over Sicily, a pivotal moment as an upstart Rome built a navy from scratch to challenge Carthage's maritime supremacy. Carthage, founded by Phoenician traders, had long dominated sea routes and owned a wealthy empire of ports and colonies. Rome was lagging a little bit behind. Don't always think of it as an empire. We're even in Republic days now. It is not the power that it would become at this time. Rome's victory in the First Punic War sent a shock wave through Carthage, and they imposed harsh terms. Carthage lost Sicily. They had to pay hefty war indemnities, and soon after was strong-armed into ceding Sardinia as well. Polybius, a Greek historian close to Roman circles, notes that the seething anger this bred on Carthage. Hamilcar Barca, the leading Carthaginian general, and the father of Hannibal, by the way, according to Polybius, felt the cession of Sicily had been made hastily in despair, and that Sardinia had been filched by the Romans, with an indemnity imposed as well. Smarting under what they saw as Roman treachery and bullying, Hamilcar and his faction prepared for their revenge. Indeed, Polybius lists Rome's grab of Sardinia as the second and principal cause of the next war, adding that Hamilcar's old indignation was such that he immediately set about building Carthaginian power in Spain for a war against Rome again. Don't you think it's pretty telling that Carthaginians themselves had grown to hate and distrust Rome by this point, and they passed that hatred to the next generation? Polybius preserves a pretty remarkable anecdote. Hannibal, as a 9-year-old boy, had begged his father Hamilcar to take him along to Spain on campaign. Well, it must have worked, because Hamilcar agreed. But first, took him by the hand, led him up to the altar, and bade him lay his hand on the sacrificial victim and swear never to be the friend of the Romans. From that young age, Hannibal swore eternal hatred upon Rome. This legendary Hannibalic oath, whether or not it truly happened, or perhaps it happened a little bit different to as was told, is a powerful illustration of the mutual hatred. Romans later loved to imagine that Hannibal was driven by undying hatred, just as they themselves came to hate him. In Livy's account, Hannibal indeed seems the embodiment of all that Rome loathed. Livy describes the famous general as a man of extreme contrasts. He was brilliant in leadership, sure, yet, according to Livy, he was utterly immoral, with the great merits matched by great vices, inhuman cruelty, perfidy worse than Punic, an utter absence of truthfulness and respect for oaths. Now, this phrase, perfidy worse than Punic, is striking. Punic meaning Carthaginian. That treachery had become proverbial to the Romans. For Livy, Hannibal's cunning and trickery in war, like his ambushes and deceptive tactics, exemplified a stereotypical Carthaginian lack of honor. Of course, it's completely fine when the Romans do it, but the Romans aren't going to criticize themselves, aren't they? I should not need to remind the listener that as we go through some of the Roman sources, they are certainly a little bit biased, so we have to tread carefully, not to take it as gospel that Hannibal was indeed this cunning and treacherous person that the Romans are describing. Take it all in our stride. I won't remind you again. So, from the Roman perspective, Hannibal nearly destroyed them. and such an existential threat forged deep hatred. Hannibal was a Carthaginian. Carthaginians almost destroyed us. Therefore, Carthaginians are bad people. The devastation that he wrought, culminating in the catastrophic Roman defeat at Cannae in 216 BC, where some 50 to 70,000 Romans fell in a single day, that was very hard to get out of Rome's memory. They weren't forgetting that one for a while. So it wasn't just a rivalry of states. It became a personal and generational hatred, part of the identity of both cultures. Roman leaders had scores to settle. Many aristocratic families had lost sons at Cannae and other battles. Scipio Africanus, the Roman general who ultimately defeated Hannibal at Zama in 202 BC, had his own personal stake. You see, his father and his uncle had died fighting Carthaginians in Spain. So you can imagine the emotional weight behind Rome's resolve to never allow such a threat again. Even long after Hannibal was gone, the Romans remained intensely weary. 50 years of peace followed the Second Punic War, but Carthage, though politically humbled, economically recovered quite impressively. By the mid-2nd century BC, Carthage was a prosperous city once more. A little bit too prosperous, if you ask Rome about it. When a Roman delegation visited Carthage around 157 to arbitrate a dispute, they were shocked. Appian relates, the envoy saw how diligently the land was cultivated, and what great estates Carthage possessed, noting that the city had increased wealth and population since its defeat. They were thinking they would show up to a somewhat repaired ruin, filled with problems. The civilized Romans are walking in. They thought maybe they'd clean the place up a little bit, make it look somewhat respectable, but limitations would apply. Instead, they saw something that was better than what they had at home, and they can't have that, can't they? This whole situation set off alarm bells. Senators returned home reporting that Carthage, though no military threat at the moment, was an object of apprehension rather than of jealousy, the city being so ill-affected, so near and growing so rapidly. Cato the Elder especially took this to heart. He was not happy to hear this news. Appian reports that Cato warned his fellow senators that Rome's very survival was at stake, stating in the Senate, "The liberty of Rome will never be secure until Carthage is destroyed." It was this fear, given voice by Cato, that helped push Rome towards the Third Punic War, which was essentially a war of extermination. Decades of fierce military rival, marked by enormous losses and close brushes with disaster. That's what made the Romans hate Carthage, in a way that they hated no other enemy. Not even the Gauls, not even the Germans. As Appian emphasizes, the Roman people felt delivered from some great fear when Carthage finally fell. They had fought other wars, mainly against Macedonians, Greeks, and others, but no other war so threatened their city as did the one of the Punic Wars. The Romans, a traditionally stern and stoic people, actually wept for joy on the day that Carthage was destroyed, hardly believing that the monster was gone and the nightmare was over. A foe who inspires that level of terror will also inspire enduring hatred. Economic competition and ambition. Beyond the battlefields, economic and imperial competition fed all this animosity. You see, Carthage was a wealthy maritime empire, and it had vast trading networks. But Rome, initially a regional land power, hungered for expansion and resources. They just didn't quite know where to start. Their spheres eventually began to overlap, especially in places like Sicily, Sardinia, and Spain, bringing them into conflict as each vied for influence and wealth. Carthage's prosperity was something of legend. Situated in North Africa with a superb harbor, Carthage controlled trade in precious metals, agricultural goods, and luxury items across the western Mediterranean. They had colonies and client cities from North Africa to southern Spain, western Sicily to Sardinia and Corsica. They were doing very well, and this inevitably collided with Rome's expansionist goals. Sicily would end up being the flashpoint, a wealthy granary and strategic naval crossroads. When Rome muscled itself into Sicily during the First Punic War, it was partly to prevent the Carthaginian dominance from hemming it in the young Roman Republic. Economic motives intermingled with strategic ones. It always comes down to money in one way or another. Controlling Sicily meant grain supply. Controlling Sicily meant trade routes. And neither power wanted the other one to monopolize any of them. After Rome wrested Sicily and Sardinia away, Carthage focused on expanding in Spain, at that time called Iberia. This was hopefully going to compensate for some of the losses. Spain offered silver mines and a little bit of manpower, assets that Carthage could use to rebuild their power and pay their war indemnities. The Romans watched wearily as Hamilcar Barca and then his sons established a quasi-kingdom in Spain. Tensions rose when Rome made a treaty setting the Ebro River as the boundary of Carthaginian influence. But Hannibal's attack on Saguntum, a Spanish city allied to Rome in 219, shattered that arrangement, and the Second Punic War was well and truly on. To the Romans, this all looked like Carthage trying to dominate the Western Mediterranean economically and breaking the agreements to do so. Hannibal's campaign in Italy can even be seen through a strictly economic lens. He aimed to break Rome's network of Italian alliances, which was the source of Roman manpower and grain. At one point, Hannibal even tried to incite revolts among Rome's client states, effectively attempting to undermine Rome's economy base in Italy. Conversely, to the Carthaginians, Rome's actions felt aggressively expansionist. You see, Roman politicians were often quite blunt about wanting to eliminate Carthaginian competition, often saying the quiet part out loud. Cato, his demonstration with the fig in the Senate, was fundamentally an economic warning. He had quoted, "See this splendid African fig. Such bounty comes from Carthage's rich land, only 3 days from our shores." This implies that Carthage's wealth and proximity made it a dangerous rival. Roman aristocrats coveted Carthage's territories too. After the Second Punic War, Carthage had been forced to cede its holdings in Spain to Rome, giving Rome access to fabulous silver mines in Baetica, which is Andalusia in modern-day terms. With Carthage subdued, Rome rapidly expanded its own trade and influence. But when Carthage rebounded commercially by the mid-2nd century, Roman merchants and senators began to grow a little anxious. The Third Punic War was triggered by a Carthaginian breach of the treaty, defending itself against Numidian aggression. But many modern historians note underlying greed and fear of competition as motives, and it seems pretty obvious that that was certainly part of the makeup. Carthage's lands were fertile, and its city was rich, sure. When Carthage finally fell, the amount of booty and valuable goods impressed even the conquerors. Scipio Aemilianus, the Roman general in 146 BC, distributed plunder and sent tons of captured goods back to Rome. The Romans even allowed other cities like Utica to seize former Carthaginian lands as a reward. Clearly, destroying Carthage opened opportunities for Roman economic gains, and that was a fact certainly not lost on Roman decision-makers. So, commercial rivalry, that's what really fanned the flames. Each side accused the other of bad faith in treaties and trade, always a pointed finger. Polybius notes that after the First Punic War, Rome's seizure of Sardinia, taking advantage of Carthage's internal troubles, was seen by the Carthaginians as an outright act of banditry. You see, they'd already paid for peace, but by the time they'd paid, Rome extorted them for more. The Carthaginians felt cheated. Romans felt justified by a might makes right ideology, and the need to preempt a resurgent foe. This cycle of mutual distrust over territory and resources ensured that even in peacetime the two states viewed each other with the utmost suspicion. Carthage blocked Roman expansion into Spain until war broke out. Rome blocked Carthaginian expansion in Africa by allying with Numidian kings, who nibbled away at Carthage's borders. By the time of the Third Punic War, the Carthaginians had reasons to believe that Romans just wanted to eliminate them completely and steal all of their wealth. And essentially, they were correct. The Romans weren't even trying to hide it anymore. Meanwhile, the Romans convinced themselves that any economic revival of Carthage would translate into a military threat down the line. In short, the conflict was as much about clashing interests and imperialism as about clashing swords. Hatred was fueled by competition for dominance of the Mediterranean world. Propaganda and cultural clashes. Differences in culture and values between the Romans and Carthaginians also created their share of animosity, which each side's propaganda equally amplified. The Romans and their allies, like the Greeks, often painted Carthage as an alien, barbaric society, wealthy and sophisticated in some ways, but fundamentally untrustworthy and immoral by the Greco-Roman standard. The Carthaginians, in turn, likely saw the Romans as upstart, brutal conquerors who didn't respect treaties or other cultures. One major cultural difference lay in language and ethnicity. You see, Rome was Latin-speaking, an Indo-European society with a heavy Greek influence, whereas Carthage was a Phoenician city-state speaking a Semitic language and preserving Phoenician customs. To many Greeks and Romans, the Carthaginians seemed almost oriental or foreign. Their reputation for crafty, strategic trading led to stereotypes of greed and trickery. In fact, we have a Latin phrase called punica fides, Punic faith, a biting oxymoron meaning treachery. The idea was that Carthaginians could not be trusted in any capacity to keep their word about anything. This stereotype likely stemmed from incidents like broken treaties, real or perceived. For example, when Hannibal attacked Saguntum, Romans saw it as perfidy against a treaty, reinforcing that belief that Carthaginians would just say one thing and do another. Livy's comment about Hannibal's utter absence of truthfulness and perfidy worse than Punic exemplifies that hostile view. And then there was religion, which, well, that always seems to cause some deep divides. Carthage's religious practices frankly horrified the Greco-Roman world. They worshipped deities like Baal Hamon, whom the Greeks and Romans identified with Kronos or Saturn, and also Tanit. The ancient sources accuse them of practicing child sacrifice in times of crisis. Whether this was routine or exaggerated propaganda is debated by modern historians, but Roman and Greek writers leave little doubt of what the people believed about Carthaginian religion. They'd made up their minds, and they weren't going to change them. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, for instance, relates that during a dire war in the 4th century BC, the Carthaginians sacrificed the noblest of children to appease Kronos, placing infants onto the outstretched arms of a bronze idol such that each of the children, when placed thereon, rolled down and fell into a sort of gaping pit filled with fire. These frankly horrifying tales, children tumbling down into the flames, of course they circulated widely. False news travels fast. Well, that's if the Romans were lying, but I'm sure that they were exaggerating a little bit. But who knows? The ancient world is a scary place. Diodorus says that this aroused even the pity of the enemy, implying that Carthage's foes, in this case presumably Greeks or Romans, were shocked by the practice deeply. Another source, Quintus Curtius, notes that Carthaginians inherited this ritual from their founders and are said to have continued the practice right down to the time of their city's destruction. Roman writers use such accounts as moral justifications for war. How could a civilization that allegedly burned its own children be allowed to survive? It's time for the Romans to take out the trash. But whether or not all Carthaginians condoned these sacrifices, in fact, Carthage did in fact ban the practice at certain points, according to some sources, the image stuck. Roman propaganda in the lead-up to the Third Punic War likely played on this theme of Carthaginian cruelty and impiety. By painting Carthage as a monstrous, impious nation, the Roman leaders could rally popular support. We see a similar dynamic with the story of Marcus Atilius Regulus, a Roman general captured in the First Punic War. According to legend, repeated by Roman authors as a tale of a virtuous martyrdom, but Regulus was sent to Rome by the Carthaginians to negotiate a prisoner exchange, under oath to return if the mission failed. When he reached Rome, Regulus advised the Senate not to agree to the exchange, knowing it sealed his own doom. And then, dutifully, he returned to Carthage to face the consequences. The Carthaginians, so the story goes, tortured him to death in hideous ways. Accounts speak of cutting off his eyelids and forcing him into a barrel of spikes, or simply of enforced wakefulness. Cicero praises Regulus's honor in the work De Officios, noting that Regulus, I quote, was not ignorant of the fact that he was going to a most cruel enemy and exquisite torture. Still, he thought that his oath must be kept, and so he went, and was like that, slowly put to death. Now, did you catch it? That phrase, most cruel enemy, is telling. The Romans branded Carthage as exceptionally cruel and barbaric beyond the norms of warfare. Whether the torture tale is true, or perhaps embellished, it became a part of the Roman cultural memory. It taught Romans two things: the supreme virtue of Roman honor and the extreme barbarity of the Carthaginians. Who would barbarically torture such a noble captive? Only them, of course. All these stories, told and retold, just fanned the flames of that hatred. But from the Carthaginian side, we unfortunately have fewer direct records, probably because the Romans just burned the entire city. But we can infer some perspectives through the accounts of Roman historians, believe it or not. You see, Carthaginians often felt betrayed by Roman double-dealing. A poignant example is the prelude to the Third Punic War. Carthage, after 50 long years of obeying Romans' dictates, found itself backed into a corner. In 149, when Rome prepared to attack, Carthaginian envoys desperately tried to negotiate with them. Now the Romans made extreme demands. First, Carthage had to hand over 300 noble children as hostages, which they did. Then all of their weapons and armor, which they also did, surrendering thousands of sets of arms. The Carthaginians likely hoped that these concessions would satisfy Rome. But then the Romans delivered another blow. They then told them, "Oh, by the way, you must destroy your entire city, and all of your people must relocate inland away from the sea." Now, come on. That's just not cricket. This amounted to a death sentence for the city, of course. And upon hearing this, the Carthaginian senators and people in their delegation reacted with shock and despair, as one might understand. Appian describes them lifting their hands to heaven with loud cries, calling on the gods as avengers of violated faith. They accused the Romans of perfidy indeed. One of their leaders, Bano, reminded the Romans that they had promised Carthage could remain free if the hostages were given, quoting, "Your Senate sent us word that if our hostages were delivered, Carthage should be left free and autonomous. Now you demand Carthage itself be destroyed. If it is right for you to destroy it, how can you leave it free and autonomous as you said you would?" This impassioned plea shows the Carthaginian view that Rome had betrayed its own word, and yes, frankly, they did. The Carthaginians felt they had upheld the treaty. They did everything that the Romans asked them to do. They had not violated the treaty, no ships, no elephants, and paid their tribute dutifully. Yet Rome was unjustly and cynically plotting their annihilation. The envoys' dramatic display, tearing their clothes, wailing, and even cursing Rome in front of the Roman consuls, shows how cornered, wronged, and panicked they felt. It's tragic, really. Even the Roman consuls were moved to pity at the sight of these proud men, utterly broken. But Roman policy was not so sympathetic. Unmoved completely. A stark illustration that by this point, hatred and fear had extinguished any chance of mercy. Propaganda on the Roman side thus painted Carthage as a menace that was treacherous, cruel, and even sacrilegious. On the Carthaginian side, Rome appeared as a ruthless aggressor that broke oaths and aimed at domination. Cultural misunderstandings only worsened this. For instance, the Carthaginians practiced highly pragmatic diplomacy, making and breaking alliances as needed in the mercantile empire, which Romans interpreted, of course, as bad faith. Conversely, Romans' absolutist approach to war, often demanding total surrender, struck the Carthaginians as brutal, and each side had their patriots stoking nationalist fervor. Just as Cato stirred Roman hatred, in Carthage there were war hawks like Hannibal's family, and conversely moderates on each side, etc. Hanno in Carthage, Scipio Nasica in Rome, who were just shouted down. Now we should note that not all Romans were so blindly hateful. Some, like that mentioned Scipio Nasica, argued that Carthage should be spared to serve as a foil to keep Rome's arrogance in check. Nasica feared that without an external enemy, Rome's people would lose discipline. But of course, such voices lost out once the war drums began to beat louder. Even in Roman literature and mythology, we see the enmity elevated to cosmic significance. By the time of the Roman Empire, the poet Virgil in the Aeneid of the 1st century wove the legend of Dido, the Carthaginian queen, and her tragic love affair with the Trojan hero Aeneas, mythical ancestor of the Romans. In Virgil's tale, when Aeneas abandons Dido, she curses him and his descendants, declaring an eternal hatred between Carthage and Rome. Quote, "Rise up from my bones, avenging spirit," she cries, prophesizing a Carthaginian avenger who will haunt Rome. This is a clear allusion to Hannibal, if you didn't catch it. Virgil thus gives a divine, fated dimension to the historical rivalry, suggesting that the Punic Wars were the working of an ancient curse, and that their hatred was simply part of destiny. While this is myth-making, it certainly shows how the conflict resonated in the Roman cultural memory. Romans of Virgil's time, long after Carthage's fall, still felt something special, almost ordained, had driven the intense hatred between the two peoples. So in sum, cultural differences and propaganda created a kind of feedback loop. Each atrocity or betrayal, real or alleged, was amplified by the other side's proof of the enemy's depravity. Romans demonized Carthage as cruel, child-sacrificing, double-crossing schemers. Carthaginians and some sympathetic Greeks viewed the Romans as power-hungry, unscrupulous imperialists, willing to violate faith and mercy to do anything to further their own end. This mutual vilification helped justify the worst actions each took against the other, and ensured that by the final war, hatred eclipsed any common ground. The result was the extraordinary conclusion: Carthago delenda est. And they did destroy it. The point of no return. By the mid-2nd century BCE, all these factors, economic rivalry, war grudges, cultural venom, and the propaganda, converged towards their irreversible conclusion. The Roman cry, Carthage must be destroyed, well, it wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a policy born of fear, greed, and a kind of traumatic obsession. Each new incident only reinforced the mindset. When Carthage, provoked beyond endurance by Numidian encroachments, finally fought back, thus technically breaking the peace with Rome, it gave Rome the pretext, the casus belli it was looking for. The Senate declared war, and Cato's long-held wish came true. And so the Third Punic War, 149 to 146, in many ways was a foregone conclusion. Not an outcome, of course. Carthage resisted fiercely, but in its intent, Rome's objective was nothing short of complete annihilation of a city. Carthage's desperate resistance during the siege, despite having almost no weapons initially, since it surrendered all of them, the citizens forged new swords, and even threw household objects as missiles, actually earned grudging Roman admiration for a time for doing this. But ultimately, Scipio Aemilianus breached the walls in 146. The vengeful mood is captured by Appian's description of what followed. The Romans went in with orders to kill everyone they encountered, sparing none, a typical command in storming a city. And so Carthage was systematically burned and demolished. According to later traditions, the Romans plowed salt into the soil so nothing could grow, but that's most likely a myth. Either way, it's a myth that symbolizes the totality of the destruction. The survivors, perhaps 50,000 out of a population of a few 100,000, were then sold into slavery. Carthage itself was wiped off the map. Later, Romans even cursed the ground to forbid resettlement, though a new Roman Carthage would eventually be built decades later. One might think that when the dust settled, the Romans would rejoice without remorse. Indeed, as mentioned, there were wild celebrations in Rome, a sense of deliverance. Appian says that Romans felt confirmed in their worldwide supremacy, just now as assured of the permanence of their own city. The haunting fear was gone. They truly believed Rome could never be threatened in that way again. Yet, interestingly, there were also notes of sobriety. Scipio Aemilianus, as he watched Carthage burn, had famously wept at the sight of it. Witnesses among them the historian Polybius, heard Scipio softly reciting a line from Homer. A day will come when sacred Troy shall perish, reflecting on the fall of great cities. In Polybius's account, Scipio then told him, "This is a glorious moment, but I have a dread foreboding that someday the same doom will be pronounced on my own country." Yeah, foresight, huh? It's a pretty extraordinary mark. It shows that at least one Roman understood the tragic cycle of hatred and destruction. Scipio, recalling how the Greeks once pitied the ruined city of Troy, realized that in destroying Carthage utterly, Rome was not only exacting vengeance, but also perhaps sowing the seeds of its own moral caution. It's as if he recognized that hatred had driven Rome to an extreme act, one that history might judge harshly, and I'm judging it pretty harshly. No empire, not even Rome, is immortal. So from a balanced perspective, the Roman hatred of Carthage was so intense, but also instructive. It teaches us how fear can turn into hatred, propaganda can dehumanize any enemy, and how a republic can decide on total war. Shows the Carthaginian side how being cornered and betrayed can lead to this desperate bravery, the last stand of those people of Carthage, throwing out their kitchen utensils and anything they had to try and knock some Romans out. It's a last stand that's heroic in a tragic way. There's even that anecdote during the final surrender. The Carthaginian commander, Hasdrubal, who had cruelly resisted, begged Scipio for mercy. His wife, seeing him grovel while the city burned, denounced her husband's cowardice and leapt into the flames with her children rather than being taken captive. In the end, why did the Romans hate the Carthaginians so much? I suppose it spans a century of conflict. They hated Carthage because they feared its military genius and remembered their horrific losses. They hated them because they envied their wealth and resented the times where they had been humbled by them. They hated Carthage because they were taught to hate Carthage by those leaders who stoked cultural prejudices and propaganda, depicting Carthaginians as irredeemably cruel. And maybe they hated Carthage because in it they saw a mirror of what imperial power could be, something Rome was aspiring to with a similar relentlessness. Rome couldn't tolerate an equal. Rome couldn't tolerate a rival, and thus Carthago delenda est. This hatred was not a one-way street. Carthage had its own grievances and their own reasons to loathe Rome, which I'm sure were drummed up by the same kinds of people. But Rome's hatred proved to be more faithful, since Rome won decisively. But there is an irony that once Carthage was gone, Rome had eliminated the very foil that had kept it united and virtuous, just as Scipio Nasica feared. Some decades later, Roman politics turned inward and grew increasingly violent. Without an external enemy, Romans found new enemies, each other. In a sense, that ghost of Carthage might have had the last laugh. Rome, triumphant and unchallenged, eventually slid into civil wars and tyranny, perhaps forgetting the harsh lessons that the Punic Wars had taught about honor, resilience, and a little bit of respect for foes. Well, we've seen how primary sources from the Roman side describe all the hatred in vivid detail. From Cato's constant refrain of Carthago delenda est, to Livy's scathing betrayal of Hannibal's character, and Cicero's praise of a Roman who endured Carthaginian cruelty, to Polybius's recounting of the Bacchic oath against Rome. We also looked at the Carthaginian side as much as we could, although it's through what the Romans can tell us. Hanno's pleas for reason, Banno's protest of Rome's broken faith, and the image of a proud nation ultimately driven to despair. A mutual and escalating hatred. reaching a point where reconciliation was impossible. A tragic trajectory that ended with Carthage in ruins and Rome ascendant. But in the triumph lays a caution. The last flames of Carthage reflected in Scipio's eyes reminded him that no victory is without a moral cost. An unchecked hatred can consume the hater as well as the hated. In later years, Rome would remember Carthage as a great enemy that ultimately justified Rome's own greatness in overcoming it. The historian Sallust noted that after Carthage's removal, Rome lost its unity and discipline, suggesting that the presence of Carthage had in some way just been a healthy challenge for them. Thus, we can't look at this as a story of good versus evil, but it's just two powers locked in a deadly dance. The hatred of Rome was extreme, but in understanding it we uncover the fierce ideals and propaganda that drove a republic to destroy a rival city. And forever, the course of history is altered. It's one of antiquity's starkest examples of how far a civilization will go when it perceives an enemy as the embodiment of an existential threat. And who knows, if history might have went the other way, perhaps Roma delenda est. In the summer of 1899, a Chinese scholar named Wang Yirong lay ill with malaria. He is prescribed with an unusual remedy: dragon bones. These were ancient animal bones sold in apothecaries, believed to be ground-up fossils with healing powers. When Wang inspected one before it was pulverized, he was astonished to see carved symbols on the bone's surface. Those symbols looked like archaic Chinese characters, unlike any script known at the time. Little did Wang know, he had stumbled upon a 3,000-year-old royal archive. This dragon bone in his hand was in fact an oracle bone from the Shang dynasty, bearing the burnt cracks and inscribed questions of an ancient divination ritual. Now this discovery opened a window into China's Bronze Age, revealing the earliest known written records of Chinese civilization. It confirmed that the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1050 BC, long mentioned in legends and later texts, was indeed historical, and had left behind a rich trove of inscriptions. And so, one might imagine the scene, thousands of years ago in a Shang court, where the king, seeking answers from the divine, holds a heated bronze rod to a prepared ox shoulder bone. As the bone heats up, it suddenly cracks. The king's diviner leads forward to read the pattern of that crack, interpreting it as a message from ancestral spirits. The question that prompted this ritual, perhaps, will the harvest be good, or shall we go to war, is then carefully carved onto the bone, along with the answer revealed by the crack pattern. These inscribed animal bones and turtle shells, known as oracle bones, were the essential tools of divination in the late Shang dynasty. To date, over 100,000 fragments have been unearthed from the Shang royal capital at Yinshi, modern-day Anyang, bearing millions of characters that tell us about the concerns, rituals, and daily life of a Bronze Age Chinese civilization. So let's go back to the Shang dynasty and take a look at what these oracle bones were used for, and the nature of the inscriptions carved upon them, the process of divination that animated Shang politics and religion, and the broader role these artifacts played. We'll compare Shang oracle bone divination with other early Chinese divination practices and see what made it so special. So, it's going to be part A, history talk, and part detective story, as we explore how a handful of cracked bones bridge the gap between legend and history, and bring back voices of a 3,200-year-old civilization. Well, let me welcome you first in. Really pleased that you're going into this exploration of Chinese history with me today. Oh, we're going to have so much fun, I promise. But to kick off the fun, why don't you click the like and subscribe button? You know, I have to ask. And thank you to those who checked out the merch store, and to those lovely people keeping the channel going on YouTube memberships or Patreon. Very kind of you. Now, that's all out of the way. Let's get down to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. There's no need to rush. So what exactly are oracle bones? Well, they're literally pieces of bone or shell, most often flat shoulder bones of oxen, the scalpulae, or the undershells of turtles called the plastrons, used in Chinese divination rites. In the Shang dynasty, the bones formed a spiritual conduit between the royal court and the unseen world of the ancestors and gods. Shang diviners would pose questions about important matters and use the heat to crack the bones, interpreting the answers and omens. The questions, and sometimes even the answers, were engraved onto the bones, which creates a very convenient record of the divination. These inscriptions, known as oracle bone script, are the earliest attested form of Chinese writing, making the Shang the first Chinese dynasty to leave written records. The typical oracle bone was prepared with great care for the ritual. A large ox shoulder blade or turtle shell would be cleaned, and its outer surface polished smooth. On the underside, pits or grooves were chiseled into bone at strategic points. Often the bones were also anointed with blood, likely from a sacrificial animal prior to heating, as part of sanctifying the ritual. Once ready, the bone or shell was likely a primitive device awaiting a question. The Bronze Age equivalent of a magical medium, I suppose. But why do we call them oracle bones? Well, because they were used to seek oracles, divine answers to pressing questions. The term itself was coined in the early 20th century by scholars translating the Chinese name Jia Gu Wen, which literally means shell and bone script. These bones were not seen as mere objects by the Shang people. They were part of a sacred process. By applying intense heat to the prepared hollows in the bone, cracks would form on the polished front surface, typically in a radial or spiderweb pattern. The Chinese character for divination, bo, is actually a pictograph of the crack on an oracle bone, showing how central this practice was to ancient Chinese culture. It's important to note that while oracle bones have been found in several places, they are most strongly associated with the late Shang capital at Yinshi in Henan. The vast majority of inscribed oracle bones, numbering over 100,000 pieces, have been unearthed from that site. They date roughly from 1250 BC, the reign of King Wu Ding, to the end of the Shang dynasty around 1046. Earlier Chinese culture may have practiced scalpelomancy, that is, burning bones for omens as well. But without writing, for example, archaeologists have found burned animal bones at pre-Shang sites, suggesting the roots of this divination ritual predate the Shang. However, it is in the Shang period that we see the practice fully developed and meticulously recorded in writing. Pretty lucky that we got that. Thankfully, they didn't grind them all up into medicine. Would have been quite a shame. Now, physically, an oracle bone with inscriptions is an object that bridges the natural and human worlds. On one hand, it's a piece of an animal. You can clearly see the shape of a shoulder blade or shell. On the other hand, the bone is incised with neat columns of characters, documenting a dialogue with the divine. Some oracle bones are small broken fragments with just a few characters. Like large intact scalpulae, contain long inscriptions, the longest have over 100 characters. But together, These artifacts provide an unparalleled archive of the late Shang dynasty's spiritual and political life. So to understand oracle bones, we really do have to step into the shoes of a Shang diviner and examine the process of divination in the Shang dynasty. Rituals can be summarized in a series of careful steps, each recorded on the bone itself. First, the ritual began with a statement of the date and officiant. The Shang dynasty used a 60-day cyclical calendar, the heavenly stems and earthly branches system to mark dates. A typical inscription might start with something like, "On day 12 in the reign of King whosoever, divination was performed." Often the name of the diviner or the person conducting the ceremony was noted as well. The introductory line set the stage. It told us when and by whom the question was asked. Next, we had the question, or the charge, which is the topic of inquiry. The Shang king or diviner posed a question to the ancestors or deities. These questions could be about pretty much anything, really, as long as it was concerned to the royal household. Weather, hunting, dreams, childbirth, warfare, and so on. For example, a king might ask, "Will it rain within the next 10 days? Or, is whosoever ancestor causing my headaches?" A common type of question was whether a planned ritual or sacrifice would please the spirits and bring good fortune. The charge was often phrased in a binary way, so the crack's message could be interpreted as either auspicious or inauspicious. Sometimes multiple charges were stated in both positive and negative form, either "it will rain" versus "it will not rain," to cover all the outcomes. The scribe carved the charge into the bone before or immediately after the divination, aligning it near the spot where the crack would appear. Then we have prognostication, that is the interpretation. Once the question was stated, the actual divination took place. A red-hot bronze rod or burning wood ember was applied to the bits on the reverse side of the bone. The intense heat caused the bone or shell to crack on the polished front side. Each crack made a loud pop. Imagine the sudden sound in the silence of a ritual chamber. The cracks typically appeared as thin lines, often resembling a shape of a branching diviner's symbol. Now, a single session might produce multiple cracks. Diviners usually made several cracks in one session, sometimes on one bone or spread across multiple bones. Each crack itself could be numbered or marked to keep track. The diviner, or the king himself, would then examine the pattern of cracks and interpret them to discern the answer. How exactly they interpreted specific crack patterns is one of the lingering mysteries. They left us with answers and their conclusion, but we're yet to find a rule book for reading the cracks. But what we do know is that they would declare the outcome as favorable, auspicious, or unfavorable, inauspicious, based on what they saw. In many inscriptions we see a phrase like auspicious or not auspicious, indicating the prognostication. Often the king personally voiced the interpretation, effectively making the prognostication part of the inscription as well. A lot of them had stuff written on it like, "The king read the crack and said, auspicious." But then in some cases, not always, the Shang recorded the actual outcome of the event in question after it happened. This is called verification. For example, if the question was about an upcoming hunt and the divination predicted success, well, the bones might be later inscribed with the results of the hunt, etc., whatever they caught, if they caught a buffalo or a few foxes, whatever. Such verification inscriptions are relatively rare, but when they do appear, they are very valuable, because they show a follow-up, closing the loop on the divination. In many cases, the Shang only recorded the divination itself, the question and the answer. and did not bother to add verification later. Perhaps because once the ritual was done, the bone's main purpose was already fulfilled. In fact, a complete record with all 4 parts is very uncommon. More often, we just have the date, who did the divining, and the question. The outcome might have been understood at the time and left uncarved on written or perishable materials. Some oracle bones even show evidence of having been used for divination, but left uninscribed, except maybe a brush-written note, which suggests that scribes did not carve every single outcome, possibly due to time, or because the question was just so routine. Well, to illustrate the process, consider an actual oracle bone inscription from the late Shang, which has been translated to English, obviously. On Xerxes Day 49, the king made cracks and divined. Charge: if we hunt at Wu, will we return with no disasters? Prognostication: the king read the crack and said, auspicious. This interpretation was then engraved on the bone. Verification: later, we caught 1 wild buffalo, 1 tiger, and 7 foxes. So in this example, we can almost picture the sequence. The diviner announces the date, and that the king is performing a divination. The question is a hopeful one about the safe and successful hunting trip. The bone gets cracked up. The king judges the cracks as a positive sign, and after the hunt, the scribe adds the result. It's a 4-part record that allows us to follow a king's decision-making from intention to confirmation, a vivid glimpse of royal life. And from numerous such inscriptions, we know Shang kings were deeply concerned with aligning their actions to the will of their ancestors and gods. The divination ritual was a way to consult the ancestral spirits on virtually every matter, big and small, everything from a hunt to a war. They asked whether it would rain, whether an ancestor was angry due to a missed offering, or whether a child being born would be auspicious. No detail was too small or too great. So, after the divination was done, the used oracle bones did not just lie around. They were often buried in groups within royal precincts. Archaeologists had found pits at Yinshu containing hundreds or even thousands of fragments, sorted by type. For example, one pit might contain only turtle shells, another only ox bones. And this suggests that the divination rite itself was a sacred act, and after serving their purpose, the inscribed bones were ritually deposited, perhaps as a kind of archive offering to the spirits. In one dramatic find, a pit held over 17,000 oracle bone pieces, along with a human skeleton, possibly a sacrificial victim or a diviner, interred with the tools of his trade. The Shang court took it all so seriously that the physical remnants of the practice were handled with ritual care. Really, the process of divination was so elaborate and methodical. It combined religious ritual, technical procedure, and record-keeping. And that is why the oracle bones are such a rich historical source. The Shang diviners and scribes left a detailed log of their questions and concerns, effectively an ancient database of royal worries and hopes. So, what do the inscriptions really tell us? We already know that they are the earliest form of written Chinese, and they open a direct window into the minds of the Shang people. These inscriptions are typically very terse, just a few characters to note the essential information. Yet their context and structure speak volumes about Shang society, language, and belief. As we saw, a full inscription ideally includes the date, the diviner's name or the king's name, the question, the interpretation, and sometimes, if you're lucky, the result. For example, a real oracle bone text might read in translation, crack making on day 15, Prince divined it will rain, king prognosticated not auspicious. Later it really did rain. In Chinese, the whole story might be compressed into a few sequence of concise characters, almost like shorthand. In fact, well, you know much about Chinese, it's pretty conservative. You can express quite a bit with just a few characters. However, as noted, most inscriptions are incomplete, in that they might omit the outcome or even the prognostication. It seems the act of divination itself and the king's decision in the moment were the primary concern. Once the decision was made, writing down the eventual outcome was just an optional afterthought, unless it served as feedback for future reference. Now, what about the language and the script? Well, the oracle bone script is a direct ancestor of modern Chinese writing. If you look at a lot of the old Jiaguwen scripts, they are, some of them are pretty recognizable to the old ones, but it's been a few thousand years, so you'll have to use your imagination. But either way, scholars have catalogued around 5,000 distinct characters from the oracle bones. Some of these characters are easy to recognize, some of them not so much. Pictographs or simple ideographs that evolved into modern Chinese characters. About a quarter of the oracle bone characters, roughly 1,200, have been definitively deciphered, and their meanings and sounds are known with certainty. Many others remain partially understood, or a subject of debate. Now this means that the oracle bones still hold some mystery. They are characters whose exact meaning we haven't quite nailed down yet, often because they might refer to obscure rituals, place names, or people that we lack references for. That's the hard part about Chinese, realizing what it might be someone's name or a place, and a lot of names and place names have gone just out of fashion over all these years. It's very hard to figure it out. Now, one fascinating aspect is that the core vocabulary found in these inscriptions overlaps with a lot of basic Chinese vocabulary used throughout history. Words for familial relationships, agricultural activities, heavenly bodies, and elemental concepts are all present, anchoring the Shang language as an early form of Old Chinese. The inscriptions tend to be formulaic, due to the repetitive nature of divination records, but cumulatively, they provide enough context that the modern scholars can translate many of them with a good amount of confidence. For example, when we see a sequence of characters including symbols for rain and auspicious on many bones, alongside date notations, we can pretty much deduce that they are talking about whether rain will come and if that's a good sign. By cross-referencing thousands of fragments, the experts can decode the script and even reconstruct aspects of Shang grammar and usage. But it is worth noting that in the Shang dynasty, writing was likely not limited to oracle bones. The fact that complex writing systems appear in these inscriptions implies that the Shang elite were already literate in some context, perhaps writing on perishable materials like bamboo slips of wood which have unfortunately not survived. Indeed, some oracle bones show signs that divination was first written with a brush and ink before being carved. A few unearthed pieces still have ink marks, or show only partial carving, as if the process was interrupted. The Shang also cast short inscriptions on bronze ritual vessels. Those bronze inscriptions are typically shorter and more commemorative, etc., marking an offering by a person, whereas the oracle bones are more likely daily logs of activity. Together, the sources confirm that by the late 2nd millennium BC, the Chinese writing system was already in use and would continue unbroken, with evolutions, of course, into later eras. And the continuous thread of script is why modern Chinese readers can discern a good amount of meaning in some oracle bone writings, and that is remarkable. When I was in a museum I think it was in Hengyang, it might have been Hengyang, but I saw some old Chinese writings just like that, and you can definitely recognize that they are the ancestors of the modern characters. And even me, as a non-Chinese, a white guy from Australia, even I can understand a little bit of Chinese from 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. I can still make out what they're getting at. In fact, oracle bones, these, I'm not flexing, but oracle bones have a lot of those continual characters like we mentioned, rain and inauspicious or auspicious. Even me, I could make out what they are cataloging, and that's amazing that Chinese has lasted for that long. Well, anyway, let's go to the content of the questions. Okay, so the subject matter of oracle bone inscriptions gives us more of a slice of life of the Shang royal court, albeit a rather selective one. They were almost, in terms of the questions recorded, exclusively those posed for the Shang kings or their immediate circle, and that means we're reading the anxieties of kings, not commoners. The oracle bones provide a highly selective picture of the concerns that were relevant to the Shang elite. But what were those concerns? Well, they were preoccupied with matters such as agriculture and natural events, warfare and hunting, health and childbirth, rituals and sacrifice, travels and tributes, dreams and portents too. Now, that is an interesting one. There are cases where a king's dream is recorded, followed by a divination to interpret it. The Shang believed dreams could be communications from the spirit world, you see. If the king dreamed of an ancestor or an ominous symbol, they might perform a divination the next day to understand its meaning. Likewise, any strange event, like bizarre animal behavior or celestial events, could prompt a question to the oracle. But despite the variety of topics, one common thread is clear. All questions had a religious dimension. The Shang kings didn't ask, "How do I do this?" in a practical sense. They asked, "Will the spirits favor the action if I do it, or if I don't do it?" Practically every query is underpinned by the belief that outcomes depended on the will of ancestors or gods, and this shows the theocratic nature of Shang rule. The king was not just a political ruler, but also the chief priest of the society. He was constantly seeking divine guidance. Another notable feature of the oracle bone texts is how they name specific individuals. The Shang kings addressed or invoked their ancestors by name in these divinations. For example, a charge might be directed to Father Jia or Grandmother Xin, asking that ancestor's advice or intervention in some manner. Over time, scholars compiling the names from thousands of fragments were able to piece together the Shang royal genealogy. In fact, oracle bone inscriptions have verified the names or the last 9 or so of the Shang kings, from King Wuding onward, that is, and of course many royal family members. And this matches up with later historical records and allowed historians to confirm that those individuals were indeed real. Imagine the excitement of discovering on a bone the name of a king that had previously known only from much later texts. I mean, Chinese history in that time, especially if you read stuff like The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Sometimes figures are mentioned in a semi-mythological context. So you imagine if you find evidence that King Arthur was real, or Merlin was real. That's pretty much what we're getting at. Now, one famous case in the Chinese way of looking at it is Fu Hao, a consort to King Wu Ding. The oracle bones mention Fu Hao repeatedly in context of military campaign and rituals. They mention that she was leading troops to battle and conducting important sacrifices. For a long time, Fu Hao was just a name in these inscriptions, but she emerged as a remarkable personality, a female general, and a high priestess in a very patriarchal society, I'm sure, which was pretty unexpected. Then, in 1976, archaeologists excavated a tomb at Yinshu, and guess what? It was the tomb of Fu Hao, complete with weapons, bronzes, and a wealth of goods, and that confirms her status exactly as described on the oracle bones 3,000 years earlier. Now isn't that just great? That's a powerful example of how oracle bone inscriptions as primary sources can really expand our understanding of history and even lead to tangible archaeological discoveries. Now, while they are terse and formulaic, they always convey an enormous amount of information about what mattered to the Shang kings. It's the closest thing we have to hearing the voice of the Shang dynasty, as if the bones are speaking the questions aloud across 32 centuries. So the oracle bones were far more than just a fortune-telling trick. They sat at the heart of Shang religion, governance, and the worldview. The practice of divination with oracle bones illuminates the structure of Shang society and its values. So let's talk about ancestral worship and general theology in a Bronze Age Chinese sense. The Shang people believed that royal ancestors, deceased kings and forefathers of the ruling house, continued to exist in the spiritual realm and wielded great influence over the living. These ancestral spirits could bestow blessings like good harvests or victory in war. But on the other hand, they could also inflict misfortunes like illness and natural disasters if you didn't properly appease them. Above the ancestors, the Shang also acknowledged other spiritual forces, nature deities like river gods, mountains, the sun and the moon, and a supreme deity, often called Shang Di, or just Di, meaning high god or lord. However, crucially, the Shang king did not typically address Shang Di directly. He communicated through his ancestors, who in turn could intercede the higher powers. Oracle bone inscriptions clearly reflect this theology. Many charges explicitly invoke a specific ancestor or ask whether a particular ancestor is responsible for an event. For example, if the kingdom was experiencing a drought, the king might ask, "Is great-grandfather Yi angry and thus causing the drought?" The assumption is that if the ancestor is displeased, he must be placated with offerings. The bones show the king asking if a planned sacrifice would satisfy the ancestor and bring rain. And so in this way, oracle bone divination was a tool for diagnosing the will of the ancestors and the gods. It was a two-way communication device, I suppose. The king offered sacrifices and inquired for guidance. The cracks in their interpretations were the ancestors' replies. So what about the king's role? Well, the oracle bones show the king's duality in his identity as both political head of the state and the high priest of the ancestral cult. In earlier periods of Shang, it seems the king often relied on specialist diviners to perform the crack-making and perhaps pronounce interpretations. The inscriptions name various diviners, probably called shamans or trusted officials, who conducted the rituals on the king's behalf. However, as we get into later Shang period, especially by the reign of the last few kings, the inscriptions increasingly show the king himself taking charge of the divination head-on. It's notable that by the last Shang kings, the ruler had taken over the role of diviner personally, and this suggests that by performing divinations, the king expressed his kingship in the most blatant of ways. The Shang king was literally the chief fortune-teller of the realm, His legitimacy and decision-making were tied to his exclusive ability to consult the ancestral spirits. Oracle bone divination was a routine part of governance. We might say it was policy by oracle. Before undertaking campaigns, the king sought ancestral sanction. Before building a new settlement or going out hunting, they had to consult. It's as if no significant action was taken without first checking in with the spirits to see if it was okay. This had a unifying effect on Shang society. Religion and statecraft were inseparable. The elite class, the nobility and military leaders, were invested in these rituals as well, because they often participated in the sacrifices or led the actions that were divined upon. The common people's lives were indirectly affected too. For instance, if the oracle predicted a poor harvest, the king might order more prayers or grain storage. If the oracle forbade war at a certain time, troops would not be mobilized until the spirits allowed it. Thus, while commoners didn't get to ask questions on oracle bones themselves, the outcomes of those royal divinations trickled down to affect agricultural schedules, taxation, warfare, and more. The Shang government essentially ran on a system of supernatural consultation, a bit like constantly calling up the psychic down the road to see what you should do with your career. But not everyone in Shang society could access this form of divination. It wasn't like you could just go down and buy a bunch of bones for the next week. The oracle bone inscriptions overwhelmingly represent royalty, or at least princely activities. There's scant evidence that ordinary folks' questions were recorded, but it makes you wonder what kind of questions they'd have. Probably pretty much the same as the royals, sparing the war and things like that. You had hunting and agricultural concerns. Perhaps common people practiced their own forms of folk divination, though, like interpreting natural omens or casting lots with simpler means. But the large-scale pyro-osteomancy with inscribed records, well, that was a royal monopoly. Either way, divination did not happen in isolation. It was part of a larger complex of Shang ritual practice. Before cracking the bone, they might have offered a libation or killed a sacrificial animal to invoke the ancestor's presence. After getting an answer, they often followed up with the appropriate sacrifice or action that was indicated. The oracle bone inscriptions sometimes directly record what sacrifice was made or planned, for instance, offering cattle, sheep, or even humans. After all, it was the style at the time. Bronze Age, you know what it's like. The Shang were willing to make lavish and at times gruesome offerings to appease the spirits, and that included human sacrifice, usually of war captives or slaves, which the bones and archaeological evidence both attest to. If an oracle bone divination revealed that an ancestor was angry, the logical next step was to arrange a big sacrificial ritual to nullify that spirit. Thus, oracle bones were often step one in a chain of events, essentially providing the justification for ritual expenditure. Because oracle bone inscriptions record the activities of the king, they inadvertently become a chronicle of the Shang state. For example, if we read the sequence of bones and see multiple entries about campaign against the Guifang tribe, one of the neighboring peoples, by the way, and inquiries like, will we capture prisoners, followed by a verification, captured 30 prisoners, we learn that the Shang were at war with that tribe in that period. In fact, much of what we know about Shang military history, diplomatic contacts, and internal events comes from carefully piecing together the oracle bone records. They mention harvest failures, which correlate with the evidence of climate events. They mention solar eclipses and dates, which can be matched with astronomical calculations to pin down chronology. They list a sequence of sacrifices over years, which hint at agricultural and festival calendars of the Shang. In a sense, they're a state record, not intentionally for posterity, but rather effectively so. compelling illustration of the role of oracle bones in society is how the Shang kings use them to legitimize their rule. If a king can say, "My ancestors, who founded our dynasty, have ordained this action," it reinforces his divine right. Later Chinese dynasties, like the Zhou, famously articulated the mandate of heaven theory to justify their authority. But the Shang method was more familial. They leaned on the authority of the royal lineage of spirits. The fact that kings are shown almost debating with their ancestors, asking repeatedly until an auspicious answer was obtained in some cases, shows that governance was a negotiation between human intention and divine approval. But there's also a critical view. What is missing? Your oracle bones are invaluable. We should critically note what they do not tell us as much as what they do. They don't directly speak of the lives of the commoners, peasants, artists, and of course that was 99.9% of the people. So can we really paint a picture of Shang society just from the bones? We can infer things. If a harvest is divine, that implies the toil of farmers and concern for crops. But the bones won't mention a farmer by name or the price of grain. All those people out there in the fields, history's forgotten them. They're also silent on any secular thoughts of the king. We hear the kings asking the ancestors, but we don't hear the king's private reasoning or any internal court debates. Everything is couched as a divine query. And this was likely a deliberate worldview. To the Shang, framing decisions as divinations was the proper way to think about them. Moreover, because the language is so formulaic, we have not been able to read them as full narratives. They're entries in a logbook, not fleshed out stories or texts with introspection. Nonetheless, as a reflection of Shang society's priorities, the bones are unparalleled. They confirm that Shang politics and religion were really one and the same, and the belief in the ancestral spirit's guidance permeated every level of decision-making. The fact that thousands of these bones were used to answer only the king's questions illustrates that an almost obsessive focus on getting things right with the divine was there. It speaks to a worldview where the supernatural was intimately involved with the natural world, a sick cow, a successful hunt, a spell of rain, everything attributed to the pleasure or displeasure of higher powers. Now, we already know that it was a distinctive practice of its time, but it wasn't the only one in terms of divination. Early Chinese civilizations saw several forms of it, and understanding those will certainly help us put the oracle bones into context. So how did Shang divination compare to what became before and after? Well, we have to go into pre-Shang and Neolithic divination to have a look at that. Long before the Shang, early inhabitants of China were already attempting to peek into the future or seek guidance from unseen forces. Archaeological evidence suggests that as far back as the Neolithic period, people practiced osteomancy, that is, divining with bones. At some Neolithic sites, archaeologists have found animal bones with burn marks or charring in patterns, hinting that they were heated in a fire as part of rituals. These early bones are not inscribed. Writing hadn't been developed yet, but their presence indicates that the idea of communicating with the divine through burning bones had deep roots. By the time of Xia culture, which precedes the Shang, we're looking roughly 2000 to 1600 BC, though still semi-legendary due to lack of written records, it's likely that some form of scapulomancy was already in use. In fact, a few inscribed animal bones have been found at early Bronze Age sites, like early Gang and Zhengzhou, associated with either late Xia or early Shang periods, which might be precursors to the classic Anyang oracle bones. This suggests that Shang divination systems evolved from earlier traditions and became increasingly formalized and recorded as well as writing matured. The Shang were conquered by the Zhou dynasty around 1046. The Zhou, inheriting many Shang cultural elements, continued to practice divination, but also introduced new methods. Oracle bone divination did not disappear overnight. Early Zhou kings in the Western Zhou period, 1046 to 771, still used turtle shells and bones occasionally for oracles, as evidenced by a small number of oracle bones found in Zhou contexts. However, there was a marked shift. The Zhou increasingly favored milfoil divination, which eventually was codified in the text known as the I Ching, or the Book of Changes. Milfoil divination involves casting or manipulating yarrow stalks to generate hexagrams. This is 6-line symbols, which are then interpreted according to set patterns. This method is quite different from cracking bones, as it's more abstract and based on numerical chances. According to historical tradition, the earliest versions of the I Ching were compiled in the early Zhou era, possibly with contributions by King Wen of Zhou and his son, the Duke of Zhou, although the text evolved over time. But why the shift? Well, some scholars suggest that the Zhou, to distance themselves from the Shang they had overthrown, placed a bit less emphasis directly on consulting the Shang ancestral spirits, which, of course, would not be theirs to consult, and they moved towards a more broad cosmological principle, like heaven's mandate. They formalized divination into a philosophical system, the I Ching, that could be easily used by nobles more widely, not just by the king and his lineage ancestors. And so, by the Eastern Zhou period, the spring and autumn and warring states, 8th to 3rd century BC, the use of oracle bones had greatly diminished. Divination was then often done by cleromancy, that is, casting lots such as bones or sticks and interpreting the outcome. And by astrology too, reading omens, things like that. Tortoise shell divination, though, did continue as a respected technique. In fact, texts like the Zhou Li, Rites of Zhou, mention officials who interpret cracks, indicating that the cracking of turtle shells was still part of state rituals, albeit perhaps in a more limited way. However, few inscribed shells survive from Zhou times, likely because the Zhou mostly wrote divinations in registers or on the shells in ink that has not survived. The practice of carving the question into the bone after divination, a hallmark of the Shang, was largely abandoned. Writing was often done on perishable bamboo or wood by then, which is obviously quite a shame. Now, let's compare some techniques. We have pyromancy and cleromancy. Now, the Shang method, pyro-osteomancy, pyro being fire, osteo being bones, involves general pyromancy using fire to produce signs or cracks, whereas I Ching method is more of a cleromantic one, casting lots in this case, generating a hexagram by a yarrow stalks or coins in later practice, and then reading that pattern against a set of interpretations. Both are randomizing processes given spiritual weight, but the experience is different. A Shang king directly experienced the drama of fire and a cracking bone, a visceral sign which he and the diviner interpreted on the spot. A Zhou aristocrat handling yarrow stalks engaged in a more cerebral ritual, consulting a manual for the meaning of the resultant symbol, a step toward a more literate and text-oriented divination. This shift could also be seen as part of the broader intellectual changes of the early Zhou, which also articulated the mandate of heaven concept, and that is that heaven grants the right to rule based on virtue, which was used to justify the Zhou replacing the Shang. Very convenient. So under the mandate of heaven idea, signs of displeasure from heaven like natural disasters were more generalized omens, not necessarily tied to a specific ancestor's whim. Thus divination took on a different tone, less personal in terms of ancestor spirits, but more cosmic in interpretation. It is important to note that while methods changed, the underlying desire to seek guidance from a higher order remained constant, and still does, to be honest. As atheistic as modern China is, well, these people, you can still find them on the streets every now and then, working with the I Ching. No one's doing the oracle bone stuff anymore, of course, but you can still find plenty of fortune tellers. Now, later Chinese history is replete with divination practices. Astrology, feng shui, lot drawing, spirit mediums. Of course, the I Ching too. The I Ching itself, interestingly, contains traces of older methods. Some of its hexagram explanations mention a crack-making method or outcomes that sound like oracle consultations. And this suggests the Book of Changes incorporated older divination experiences into its interpretations. And indeed, the legend in China is that divination by turtle shell and divination by milfoil were two parallel methods that coexisted. The I Ching was originally a manual for the milfoil method, while oracle bones were the medium for the other. But Shang China was not the only culture practicing scalpelomancy. In other parts of the world, people independently discovered that heating bones produces cracks that can be read for omens. However, what is unique about the Shang oracle bone practice is the combination of pyromancy with a writing system. Many cultures would interpret the cracks spontaneously or orally, but the Shang took the extra step of writing down the questions, and sometimes the answers, a fusion of writing with divination that we're extremely lucky to have, turning simple fortune-telling into a lasting historical record. And so we can say that the discovery of oracle bones in 1899 and the early 20th century didn't just illuminate the Shang dynasty, but had a profound impact on Chinese scholarship. You see, for a long time, Chinese historians had relied on much later texts like that of Sima Qian, the Records of the Grand Historian, compiled around 100 BC, or various Zhou and Han texts for early history. But the oracle bones provided contemporary evidence from late 2nd millennium BCE, pushing the horizon of recorded history back by nearly 1,000 years. They helped confirm the sequence of Shang kings and events hinted to in legend. In modern China, oracle bone studies, Jiaguxue, became an entire field of research. Scholars painstakingly matched fragments, identified characters, and even compiled dictionaries of oracle bone scripts. This endeavor continues today, as new finds emerge, and as imaging technology sometimes even allows us to read previously ineligible marks. It's also pretty interesting to see how the role of oracle bones was viewed by later Chinese traditions. After the Shang, the Zhou, and subsequent dynasties perhaps looked back at Shang divination as something both ancestral and even a little bit alien. The Zhou, for instance, criticized the last Shang king for moral failings, but they didn't necessarily criticize the practice of divination itself, they just co-opted it in a new form. And during the Confucian era, there was some ambivalence. Confucius himself edited the Book of Changes, I Ching, according to tradition at least, and valued the moral lessons drawn from divination outcomes. But mainstream Confucianism later focused more on ethics than superstition. Meanwhile, popular religion continued various divination rites. In a sense, the oracle bones marked the beginning of a continuous story of Chinese divinatory and written tradition. From the cracks on the bones to the lines in the I Ching, to the horoscope of a Song dynasty emperor. The thread is an enduring human quest to make sense of the future and the unknown. So in conclusion, Shang oracle bone divination was a product of its time, but also a progenitor of later divinatory practices. It stands at a crossroads, looking back to prehistoric shamanistic practices of heating bones and looking forward to more systematized divination texts of the classical era. Its core purpose, to seek certainty in uncertain times, is universal, and indeed quite relatable even today. While the mediums change, few today would crack a bone to decide on a business deal, I suppose, but they still might consult a horoscope, maybe. That happens quite a lot. The whole impulse remains. The oracle bones thus connect us not only to early Chinese culture, but to this fundamental human behavior. Even after thousands of years, we haven't shaken it off. We always try to glean wisdom from the patterns we observe around us. In the shadow of ancient Egypt lies the extraordinary history of Nubia, known to the Egyptians as Kush, a great civilization, too often overlooked. It is a story that spans millennia, from prehistoric communities to a powerful kingdom that at times rivaled and even ruled Egypt. Today we're going to journey back through Nubia's past, from its earliest cultures to the rise of the kingdom of Kush, its periods of prominence, interactions with Egypt, cultural achievements, and eventually decline. Modern archaeological discoveries have illuminated this somewhat forgotten kingdom, and it's allowed us to piece together its legacy and appreciate it with scholarly rigor and a bit more detail. The focus is going to remain on broader cultural and historical developments rather than individual rulers, by the way, except where it's necessary to illustrate the key events. So with all that in mind, let's begin our journey along the Nile, in the land of the ancients called Ta Seti, the land of the bow, the land of Nubia. Let me welcome you to the channel first, though. Where are my manners? Hello to everybody coming here for the first time, or perhaps you're returning. Well, those who are returning, if you have not clicked that subscribe button, it's conveniently located next to the like button. And thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, and those who have checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let's get busy. Long, long before the kingdom of Kush emerged, the Nile Valley, south of Egypt, was home to its own thriving communities. So let's talk about those first cultures in a period between 3800 and 2500 BC. The earliest known complex culture in northern Nubia is what archaeologists call the A group. Creative name, I know. That was from about 3800 to about 3100 BCE. Although the ancient name of this society is unknown, its legacy is evident in rich cemeteries filled with goods. The A-group culture developed out of local Neolithic, that is, late Stone Age roots. Yet it quickly became distinguished by strong leadership and wealth. Its strategic location between the first and second cataracts of the Nile gave A-group Nubia access to abundant natural resources: gold from the eastern deserts, carnelian stone from the west, and exotic products like incense, ivory, and ebony from further south in Africa. They were all obtainable to these people. By trading these precious commodities to Egypt and beyond, even as far as the Mediterranean coast for some items like olive oil, the A-group culture accumulated considerable wealth and influence. Off to a pretty good start, don't you think? And notably, even at this early date, Nubia's culture interacted with that of the emerging dynastic Egypt. Archaeologists have found seal impressions of the A group that feature symbols used by the early Egyptian pharaohs. For example, a design showing a bow over a rectangular hieroglyph. This appears to be the earliest written form of Ta Seti, meaning land of the bow, which was the Egyptian name for Nubia. Such evidence suggests that Nubian elites adopted prestigious symbols of power, perhaps to mirror their neighbors to the north, or simply to communicate in trade. Indeed, Egypt's first dynasty, around 3100 BC, the texts of which already refer to the land in the south as famed for its archers and exotic goods. This early interaction was not always peaceful, however. Around 3100, the pharaohs of the first dynasty destroyed the A-group chiefdoms. But in essence, the nascent Egyptian state, pushing its frontiers southward, crushed the first known Nubian kingdom. Well, it was good while it lasted. Video over. No, I'm just joking. For centuries thereafter, much of northern Nubia was sparsely populated, likely due to Egyptian military aggression, and perhaps the incorporation of Nubian lands into the earliest Egyptian state. Yet, Nubia's strategic position and rich resources meant that its political power was only suppressed temporarily, far from being extinguished. In the subsequent centuries, during Egypt's Old Kingdom period, 27th to 22nd centuries BC, there is evidence of intermittent occupation and trade in Nubia. The site at Buhen, near the Second Cataract, shows a mixture of Egyptian and Nubian pottery, hinting at a trading post or copper working center that kept the exchange of goods alive. Thus, even in this early era, Nubia was both a vital trade partner and a target of Egypt. And that's a dynamic that I think you will find will persist throughout antiquity. And so, after the decline of the A group, new cultural groups emerged in Nubia. By around 2400 BC, one group known as the C group appeared in Lower Nubia. Now, lower, of course, we go by directions of the Nile, just as we say Lower and Upper Egypt. Lower being the northern part, upper being the southern part. So, this C group in Lower Nubia, characterized by small villages and distinctive burials, had appeared by about 2400 BC, with connections to sub-Saharan African traditions such as cattle pastoralism. Another, the so-called pan-grave culture, associated with the Magi nomads, also inhabited parts of Nubia and the eastern deserts around 1800 BC. These groups coexisted with the developing complex society further south, the Kerma culture, named for its capital city, Kerma, near the Third Cataract of the Nile. And it is here, at Kerma, that the first major kingdom of Kush took shape. By around 2000 BC, Egyptian texts were already calling this southern land Kush, indicating that a powerful polity had emerged there. Kerma became the center of a Nubian state that flourished from about 2500 BC to about 1500 BC, and even managed to rival Egypt in wealth and complexity. The city of Kerma itself, excavated in modern times, astonished archaeologists with its monumental architecture and extensive cemeteries. At the heart of Kerma stood a massive mud-brick temple structure called the Western Defufa, rising some 15 meters tall, a testament to early Nubian architectural ingenuity and religious life. Surrounding it was a bustling urban center, engaged in craft production and trade. Kerma's artisans produced striking ceramics, including the famous thin-walled, black-topped red pottery, which is considered among the most exquisite prehistoric pottery in Africa. Now, far from being a backwater, Kerma was an urban capital, orchestrating long-distance commerce. Gold, ivory, ebony, incense, and slaves were among the exports of Kush that Egypt coveted, while Nubians imported Egyptian linens, oils, and manufactured goods in return. But the wealth of Kerma is most vividly seen in the king's tombs. American archaeologist George Reisner, who first excavated Kerma in the early 20th century, unearthed dozens of royal tumuli, grave mounds, dating to about 1750 to 1500 BC. These tombs were massive, some 50 meters across, and inside them were extraordinary offerings. The remains of hundreds of human sacrifices have been found, indicating that Kerma's royal funerals involved retainers or captives sacrificed to accompany the king in the afterlife. Alongside human victims were horse burials, and even oxen, as well as luxurious goods, jewelry made of gold, amethyst, and quartz, and fine wooden funerary beds inlaid with ivory depictions of African wildlife. One famous find was an elegant granite statue of an Egyptian noblewoman, Lady Senui, discovered in a Kerma tomb. Lady Senui was the wife of an Egyptian governor from far to the north in Aswan, and her statue had somehow ended up in possession of the Kerma rulers. Its presence in a Kushite tomb suggests that Kerma's kings likely acquired high-quality Egyptian artworks, either through trade or warfare. In fact, Reisner initially thought the statue proved Egyptians had ruled Kerma, but now we understand it was probably war booty or a diplomatic gift, since Kerma was an independent power contemporary with Egypt's Middle Kingdom. By around 1700 to 1600 BC, the kingdom of Kerma reached the peak of its power. At this time, Egypt was weakened, fragmented in the Second Intermediate Period, and of course, Kush took full advantage of that. Why not? Kerma's influence expanded northward into Lower Nubia, absorbing the territories that had once been A Group and C Group lands. Egyptian texts from this era speak of serious conflict with the Kushites. One account suggests that the king of Kush allied with the Hyksos, Asiatic rulers of northern Egypt, against the native Egyptian dynasty in Thebes around 1550 BC, a scenario that shows once again Kush's geopolitical clout. The Egyptian pharaoh, Kamose, writes of intercepting a letter from the Hyksos ruler to the king of Kush, proposing an alliance to attack Thebes, which, of course, reveals how formidable the Kerma had really become in the eyes of its neighbors. Thus, in response to the Kushite expansion, Middle Kingdom Egypt, 1900 to 1700 BC, had already constructed a chain of massive fortresses along the Nile in northern Nubia. Forts like Buhen, Semna, Uranati, with thick walls and garrisons, were built to control Nubian movement and protect Egypt's access to trade routes. But despite these efforts, during Egypt's weakness, the Kushite rulers pressed north, even occupying some of these fortresses. The contest between Egypt and Kush came to a climax around 1500. As Egypt's new kingdom began, pharaohs launched vigorous campaigns to reclaim their lost influence in Nubia. The Egyptian king, Thutmose I, circa 1500 BC, is traditionally credited with penetrating to the Fourth Cataract, defeating the Kushites in their heartland. Not long after, the great conqueror Thutmose III, circa 1450 BC, boasted of having, quote, made Kush the retreat of his majesty, indicating he subdued Kush and turned it into a province of Egypt. Archaeology supports that narrative. Around that time, the splendid city of Kerma appears to have been violently destroyed and burned, marking the end of the independent Kerma kingdom. After roughly 2500 to 1500 BC of flourishing, the first kingdom of Kush had fallen to Egypt's imperial ambition. So with the conquest of Kerma, Nubia entered a new phase under Egyptian domination. For about 5 centuries during the Egyptian New Kingdom, Nubia was essentially an Egyptian colony. This is the time between the 18th to 20th dynasties, 1550 to 1070 BC. Egyptian pharaohs incorporated all Nubian lands up to at least the Fourth Cataract into their empire. They divided Nubia into administrative units. The northern part, Lower Nubia, the Egyptians called Wawat, and the southern part, around Kerma and beyond, they retained the name Kush. An Egyptian viceroy of Kush was appointed to govern Nubia on the pharaoh's behalf. This official, often titled King Son of Kush, administered Nubia's resources, collected tribute, and oversaw mining expeditions for gold and other minerals that Nubia was famed for. Indeed, enriching the pharaoh's treasury was a major motive for Egypt's colonization of Kush, as Nubia's gold mines were legendary. During these centuries of occupation, Nubia experienced extensive Egyptianization, that is, the adoption of the new Egyptian culture. Egyptian-style temples were built throughout Nubia. For example, ancient Napata, now called Jebel Barkal, near the Fourth Cataract. Pharaoh Thutmose III founded a grand temple to Amun at this site, and also at sites like Soleb and Amara, where Amenhotep III and other pharaohs constructed stone temples with statues and inscriptions in the pharaonic style. The Egyptian language and writing, that being hieroglyphs and Demotic, became the official medium in Nubia. Many Nubian elite learned Egyptian and took on Egyptian titles. Artifacts from Nubian sites of the period, such as pottery, jewelry, and furniture, closely resemble those found in Egypt. In effect, northern Nubia became an extension of Upper Egypt, heavily influenced by Egyptian art, religion, and administration. But it would be a mistake to view Nubia during the New Kingdom as merely a passive colony, a subdued people. There was a cultural exchange in both directions. Nubians served in the Egyptian army. The famous Medjay archers, for instance, were Nubian recruits, known for their expert bowmanship. They don't call it the land of the bow for nothing. Pharaohs valued Nubian archers so much that the Nubian desert police and many of the royal guards were Medjay. Nubian gold and cattle wealth also flowed into Egypt, fundamentally supporting the luxurious lifestyle of the 18th dynasty pharaohs. Meanwhile, Egyptian records and tomb art depicts Nubians bringing tribute of exotic products. We're talking ivory, panther skins, ebony logs, giraffes, and incense, indicating an active trade with sub-Saharan Africa carried through Nubia. Some Nubians rose to prominence within Egyptian society. For example, a man named Mayeherpi, of Nubian origin, became an elite official and was even buried in the Valley of the Kings. Prime real estate, I'm sure you know. His mummy with dark Nubian features was found amid the pharaonic tombs. Thus, while Egypt opposed its rule, Nubians were not simply suppressed. They contributed militarily, and also to the exotic riches of Egypt, and Nubian individuals could find pathways to power in the imperial system. By around 1200 to 1100 BC, Egypt's new kingdom power waned. Under Pharaoh Ramesses II and his successors, the ability to hold distant territories declined. The rise of invasions and internal strife that being the late Bronze Age collapse, affected Egypt, and gradually Egyptian control over Kush began to loosen. Sometime after 1070, with the end of the New Kingdom, Egyptian authorities and colonists retreated from Nubia. They left behind temples, fortresses, and an Egyptianized local nobility, but no formal control mechanisms. Of course, this withdrawal set the stage for Nubia to reassert its own independence and develop a new Nubian-led kingdom. Well, anyway, after Egypt's pullback, there's a mysterious period for Nubian history, sometimes called the Third Intermediate Period for Egypt, between 1070 and 750 BC, during which indigenous Nubian leadership gradually resurfaces. For some time, the historical record falls nearly silent. Earlier scholars once termed it a dark age because few written records or substantial ruins were known between 1070 and 850. However, this is where the archaeologists step in, and the discoveries have since dispelled that notion of a void. Evidence from cemeteries at El Kuru, near Jebel Barkal, shows that by around 850, Nubia was ruled by local chiefs or kings, laying the groundwork for a new form of centralized state. These early kings at El Kuru, whose names are obscure, later traditions do mention a founder figure named Alara, had modest tombs, indicating a regional chieftain initially, but over time, the power seems to have grown. By the early 8th century BC, a dynasty had emerged that consciously linked itself to the prestigious legacy of the New Kingdom. Centered at Napata, the region of Jebel Barkal, where Egypt's great Amun temple stood, the Nubian kingdom regarded itself as the true heir of the pharaoh's religious and cultural tradition, even as Egypt proper was fragmented among rival rulers. One catalyst for Nubia's rise was the continuing importance of Amun's cult at Napata. The great temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal became a spiritual capital. Nubian leaders patronized this temple, and the priests of Amun in Napata likely played a role in legitimizing their kingship. We see an intriguing fusion here. Nubian rulers adopted the title and trappings of Egyptian kingship, including calling themselves son of Re and using Egyptian hieroglyphic inscriptions. Yet they were proud of their Kushite heritage. The Napatan monarchs started to build small pyramids for their burials, reviving a form of royal tomb that Egypt's own pharaohs had abandoned centuries earlier. At El Kuru, 4 generations of these kings, from Kashta through his son Pierre and onward, constructed pyramidal tombs, albeit on a smaller scale than the pyramids of Giza. This was a deliberate link to Egypt's Old Kingdom glory, but carried out in Nubian soil and completely under Nubian control. By approximately 750 BC, the kingdom based at Napata was strong enough to extend its influence into Egypt. The political situation in Egypt at that time was, well, chaotic to say the least. The land was basically split up between local kings and warlords, especially in the Nile Delta. No one was able to unite the country. Ripe for a takeover, that's for sure. And so, seizing the opportunity, King Kashta of Kush moved north into Upper Egypt and peacefully established his authority in Thebes. He basically just walked right in. He even had his daughter, Ameneridis, installed as God's wife of Amun in Thebes. That is a powerful priestly position, effectively controlling the Theban region now. Building on this foundation, Kashta's successor, Pierre, often called Pianke, launched a full-scale campaign to reunify Egypt under Kushite rule around 727 BC. Pierre's remarkable expedition is recorded in detail on the Victory Stele of Pierre, a monumental inscription uncovered in Napata. In this text, one of the greatest records of Nubian history, Pierre describes how he marched north from Nubia, defeated a coalition of Egyptian Delta kings, and took control of Egypt up to the Mediterranean. His forces besieged the formidable city of Memphis. Pierre's conquest was not a simple matter of walking into a power vacuum, though. He faced stout resistance, and he prides himself on overcoming the fortified towns of Hermopolis and Memphis, which did not open their gates to him. Well, either way, after each victory, he performed rituals of thanks to Amun. You can't forget to thank Amun, after all, emphasizing that he was not a barbarian invader, but a pious restorer of Ma'at, that Egyptian concept of cosmic order. An anecdote from P.A. Stella brings to life his character. Upon accepting the surrender of one enemy ruler, he inspected the royal stables, and he was frankly horrified to find the horses starving and neglected. He exclaimed that this cruelty to horses hurt him more than any offense the defeated had committed. "How much more painful, my heart, at the starving of the horses than any crime you have done," P.A. says. This vivid detail, recorded 2,700 years ago, not only humanizes the Kushite king, but also reflects the high value that Nubians placed on their war horses, and by extension, their use of them in military. Thus, by 715, the Kushite kings had become pharaohs of Egypt, inaugurating the 25th dynasty of Egypt, a line of rulers from Nubia. For roughly a century, the Kushite pharaohs governed the Nile Valley, from Napata to the Delta. This was a moment of renaissance, too. The Kushite pharaohs saw themselves as reformers and guardians of ancient tradition. They rekindled the Egyptian arts and religion which had decayed during the previous turmoil. For example, King Shabaka, Bianchi's brother and successor, is said to have preserved old religious texts that were in danger of being lost. The 25th dynasty rulers built and restored temples across Egypt and Nubia in the grand style. At Karnak in Thebes, they commissioned works honoring Amun. In the Nubian heartland, they continued to develop Jebel Bakar's sanctuary. The Harka, the most celebrated of the Nubian pharaohs, ruling from 690 to 664, constructed colossal projects. He added a towering columned court to Karnak Temple, and a splendid temple at Kawa in Nubia. Under Taharqa, the kingdom of Kush reached as far as Libya in the west, and perhaps had an influence on the Near East too. Notably, he's even in the Bible. They remember him as Tirhaka, king of Ethiopia, coming to aid King Hezekiah of Judah against Assyria around 701 BC, one of the rare references to Kush in biblical context. It shows its stature as a great power of the day, regardless. So during their rule over Egypt, the Kushite kings achieved a unique synthesis of cultures, really something to behold. We're talking the 8th and 7th centuries BC at the moment, where they presented themselves as pharaohs, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Yet they never ceased to be proudly Kushite. In both Egyptian hieroglyphs and texts and artistic images, they often stress their origins in Kush. For instance, they depicted themselves with Kushite features and regalia. Many statues of 25th dynasty pharaohs saw them with a distinctive cap crown, and 2 uraeus serpents on the forehead, while Egyptian pharaohs had 1, by the way, perhaps symbolizing rule over 2 lands, Egypt and Kush. No, we don't know, that's more of a speculation. But some ceremonies and royal titles were modified to incorporate more Nubian elements. This period also saw a revival of pyramid building. The Kushite monarchs reintroduced pyramid tombs on a significant scale, constructing them not in Egypt, but in their ancestral cemeteries at El Kuru and later Nuri near Napata. These pyramids were much smaller, typically about 20 to 30 meters high, and a lot steeper than the pyramids of the Giza type. But they were tightly clustered and numerous. Dozens of them still stand in the desert of Sudan today, marking the burials of kings, queens, and nobles. By adopting and adapting this practice, the Kushites linked themselves to the sacred past, and perhaps also distinguished their royal burials from those of contemporary Egyptian dynasts, who by then were burying in tombs, not pyramids, which is, well, explained in another time, I suppose. The 25th dynasty's reign over united Egypt and Kush was dynamic, but it was relatively brief. It faced a formidable external challenge, the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians expanded into the Levant and eventually turned their attention to Egypt. In 671 BC, Emperor Esarhaddon of Assyria invaded Egypt and defeated Taharka's forces in the north. He retreated to Nubia, regrouped, and even reoccupied Memphis for a time. But in 667, Assyria's new king, Ashurbanipal, campaigned ruthlessly in Egypt. Oh, and he was ruthless. If you want to know more about him, go watch my video on Ashurbanipal. Absolute lunatic. Well, the Assyrians sacked Thebes and forced the Kushites out, installing native vassals in the delta. The last Kushite pharaoh, Taharka's successor, Tantamani, ruling from Nubia, made a final attempt to regain Egypt, but he was decisively driven back by 664. Hence, by 656, the 25th dynasty's control in Egypt had ended, confined once more to their southern domain. But despite this setback, Kush remained a powerful kingdom, now centered solely in Nubia again, with its capital still at Napata. For several generations after 656, the Napatan kings continued to prosper. They maintained an Egyptian-style state in Nubia, complete with pharaonic titles, court rituals, and hieroglyphic inscriptions. In fact, one could argue, perhaps, that after the Assyrian onslaught, the Kushite realm became the true repository of Egyptian high culture, as political chaos reigned in Egypt itself, and things became a little bit more Assyrian. Well, Napata's monarchs of the 6th century, such as Atlanersa and Senkamantsken, devoted their resources to Nubian temples and pyramid burials. The artistic style of this epic is fascinating too, you really have to see it. Royal statues and reliefs from Napata showing a mix of classical Egyptian proportions but with distinctly Nubian facial features and adornments. However, the Kushites were not entirely left alone after withdrawing from Egypt. In 593, the Egyptian pharaoh Psamtik II led a large expedition into Nubia, perhaps aiming to crush any Kushite ambitions of reconquest. Egyptian troops reached Napata and reportedly sacked it, desecrating royal tombs at El Kuru in the process. There is also archaeological evidence of damage around this time, and it likely forced a major political decision. The Kushite kings shifted their capital further south to Meroe. Meroe was a city in the southern part of their domain, near the Sixth Cataract, in the region of modern Sudan's Central Plains. While Napata remained a religious center for some time, royal residence and burial began to transition to Meroe after 590. Of course, this move had profound consequences. It just marks the start of a new era in Nubian history. Following the loss of Egypt and the shock of Psamtik's campaign, Kush recentered itself at Meroe, 300 kilometers south of Napata. Over the subsequent centuries, from the 6th century BC onward, the kingdom of Kush underwent significant cultural evolution. Historians often divide Kushite history into two main phases, the Napatan period and the Meroe period. In reality, the shift, though, was gradual. Initially, kings continued to be buried at Napata until about 300 BC, and Napata's temple of Amun remained pretty important. But Meroe rose up as a thriving center of power, and after a while it pretty much eclipsed Napata. The reason for choosing Meroe likely would include its safer distance from Egypt, its proximity to vital resources, especially the iron ore and hardwood forests, and access to trade routes, both along the Nile and the Red Sea and interior to Africa. As Kushite society oriented around Meroe, it began to look somewhat different from the Napatan kingdom. It was less influenced by Egyptian models and became increasingly distinct. The Meroitic kings and queens still venerated Amun and other Egyptian deities, but they also elevated local gods to prominence, blending and creating a unique religious landscape. One notable indigenous deity was Apademak, often depicted as a lion-headed warrior, who became a state god in the era of Meroe. By the 3rd century BC, Apademak was officially incorporated into the royal pantheon, and splendid temples were dedicated to him. For instance, the Lion Temple at Naka, south of Meroe, featuring reliefs of kings and queens making offerings. But perhaps the most striking development at Meroe was the creation of a new writing system and language. Sometime around the 2nd century BC, the Kushites devised the Meroitic script, replacing Egyptian hieroglyphs for many purposes. The script came in two forms, a cursive form for writing on papyrus, and a hieroglyphic-looking form for monumental inscription. Meroitic script is alphabetic, or more properly, syllabic, with 23 signs, including vowels. This marked a departure from the Egyptian writing, which used hundreds of symbols and no written vowels. By simplifying the writing system, the Meroites made literacy more accessible to natives. Unfortunately, while modern scholars can read the letters of Meroitic, the Meroitic language itself remains only partly understood, as is not clearly related to better-known languages. Thus, many Meroitic texts, mostly religious and funerary, can be sounded out, but their meaning is still a mystery. A tantalizing reminder of how much Kush's intellectual life is yet forgotten to us. Nonetheless, the mere existence of an original script shows to a highly literate bureaucracy and a cultural pride that no longer needed to lean on Egyptian words for self-expression. As for Meroe, the city itself, it grew into a wealthy metropolis. Classical authors described it as a fabulous place. Herodotus heard accounts of Ethiopians, the Greek term for Nubians, whose capital city was Meroe, a city of great size, rich in gold. And then we have Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BC, that Ethiopians of Meroe were the first to worship the gods, and that they taught Egyptians their religion, a rather mythical claim reflecting the high esteem held for Meroe in some circles. And at its height, Meroe's influence extended deep into Africa. The kingdom controlled territories east of the Red Sea coast and south along the Nile, bridging trade between Central Africa, Egypt, and the Greco-Roman world. Caravans carried Nubian exports like gold, ivory, exotic animal skins, ostrich feathers, and elephants for war or perhaps display, while Mediterranean wine, olive oil, and luxury goods came back to them. But the Meroites were still skillful iron workers. In fact, Meroe has actually been called the Birmingham of ancient Africa for its large-scale iron industry. Archaeologists have found huge mounds of iron slag, the waste from smelting, on the outskirts of ancient Meroe. Charcoal furnaces were in operation by at least the 6th and 5th centuries BC, as evidenced by radiocarbon dating of slag deposits around 500. And this makes Meroe one of the earliest iron-producing centers in Africa. The technology allowed the mass production of iron tools and weapons, which would have been a strategic advantage in agriculture, hunting, and warfare. There is even evidence or suggestion that Meroe exported iron ingots or products to its neighbors. Some scholars believe Meroitic iron reached as far as Egypt, and perhaps southwards to what is now Ethiopia. If that's true, Kushite metallurgists might have been responsible for spreading iron technology beyond their own borders, accelerating the African Iron Age. Even without definitive proof of export, the impact of local iron on Meroe's economy was considerable. Iron tools improved farming and allowed larger food production to sustain the growing population. One last hallmark of Meroitic culture was its art and architecture, which combined influences in creative ways. The royal city at Meroe featured elaborate palaces, grand temples, and spacious public baths or pools that hinted luxury and ritual. Meroitic art adopted some Hellenistic and Egyptian motifs, but recombined them into something uniquely Nubian. For instance, the palace site at Musawarat es Sufra, one can find elephants depicted in temple reliefs, reflecting how important these animals native to the region were to Kushite royal imagery. Royal statues from Meroe sometimes show the king and queen together in a manner unlike Egyptian convention, perhaps indicating a dual rule or prominent the status of queens. Well, by the 1st century, Meroe was a flourishing capital known to the wider world, and the Romans, who had replaced the Greeks in Egypt, they took note of their southern neighbors. In fact, interaction with the Romans would prove to be a defining episode of the history of Meroe. After Rome annexed Egypt in 30 BC, the Kushite kingdom suddenly shared a border with the formidable Roman Empire. At first, relations were relatively peaceful. It's usually how these things go. Trade continued, and Meroe perhaps sent a delegation to Caesar Augustus. But tensions arose over boundary disputes in the area known as the 12-Mile Land, just south of Egypt. In 25 BC, conflict erupted. According to the geographer Strabo, the reigning Kandak of Kush, identified as Candace, described as a one-eyed queen, launched a surprise offensive against Roman Egypt. Kushite troops surged north, raiding the Egyptian frontier at Aswan and Elephantine. They defeated a Roman detachment, and they even took captives. Most famously, they seized several bronze statues of Emperor Augustus and brought them back to Nubia as trophies. One of these, a bronze head of Augustus, was ritually decapitated by the Kushites. The head later ended up buried under the steps of a temple in Meroe. This was a powerful symbolic gesture. By literally having the emperor's head trodden underfoot at the entrance to their victory shrine, the Kushites demonstrated their defiance of Roman might. And amazingly, modern archaeology even confirmed the story. In 1910, British archaeologist John Garstang excavated at Meroe and found the bronze head of Augustus, buried at a temple threshold, pristine condition. It now resides at the British Museum as the Meroe head, a lasting witness to that Nubian triumph. Well, Rome retaliated swiftly. Later in 25 BC, Prefect Gaius Petronius, the Roman governor of Egypt, marched south with 10,000 troops. He recaptured Syene and Elephantine and advanced into Kushite territory. The Romans sacked the city of Napata, causing significant destruction. Strabo dramatizes that they destroyed the royal city and carried off thousands of captives. The Kandak Amanirenas, however, wisely avoided pitched battle after the initial losses. Petronius, finding it difficult to maintain supply lines far south in the hostile Nubian desert, eventually withdrew to the border region, and the war reached a stalemate. In 23 BC, Queen Amanirenas initiated peace negotiations. An envoy of Kush traveled all the way to the Greek island of Samos to meet Augustus himself. The outcome was a remarkably favorable peace treaty for Kush. Rome agreed to pull back its frontier from Napata to Maharaka, and crucially waived tribute from the Kushites. Augustus also returned prisoners Petronius had taken. Essentially, Kush was treated with an unusual degree of respect. Augustus pragmatically saw little value in the endless war in the deep Nile cataracts and chose diplomacy instead. Strabo notes that some surprise that the emperor granted the Meroites everything they asked, including not even having to pay customary tribute to Rome. This peace held for the remainder of the Kushite kingdom's existence. No further major wars with Rome were recorded. They got off pretty easy, I suppose. Trade and cultural contacts, though, they resumed. Roman luxuries like wine, glassware, and possibly Roman coins made their way to Meroe, while Nubia exported their African goods north. The Kushite ruling class even adopted some royal fashions. For instance, one queen is depicted in wall art in what appears to be a Roman-style toga over her dress. Yet the Kushites never became vassals. They retained full independence, and the frontier at Egypt's southern edge became one of mutual toleration. The Roman geographer Pliny the Elder, in the 1st century CE, mentions Candace as the hereditary title of the queens of Meroe, noting that Candace, likely Amanirenas, was famous for her war against Rome, after which the Romans had respected the strength of Nubia. In archaeological terms, the encounter with Rome left traces beyond the head of Augustus. At a fortress in Lower Nubia, Qasr Ibrim, evidence of a Roman garrison exists, but only for a short period. Meroitic inscriptions and temples from the 1st century CE onward sometimes show Roman or Mediterranean influence in art, but Kushite culture remains dominant. Perhaps more intriguing is the impact on the Roman imagination. Roman poets like Lucan later romanticized Meroe as a distant and mysterious kind of land of magic and priests, the home of the Nile's black waters, as he put it. Even as far as Britain, a Kushite archer is said to have served in the Roman army at Hadrian's wall. An inscription of a man named Ursicinus the Ethiopian might indicate Nubian origin. These little tidbits show that Kush, though politically separate, was part of an interconnected world of antiquity. But like all great kingdoms, Kush eventually declined. By the 2nd century CE, signs of strain appeared. One factor was economic and environmental pressure. Meroe's prosperity had depended on iron working, which demanded vast amounts of charcoal fuel, leading to deforestation, and agriculture, reliant on consistent rainfall and Nile floods. Over centuries, the land around Meroe may have suffered overuse. Deforestation and overgrazing could have led to soil depletion and desertification. Indeed, later classical writers referred to portions of Nubia becoming drier and less arable, as Romans shifted their trade routes, favoring Red Sea ports to access African and Indian goods. Nubia lost some of its intermediary income. The overuse of the land's resources likely weakened the kingdom from within. Modern archaeologists have found evidence of declining crop yields and rural depopulation in parts of Kush during the late Meroitic period, which aligns with these theories. But another factor was internal political change. By the 3rd century CE, the royal burials at Meroe show quite a bit less of lavish grave goods, possibly indicating reduced wealth or a shift in burial customs. We also see more regional autonomy. Outlying districts like Nobatia in the far north and areas in the south may have started operating on their own. There is mention of tribal groups like the Noba, from which the later name Nubia might actually derive, and also the Blemines, the desert nomads. They also become quite restive at later times. The royal line continued, and the title of Kandik appears to still hold importance. But by the 4th century, evidence of strong centralized rule begins to wane. The final blow came from the outside. the rising kingdom of Aksum, or what is now Ethiopia, Eritrea. Aksum was an emergent power southeast of Kush, controlling trade on the Red Sea. Sometime around 330 to 350, the Aksumite king Izana launched a campaign northward. In Ethiopian inscriptions, Izana claims to have conquered the peoples of Kasu and Noba, Kasu referring to Kush. He describes defeating a king of Kush and taking his city. This corresponds with archaeological indications that the city of Meroe was abandoned or destroyed in the mid-4th century CE. Izana's conquest, as if, though thorough as he boasts, effectively marks the end of the kingdom of Kush. The once great capital of Meroe was left in ruins, and no more pyramids were built for Kushite kings after that date. However, Izana's attack likely hit a kingdom already weakened. One Aksumite inscription suggests there was a revolt in Meroe, or a civil conflict which Izana had exploited. Additionally, as noted, environmental decline had taken its own toll. Overuse of the land had already depleted the resources of Kush. By the time of the Aksumite invasion, so much that cities that would likely have become abandoned even without the invasion. And so after roughly 900 years with Meroe as a center, and over 2,000 years since the earliest Kerma kingdom, the Kushite state dissolved. Yet the history did not end in Nubia. After the fall of Meroe, smaller successor kingdoms emerged. By the 6th century, Nubia had 3 Christian kingdoms, Nobatia, Makuria, and Alodia, and would last through the Middle Ages, showing that Nubia remained a resilient and important region. The memory of Kush itself faded in much of the world's written records, becoming the stuff of legend about distant Ethiopians. I'm sure they were decent too, give them credit. Well, medieval Islamic geographers knew of Nubian kingdoms, but they had scant knowledge of their grand ancient past. It's only thanks to modern archaeology that we're figuring it out now. In Europe, Nubia and Kush was virtually forgotten as a distant civilization, completely overshadowed by the continual fascination with Egypt. Fire and blood. This is how a conqueror announces itself. A sky glowing bright red above a defeated city's ruins, and the screams of the vanquished mingle with the blare of Roman trumpets. Thus was the scene in 146 BC. After a bitter siege, the great city of Carthage is no more. Its buildings smashed, its people slaughtered or put in chains. The ancient sources tell us that 50,000 survivors of Carthage were dragged away, kicking and screaming, sold into servitude. This was Rome's grim calling card to those who defied her will. It is a scene that would replay across centuries as the Roman Republic, and later the Roman Empire, expanded across the Mediterranean world. Yet Roman conquest was not always a story of unending carnage alone. In the wake of the legionary boots came new roads, aqueducts, law and order. Towns sprouted from forums and baths. Some of the very people who survived Rome's fury would later walk in Roman togas and converse in Latin in their new markets. How did the Romans truly treat the people that they conquered? Today, we journey from the broken cities of Rome's enemies, along the paved highways and marble temples of the new provinces, examining the treatment of these conquered peoples, not just from the Roman perspective, but that of their subjects too. And we'll confront the brutal realities of enslavement, massacre and oppression without dressing it up. But we also need to consider the governance, infrastructure, and opportunities that Roman rule brought. Our aim is to explore critically the both sides of the coin, I suppose, the iron fist and the gentle hand, drawing on primary accounts from Romans and those who had to endure the conquest. So, prepare to step into a world where mercy was often scarce, but government, however harsh, was systematically imposed. A world where the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, was built on the foundation of the bones of the fallen. But first let me welcome you. Before we begin, let's get acquainted. If you're new to the channel, I invite you to click that subscribe button, and how about you tell me where you're listening from? What time is it in your part of the world? For those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store, you have my thanks. Now with that out of the way, let's settle in for a deep dive back to ancient Rome. There's no gentle way of putting it. Roman imperial expansion was simply born in violence. When Roman legions overran an enemy, the immediate aftermath for the defeated could be catastrophic. Ancient chroniclers are replete with references to entire populations being slain or enslaved in the first throes of conquest. Nowhere is this grim reality clearer than in Julius Caesar's own account of his wars in Gaul, 58 to 50 BC. Over less than a decade, Caesar subjugated Gaul with ruthless efficiency. Plutarch, summarizing Caesar's campaigns, records staggering figures. In those wars, Caesar, quote, took by storm more than 800 cities, subdued 300 tribes, and fought pitched battles with 3 million men, of whom 1 million was slain and another 1 million taken prisoner. Of course, many of these prisoners were just sold into slavery, effectively erasing entire communities from their homeland. These numbers may be inflated, of course, by ancient drama or Roman pride, but even if we allow for generous exaggeration, they certainly still manage to convey the scale of devastation. Primary accounts offer vivid episodes that underpin these statistics. For example, after capturing the Gallic stronghold of Avaricum in 52 BC, Caesar allowed his soldiers to sack the town with virtually no restraint. Some 40,000 men, women, and even children were killed in a single day. Not even the elderly, women, or children themselves were spared, as one of Caesar's commentaries describes. Caesar himself justifies such actions as harsh reprisals and even deterrents against rebellion to the Romans. The terror they unleashed was a tool of conquest itself. And don't forget the fate of Carthage, Rome's old rival. That's another example of early Roman policy toward the defeated. We go back 100 years or so from where Caesar is, in the Third Punic War, 149 to 146 BC. Rome besieged Carthage to extinction. When the city fell, the Romans systematically burned it to the ground. Contemporary Romans like Cato the Elder had long ended every speech with the phrase Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed, and the Romans meant it literally. Carthage's annihilation was as much of a message to the rest of the world as it was a military victory, a brutal warning to other peoples of the price of resistance. The same year, 146 BC, saw Corinth in Greece treated quite similarly. Sacked by another Roman army, its treasures looted, its people killed or enslaved. Immediate conquest under Roman Republic could thus approach genocide. The Romans believed that those who resisted had pretty much forfeited all their rights by ius belli, the law of war, A conquering general was entitled to simply do as he pleased with enemy lives and property. Mercy was extended only if expedient. Cities that surrendered timely might be spared mass violence, at least temporarily, whereas those who fought to the bitter end, they were not so lucky. They were often met with slaughter or enslavement as a kind of collective punishment. Enslavement in general, well, that was a common fate for conquered peoples. It wasn't unique to the Romans, of course. War captive became chattel in Rome's thriving slave markets. In one campaign after another, tens of thousands of prisoners might be taken to feed the trade. This human prize was actually integral to Rome's economy and society. Galley slaves for Roman ships, laborers for plantations, even gladiators for the arena, or just household servants for rich families in Italy. The conquered literally fueled Roman prosperity with their person. Caesar's Gallic War again provides illustration. After defeating the Gaulish chieftain Vercingetorix, not only were many of his warriors sold off, but Vercingetorix himself was paraded in Caesar's triumph in Rome and then executed as a sacrifice to Roman victory. The provinces of the empire eventually became a vast mosaic made up of subjugated civilizations, many of whom had ancestors who entered the empire in chains. An oft-cited estimate from Plutarch and others is that Caesar's Gallic campaigns alone sent 1 million Gauls into slavery. Even if partially accurate, the single-decade-long conquest fundamentally altered demographics and lives on an enormous scale. And Gaul was just one theater of Roman expansion. Similar stories played out in Spain, North Africa, the Balkans, and the Eastern Mediterranean, as Roman power seemed to be unstoppable. Massacres, too. They were just another tool of terror and control. Roman commanders sometimes wiped out entire communities that resisted as a grim lesson to others. The historian Tacitus, writing a century later, puts a scathing observation into the mouth of a Caledonian or Scottish chieftain named Calgacus, who purportedly rallied his warriors against the Romans with these words: "To ravage, to slaughter, to plunder, they give the lying name of empire, and where they make a desert, they call it peace." Now this famous line, "They make a solitude desert and call it peace," captures how Romans' peace was often achieved by obliterating anyone or anything that stood against them. Calgacus's speech, as penned by Tacitus, goes on to describe the Romans as the robbers of the world, who have exhausted the land with their pillaging. Indeed, examples abound of Rome's shockingly harsh reprisals. After quelling a revolt in Hispania, that is, Spain for those not acquainted, the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus in the 2nd century BC reportedly razed the town of Numantia and enslaved the entire population. Centuries later, when Jerusalem fell to Emperor Titus in AD 70 after a fierce Jewish revolt, the result was similarly catastrophic. Josephus, a Jewish historian at the time, claims that 1.1 million Jews perished in the siege and the aftermath, and that 97,000 were taken captive, many sold into slavery or forced to die in gladiatorial games. Now these numbers are debated, of course, but they still show the reality that Rome would not hesitate to decimate a population to snuff out any resistance. From one end of the empire to the other, to be conquered by Rome often meant a period of hellish suffering just the price one pays for submission. But after the initial shock of conquest, if any population remained in their homeland, they found themselves under a new master, the Roman state. Immediate post-conquest policies varied, of course, case by case, but a general pattern seems to emerge. Rome often attempted I suppose we can call it a carrot and stick approach. Punish on one hand and terrorize enough to prevent further rebellion, yet also begin co-opting local elites and structures to facilitate long-term control. Once the swords grew silent and the shields were put away, provincial organization began. A long game was beginning to be played. Conquered territories were typically reorganized into provinces, each under a Roman governor, initially often an ex-consul or ex-praetor for one-year terms during the Republic, later imperial appointees serving as the emperor's pleasure. These governors wielded immense power. They were the highest judge, the tax collector, and the military commander. To ensure order, Rome stationed legions or auxiliary units on the newly won soil. Fortresses and garrisons sprang up, often built atop the ruins of razed rebel strongholds. For instance, after the brutal suppression of the Jewish revolt, the Romans established a permanent legionary base on Jerusalem's ruins, and eventually refounded the city, calling it Aelia Capitolina. Similarly, in the newly conquered Britain in the 1st century AD, Roman forts dotted the landscape to keep tribes in check, and veterans were settled in colonies like Camalodunum, modern-day Colchester, a constant reminder of who held the power. And in some cases, during the Republic, Rome exercised control indirectly, at least at first. They might install or support client kings, local rulers who were essentially vassals of Rome, expected to obey Roman interests. This was common in the Eastern Mediterranean, where long-established kingdoms existed. For example, after Pompey's campaigns in the East, the 1st century BC, client kings like Herod the Great in Judea, or various rulers in Anatolia, governed on Rome's behalf. These local kings were allowed to retain their throne, on the condition that they paid tribute, of course, kept order, and allied with Rome's foreign policy. As long as you were a good boy, you could get away with having some kind of power. Just remember who the real boss is. Of course, this is all a pretty pragmatic arrangement. The conquered people might accept rule more readily from a familiar native dynasty, and Rome got to save on the costs of direct administration, at least in the short term. However, such autonomy was tenuous and often short-lived. If a client king died without an heir or simply fell out of favor, Rome would be a bit more pragmatic, just annex the kingdom outright. For example, we look at the province of Syria. This was formed when Rome absorbed the remains of the Seleucid kingdom, one of the successor states of Alexander the Great. Egypt was taken over as personal province of Augustus after the defeat of Cleopatra and Mark Antony. That what ended the Ptolemaic dynasty. Over time, most client states were gradually turned into full provinces. The transition, of course, was not always a smooth one. When King Ariston of the Hellenistic kingdom of Pergamum willed his realm to Rome in 133, the Romans took over, and the locals did not like it. They faced revolts like that of Aristonicus, before securing the territory as the province of Asia. And once a province was established, Rome's priority was stability, but also extraction of resources. In practice, this meant setting up a provincial administration that blended Roman oversight with local collaboration. The governor, backed by a small staff, could not rule alone over millions of provincials. So, Romans often co-opted with the local aristocracy, those members of the conquered society that were willing to work with their brand new overlords. These local elites might serve as municipal officials, tax collectors, or intermediaries between the people and Rome. In return, they received a few privileges: protection of their status, a share of the tax revenues or graft, and often the fastest path to Roman citizenship, not just for themselves, but for their families. After all, Rome rewards those loyal to it. And this was a crucial element of the Roman success, a talent for integrating local leaders. For example, many of the Gallic chieftains who had initially fought Caesar ended up within a generation or two as Roman senators after their submission, their sons educated in Latin and serving in the Roman army or military service, or civil service rather. And so in this way, Rome gradually transformed former enemies into stakeholders within the imperial system itself. Nevertheless, Roman provincial governance was not benevolent by any modern standards, if we're going to judge by modern standards at all. But even just by general good manners, perhaps we can judge it by that. Governors held the proconsular imperium. What is that? Essentially absolute authority in their province, limited only by the fear of reprimand or prosecution upon return to Rome. During the late Republic, some governors notoriously abused this power, viewing provincial postings as a license to extort wealth, especially being so far away from Rome. You know, while the boss isn't watching, you can get away with pretty much anything, can't you? A famous case of that is Gaius Verres, the governor of Sicily in the 70s BC. His misrule was so extreme that the Sicilians appealed to Rome. Well, Rome didn't want any revolts. They wanted to keep things peaceful. The Pax Romana means something, right? Thus Verres was prosecuted by Cicero, who detailed the governor's wholesale plundering, judicial murders, and just the general air of cruelty in Sicily. Cicero's speeches, in verum, paint a vivid picture of a provincial predator. Verres allegedly stole priceless art and temple treasures, forced farmers into ruin with excessive grain requisitions. And get this, he even crucified a Roman citizen trader to silence dissent. And by the way, crucifixion was usually, well, some different sort of exceptions, but it was reserved for the lowest of the low, the worst criminals. To do it to an actual Roman citizen, that was actually an act illegal under Roman law at the time of Verres. So this was certainly a big deal. While Verres fled into exile to escape conviction, this example shows the oppression provincials could face under officials who were unscrupulous. A dark underside of Roman rule. Provinces existed to be exploited, and until the imperial period bore tighter oversight, many governors did exactly that. Even under the empire, corruption and brutality did not vanish. They were simply somewhat more restrained by the emperor's watchful eye and a more professional bureaucracy of equestrian procurators handling finances. Of course, military occupation was the backbone of control. Nothing says subjugation like soldiers patrolling the streets. Roman legions were often garrisoned long-term in conquered regions, especially those prone to unrest or on strategic frontiers. Their presence was a constant reminder of the conquest, literal boots on the ground enforcing the Pax Romana. For the local inhabitants, this could be a pretty heavy burden. They were frequently obliged to provide supplies and lodging to troops, a practice called hospitium, or the quartering of soldiers, which could be costly and, frankly, invasive. The army also sometimes commandeered local labor for building, making the roads, the forts, defensive walls. Tacitus, again channeling the voice of a subjugated Briton, notes bitterly that our very hands and bodies are worn down by the toil of clearing forests and swamps for the benefit of the Roman occupiers. The soldiers themselves could be brutal or disciplined, depending on leadership, but instances of theft, abuse, assault, or worse, were not uncommon, especially in the unsettled period just after conquest. In Britain, we can take one example. The initial Roman conquest, beginning AD 43 under Emperor Claudius, faced fierce resistance, flaring into a full rebellion about 17 years later. The trigger for all this was Roman mistreatment of the Iceni tribe after the death of their client king. The Romans ignored the king's will, you see, which had split his inheritance between his family and Rome, and they just outright annexed his kingdom. According to Tacitus, when the Iceni queen, Boudica, objected, the Romans flogged Boudica and publicly assaulted her 2 young daughters as a demonstration of dominance. They also called in heavy debts that had been imposed on the tribe and seized property from Iceni nobles. This outrage shows how a newly conquered people might be treated, effectively as no more of chattel, until they were broken into obedience. Of course, the result in this case was an explosion. Boudica rose in revolt from AD 60 to 61, rallying many Britons in a furious attempt to expel the Romans. The rebels attacked Roman settlements, torching Londinium and other towns, and killed an estimated 70 to 80,000 Romans and pro-Roman Britons in the process. This was a serious revolt. Of course, Rome's response was swift and merciless. Governor Suetonius Paulinus regrouped the legions and defeated Boudica's vastly larger force in a pitched battle. Tacitus notes that the slaughter of Britons was so one-sided that roughly 80,000 Britons lay dead on the field, against only a few hundred Roman fatalities, a result that effectively crushed organized resistance in Britain. Boudica herself, legend says, she took her own life to avoid capture. In the aftermath, Roman retribution continued. Archaeological evidence and accounts suggest that villages were destroyed and the remaining pockets of resistance found and eradicated. Yet once the rebellion was quelled, Governor Suetonius was actively recalled to Rome for fear that his harsh reprisals were somewhat counterproductive. The next administrator, Julius Classicianus, advocated a somewhat more conciliatory approach to encourage Britons to accept Roman rule rather than just living in perpetual fear. What a novel idea that is. But either way, this whole situation highlights a cycle often seen in the empire. Early, heavy-handed oppression, leading to revolts, which is then suppressed with overwhelming brutality, followed by an effort of pragmatic consolidation when it became clear that endless cruelty could hinder the long-term goal of stable governance. Pretty much Roman officials saying, "We're very sorry for the inconvenience. We'll be nicer to you from now on. Now will you please stop rioting and pay your damn taxes?" But all in all, you gotta remember, conquest was good business, especially for Rome. I mean, it had to be, to justify the enormous expense of the constant warfare. Once subdued, a population was expected to finance its own subjugation through various forms of taxation and tribute. A bizarre twist of fate, isn't it? Finance your own subjugation through paying taxes. That sounds familiar. Well, under the Republic, Rome commonly imposed an indemnity on the defeated, a massive one-time payment, whether that be in money, crops, or resources. That's the price for peace. Carthage, for example, after the Second Punic War, had to pay a huge indemnity for over 50 years, until the Romans just decided to destroy it anyway in the Third Punic War. But that's a story for another time, isn't it? Well, in the empire, regular taxation of provinces was the norm. The fiscal systems varied by region and time, but typically included taxes on land, produce, and persons. In many provinces, a land tax called tributum soli was levied on agricultural output, and a head tax, tributum capitis, on individuals and households. Additionally, customs duties, mine royalties, and other taxes might apply. The conquered peoples thus became contributors to the Roman treasury. Their labor and their lands now served to enrich Rome. And one striking feature of Roman taxation was that Roman citizens, after a certain point, were largely exempt from direct taxes. Following 167 BC, Rome stopped levying the tributum, the direct tax on citizens in Italy, instead relying on the wealth drawn from overseas provinces. This meant the burden fell primarily on non-Roman subjects to sustain the empire's finances, until citizenship was later extended to virtually all free inhabitants in AD 212, after which the tax structure had to be evolved again. In the early imperial period, though, the provinces often experienced heavy tax burdens. The collection of taxes was sometimes done by Roman officials, but just as often Rome outsourced it to private contractors, the publicani, which I'm sure were the most popular people in town. They were essentially tax farmers, companies or syndicates, often of the equestrian class, that paid the state for the right to collect taxes in a province, then sought to extract as much as possible to make a profit. The system, of course, as you can imagine, was ripe for abuse, and the abuses did occur. During the late Republic, Cicero lamented the rapacity of these publicani in Asia province, comparing them to wolves let loose among sheep. In Judea, the hated figure of the publican in New Testament stories, like Zacchaeus, reflects how despised these tax contractors were among local populations, seen as corrupt agents who enriched themselves by gouging their own people on behalf of a foreign overlord. Taxation could provoke unrest just as surely as overt brutality could. One notable example, in AD 6, a Roman census and a new tax assessment in Judea, after it came under direct Roman rule, sparked a brief revolt of Judas of Galilee, as recorded by Josephus. People bristled at having to register their property, and all of a sudden pay tribute to these pagan conquerors. It was both an economic strain and an insult to their autonomy. Throughout the provinces, heavy taxes could lead to bankruptcies of farmers, and they did, abandonment of villages, or migration to escape tax districts. Roman authorities were aware of these dangers. The sensible governors tried to strike a balance between gathering revenue and not completely destroying the economy, which could reduce productivity, of course, and incite rebellion, and we can't have that. But not all governors were sensible. Some regions suffered under what amounted to systematic plunder. For instance, when Julius Caesar conquered Gaul, he not only looted a vast amount of gold to pay off his debts and enrich Rome, but the Gauls thereafter were subject to regular levies to support the legions that occupied them, once again paying for your own subjugation. Beyond official taxes, provinces were exploited for resources in kind of less formalized ways. Conquered lands might be confiscated by the state or given to Roman colonists. For example, in North Africa, large swaths of fertile land seized from the Carthaginians and Numidians became estates for Roman and Italian landowners, forcing locals into tenant farming or day labor. In Spain and the rich mines of silver, gold, and other metals fell under Roman control. Local people often ended up as the labor force extracting those resources for their new masters. That combination of tribute, taxes, and resource extraction meant that a significant portion of a province's output was siphoned off to benefit Italy or the armies of Rome. The prime example of that was Egypt under the Empire. It was considered the personal estate of the emperor, with its grain harvest largely destined to feed the masses in Rome, shipped across the Mediterranean every single day. Egyptian farmers, in effect, were working to fill the Roman public granaries. Any failure in Nile floods or overzealous tax collection could mean famine for them, while the quota to Rome remained inflexibly high. The provinces thus experienced Rome's rule in their daily bread. A peasant in Gaul or a peasant in Syria, a few years after the conquest, might not encounter Roman soldiers too often, but he would notice that each season a chunk of his crop would be carted off as tax, or that he's paying in coin now to a tax collector at a rate fixed by distant authorities whose names he cannot even pronounce. For urban dwellers, Roman rule might bring new tariffs at the market gates and requisitions of supplies for officials or troops passing through. Sometimes communities were required to provide a nonne, a regular supply of grain, oil, or other goods to support the war machine. When extraordinary needs arose, let's say during a campaign, or if the emperor was raising funds for some kind of construction project, additional levies could also be imposed. And I don't think I need to say it that these impositions were rarely popular. Heavy taxation is cited by ancient authors as a cause for several revolts or disturbances. For example, excessive debt and taxes in Gaul contributed to unrest in the decades after Caesar. And later, around AD 175, a peasant rebel in Egypt known as Isidorus led uprisings in part due to fiscal oppression. I can think of worse reasons to riot. In extreme cases, populations dwindled. Some farmers sold their children into slavery to pay taxes, or they simply fled. Over time, Rome did adjust certain policies. Emperor Augustus, for instance, implemented a more standardized census and tax system to curb the worst abuses of tax farmers, shifting to direct collection by imperial agents in many regions. And this brought some regularity and maybe a little relief, but the fact remains: conquered peoples were now just a part of an imperial machine, largely designed for the benefit of Rome and its own citizens, and their economic output was a resource to be managed for imperial prosperity. But don't worry. The conquest doesn't stop at taxes and swords. It extended to identity and culture. The Roman Empire was not just content with ruling the lands, you see, it sought over time to mold them in its own image. The Roman way. This process, which modern scholars also are often called Romanization, involved the spread of Roman and Italian language, customs, law, architecture, social practices among the subject people. It was partly a deliberate policy and partly an organic consequence of Roman presence. In the immediate wake of conquest, cultural imposition could be pretty blunt. The Romans might outlaw certain local practices that they deemed to be threatening. A vivid example of that is the suppression of the Druids in Gaul and Britain. The Druids, as native priests and leaders, were focal points of the Celtic cultural resistance. Roman authorities under the Roman Emperor Claudius, banned Druidic rites and reportedly slaughtered Druid priests. In AD 60, during the campaign that coincided with Boudicca's revolt, Suetonius Paulus attacked the island of Mona, that is, Anglesey, a stronghold of the Druids, and of course he massacred them all, then cutting down their sacred groves. But to the Romans, this was eliminating a spiritual rallying point for rebellion. To the conquered Celts, it was an assault on the core of their identity. Over the longer term, though, Romanization often worked through more subtle and effective means rather than outright bans. More of think of it like a gravitational pull rather than a forceful push. The Romans set about civilizing, in their view, the new subjects by introducing the Roman ways of life. They established cities in the Roman architectural style, forums with grand columns, temples to Jupiter, Apollo, or even the emperor, bathhouses, amphitheaters for Roman games, and basilicas for administration. In many cases, existing native towns were reshaped with Roman street grids and buildings. Along with physical infrastructure came the Latin language, at least in the West, and a heavy influx of Roman and Greco-Roman culture. Roman authorities encouraged local elites to adopt Roman dress and habits. A telling passage again comes from Tacitus, describing how his father-in-law Agricola, as a governor of Britain, late 1st century AD, used cultural inducements on the Britons. Agricola provided the sons of native chiefs a Roman education, praised them for speaking Latin well, and awarded those who adopted Roman customs. The Britons, he notes, began to wear the toga, and the toga became a bit of a fashion symbol. They were drawn to Roman entertainment and luxuries too, baths, wine, feasts, and in their naivety they called this civilization, though it was a part of their own enslavement. Tacitus, wry observation. All this in their ignorance they called it civilization, when it was but part of their servitude. Well, that captures a double-edged nature of Romanization, don't you think? On one hand, the conquered peoples did enjoy the new amenities and learning, and on the other hand, these things they were enjoying were the very tools to pacify them, to make them forsake their old independent spirit. Of course, language was a key element. In Western Europe and North Africa, Latin gradually became the dominant tongue, although it often mixed with local languages. The Roman government conducted business in Latin to deal with authorities or advance socially, and the natives had to learn it. Over generations, Latin overtook Gaulish Celtic in Gaul and Brittonic Celtic in much of Britain, though in rural areas local speech could persist for centuries, and it did. But if you want to do business in any way, well, you just had to speak their language. In the Eastern Mediterranean, where Greek was already common, the Romans pragmatically used Greek as the lingua franca, so Romanization there meant less about language and more about lore and, in general, just loyalty to the emperor. Throughout the empire, the concept of Roman law was introduced, sometimes coexisting with local laws. Provincials gradually came under the umbrella of Roman legal processes, which, while admittedly harsh, no one's going to argue with that, at least provided a structured judicial system. For example, the right to appeal to the emperor in certain cases, famously exercised by the Apostle Paul as a Roman citizen. Law, just like infrastructure, was a Roman contribution that had lasting impact. But religion, too, was an arena of cultural domination, but also fusion. Generally, Rome was polytheistic and pretty tolerant of native gods, as long as those gods could be somewhat syncretized with the Roman ones and didn't inspire sedition. Often Rome merged foreign deities with their own. In Britain and Gaul, local gods were identified with Roman equivalents. For example, a Celtic healing god became assimilated to Apollo, a war god to Mars. Things like this. They built temples where Roman and local deities were worshipped side by side. However, when religious practice challenged imperial authority, Rome cracked down hard, as with Druidism or later persecution of Christianity before it was accepted. A special case was Judea. The Jewish people's monotheism and refusal to participate in the imperial cult of emperor worship was a cause of persistent friction, eventually erupting in the Great Revolts. Generally, though, for most conquered peoples, adopting aspects of Roman religion, including the cult of the emperor, became a part of showing loyalty. The imperial cult, worship of the emperor's genius or spirit, was actively promoted in the province. Local notables would compete to serve as priests of the emperor, or to host festivals in his honor, simultaneously elevating their own status while they're at it, and so in this way religious life was harnessed to imperial propaganda. The everyday social customs of the conquered peoples gradually shifted under Roman influence. Clothing styles changed. The toga or the tunic replaced native garb in many contexts, at least for the elite. Housing in Roman style, villas with baths and mosaics appeared where wealthy natives embraced Roman tastes. Native forms of art were replaced or blended with Roman motifs. Education in the Roman curriculum, rhetoric, philosophy, literature, largely a Greco-Roman content, became available especially for the sons of elites, producing new generations who thought like Romans. These changes were more pronounced in the urban centers and among the upper classes. Out in the countryside, an Iberian or Syrian peasant might still follow the traditional ways. But the direction was set. Rome strove to make its subjects culturally Roman, to cement their political subjugation. Despite this, cultural domination was never absolute. In many cases it was a two-way exchange. The Romans, as practical as ever, allowed local traditions to continue if they posed no threat. In Egypt, for example, the priesthood of Isis and local religious rites continued alongside the cult of Augustus. In Gaul, the common people likely still spoke Gaulish for generations, even as the aristocrats Latinized. There was also resistance in subtler forms, you see. People clung to their identities under the Roman veneer. Yet by and large, Romanization succeeded in many regions, to the point that by the later empire, provincial-born citizens often saw themselves as proudly Roman. By the 2nd century A.D., an educated Gaul like Claudius Aristarchus could write a poetic panegyric praising Rome's civilized virtues. And by the 4th century, St. Augustine in North Africa, though of Punic descent, wrote in impeccable Latin and was a Roman citizen in outlook and law. The old identities had not completely vanished, don't get me wrong, but they had been subsumed under a large Roman identity, which was exactly Rome's long-term plan for securing loyalty of the provinces. Of course, it's very easy and equally necessary, sure, to emphasize the terrible aspects of Roman conquest. But if you want to fully understand Rome's rule, you have to ask the other question: what did Roman domination provide to the conquered? In fact, after all the killing had stopped, many of the subjugated people came to accept and even appreciate Roman rule, so there must have been something. Part of the answer lies in the tangible benefits that Rome brought, even as byproducts of serving its own interest. The first of these was infrastructure on an unprecedented scale. Roman engineers built a vast network of roads across the empire. The famous Roman roads, paved highways that connected once isolated regions. These roads were built for the legions to move quickly, but they also spurred trade and mobility for ordinary people. Merchants could transport goods faster and more securely than ever before. Ideas and information traveled across these roads too, and it was said, all roads lead to Rome, and indeed the conquered peoples found themselves linked to a continental system. Bridges spanned rivers, aqueducts carried clean water to cities that had never had it before, and harbors were constructed, or just improved to facilitate commerce. The ruins of these works, by the way, roads, bridges, aqueducts, can still be seen today, all the way from Britain to Syria. Now, if that's not a testament to the empire's investment in infrastructure, I don't know what is. Then, of course, there was urbanization. The Romans prided themselves on their city life, very cosmopolitan, and they dotted the empire with cities modeled after Rome. New provincial capitals and colony towns were established, from Augusta Trevorum, Trier in Gaul, to Camalodunum in Britain, to Caesarea in Palestine, often complete with amenities like bath complexes, amphitheaters for entertainment, forums for markets and civic business. The presence of these amenities did improve quality of life for those with access. A provincial inhabitant might enjoy public baths, a novelty for many in some regions, attend gladiatorial games or chariot races in a local arena, or simply benefit from the security of the brand new city walls now surrounding them. Romans also brought their advanced techniques in sanitation and construction. Some cities got sewers or a fresh water supply, reducing disease, at least within the urban environment. Economically, the empire created a huge free trade zone, within its borders, that is. Once local wars ceased and banditry was curtailed by Roman patrols, trade flourished between regions. A merchant in Asia could ship grain or wine to Gaul and receive Spanish olive oil or Egyptian linen in return, all under the protection of the Pax Romana. Many provincials prospered by tapping into these new markets. The empire standardized currency to a degree, the denarius and later Antoninianus, become widely spread and used in later periods, making commerce a hell of a lot easier. A common legal framework within contract laws, protections for properties, etc. also encouraged business, and over time, some provinces became truly wealthy under Rome because of these new systems. Let's take North Africa, for instance, where they became a breadbasket, exporting tons of grain. Syria and Egypt were bustling with industry and trade. The elite of these provinces grew rich and lived lifestyles comparable to Roman elites, building fine houses and endowing cities with monuments. And then in general you had security, another benefit touted by Rome. By conquering and then subduing all rival powers around the Mediterranean, Rome created an environment relatively free of large-scale warfare within the empire for over 2 centuries. This period often termed the Pax Romana, that Roman peace from 27 BC to about 180 AD. To be sure, this peace was brutally enforced. Calgacus's quote about a desert being called peace once again comes to mind, if you remember it, that Caledonian general. But for many ordinary people it did mean an escape from the constant intertribal warfare or raids that had simply been a fact of life before. A Gallic farmer in the 1st century AD, whose grandfather had been constantly caught in tribal skirmishes, might now have a much more peaceful life. His only worry now was keeping up with the taxes. Pirates that once infested the seas were largely eliminated after Pompey's campaign in 67 BC, and that made sea travel far safer. The Romans maintained a postal system too, the cursus publicus, that while for official use incidentally improved communication in the provinces. One Greek orator in the 2nd century, alias Aristides, lavishly praised Rome for making the world habitable and safe as follows: so that one can travel from one end of the empire to the other without fear, as if passing through a single nation. It sounds pretty good, right? This might be hyperbole, but it reflects a sentiment that many provincial subjects, especially those far from the original conquest violence, eventually held: that Rome had imposed a welcome form of order on a previously chaotic world. And Roman citizenship, well, that was another little goodie that over time blunted the sting of conquest. Initially, citizenship was reserved for Italians and a few local nobles outside of Italy. But gradually, Rome extended this privilege. By serving 25 years in the auxiliary forces, I know, right, 25 years, a provincial could earn citizenship for himself and his children. Wealthy provincials might be granted citizenship as a favor or in exchange for service. Citizenship was highly coveted because it came with social status and legal advantages. For example, the exemption from some taxes, and you wouldn't be getting crucified if you were a Roman either. They weren't allowed to do that to you. You also got the right to vote in Roman elections, although voting was pretty impractical for those far away. You still get it. But as generations passed, more provincials became citizens. Entire communities were enfranchised for loyalty. The famous Edict of Caracalla in AD 212 finally granted citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire. By that time, the concept of Rome had expanded dramatically. A Syrian, a Gaul, a Numidian, well, they could all proudly call themselves a Roman, without necessarily having a drop of Italian blood between them. And this inclusion was a big step in helping to secure the empire's unity. It was a pretty long time, from being shackled, a prisoner of war, to a respected Roman citizen. But Rome made that journey possible for the conquered, a strategy to prevent rebellion by offering a stake in the system. Tacitus notes that by praising their eloquence and talent, Agricola induced the sons of British chiefs to want to be Roman more than they wanted to be British, in effect dangling the prospect that if you can't beat us, join us, and at least you'll have a share in the glory then. And finally, there is the subjective benefit of assimilation into a wider world. For those open to it, Roman rule was an entry ticket into the rich Greco-Roman civilization. Conquered people gained access to the works of Greek art and literature, the philosophy of Athens, the jurisprudence of Rome. They might partake in grand spectacles at amphitheaters, or join legions and see far-off lands. The empire, for all its oppression, created opportunities for talent to rise regardless of origin. consider that by the 2nd century too, emperors themselves had governed the provinces. Oh, let's think. Septimius Severus from North Africa. Off the top of my head, Hadrian and Trajan, they were from Spain too. Of course, this would have been pretty unthinkable in earlier centuries. You just would not have seen it. How can we have a Roman emperor that is not Roman? But of course, now, everyone gets to be Roman, as long as you're in the empire and behave yourself. You see, that change itself is evidence of how thoroughly some conquered peoples became integrated and even dominant within the empire's elite. Rome's harsh conquest eventually gave way to an imperial kind of cosmopolitanism. A talented youth from Gaul could become a philosopher in Athens, or a general on the Danube, or a governor in Egypt. The sky was the limit, as long as you were in the empire. And such mobility and cultural fusion were pretty positive byproducts of empire, though they were enjoyed by a minority, but at least you still had a chance. You wouldn't get it in many other empires that conquered you, that's for sure. So while the victims of Roman conquest suffered immensely, their descendants, if they survived and adapted, might find that Roman rule brought a measure of order, connectivity, and even prosperity that in some cases exceeded what had existed before. It's no wonder that Roman historians like Livy or later authors like Aristides spoke of Rome's conquest as the spread of civilization. Many provincials eventually agreed, at least superficially, taking pride in their forums, baths, and theatres as symbols, that they too were part of the Roman peace. As one Judean contemporary sarcastically quipped recorded in the Talmud, Avoda Zara 2a, the Romans have built marketplaces, bridges, and bathhouses. They do it for their own needs, but look how it benefits everyone. It's a grudging acknowledgement that alongside the sword, Rome also wielded the builder's trowel and the administrator's pen. It reshaped the conquered societies in ways that would endure. Of course, despite the potential benefits of Roman rule, the oppression was never really forgotten by the conquered. Many of them were not willing to acquiesce without a good fight, either initially or generations later. And the history of the empire itself is punctuated by revolts, large ones and small ones. It serves as a testament to how harshly the rule could be felt, and how strongly and deeply people desired freedom. We've already discussed Boudicca's uprising in Britain, and of course the Jewish revolts. These were among the most famous insurrections, both fueled by multiple grievances, taxes, persecution, loss of land, all sorts of unpleasurable things, and both met with ferocious Roman retaliation. But there were others. In Gaul, only a few years after Caesar's conquest, a leader named Julius Sarcovia led a revolt of the Gaulish nobles under Tiberius's reign in AD 21, protesting heavy debts and the arrogance of Roman officials. And guess what? It was pretty well and truly crushed, but it still indicated this lingering resentment. In North Africa, Tacfarinas, a Numidian insurgent, waged a guerrilla war against Rome during Augustus's later years, rallying his people against the new taxes and garrisons. Rome had to send a legion, and eventually eliminate him after several campaigns. A minor inconvenience. A blip on the radar, really, for them. In the Eastern Empire, regions like Anatolia and Egypt periodically saw local rebellions or riots, often tied to anger at greedy governors or religious tensions exacerbated by Roman interference. But perhaps the most revealing aspect of these revolts is what the rebels said about what they fought. And once again, we talk from Tacitus's point of view, and he gives us, in addition to Calgacus's stirring speech, another speech that is placed in the mouth of Boudicca, where she allegedly reminded her people that the Romans who, quote, call themselves the masters of the world will spare neither our children nor our old men, and that Britons were essentially fighting for their very existence and liberty. Cassius Dio, a later historian, similarly describes Boudicca exhorting her warriors to consider how much better it is to die free than to live as slaves under the Roman rule. In Judea, rebel leaders like Simon Bar Kokhba in the Second Jewish Revolt AD 132-35 cast their struggle as a war of national liberation, trying to restore independence from an idolatrous empire that had trampled their faith and nation. So over and over we see the conquered framing Rome as brutal oppressors, which from their perspective, well, it's kind of hard to argue against. Maybe, but, some places that Rome conquered, perhaps they were as savage, and perhaps they needed to be civilized. Who knows? Who knows what they were doing? If we're going to believe some of the things we read in Tacitus about what these places were, and give it a little bit of credence, well, certainly arguments that can be made in either direction. Roman authors sometimes acknowledge the perspective of the conquered too, even if indirectly, and the fact that Tacitus, a Roman senator, pens the line, "They make a desert and call it peace," well, that's pretty telling on its own. That suggests that even Romans could critique the moral cost of building the Pax Romana. In the early 1st century BC, the Italian allies in the Social War, who had been Rome's partners, revolted when they felt the injustice of being treated as inferiors, and their rallying cry was the demand for citizenship and fair treatment, which Rome eventually granted after a fair bit of bloodshed. Thus resistance took not only violent form but also political. Peoples petitioned for rights or relief. Sometimes the threat of rebellion was enough to force concessions, and it did. But it's also important to note that not all resistance was open or military. Cultural resistance persisted in subtle ways. Secret adherence to banned religions, the oral preservation of native histories and languages, and the passive non-compliance with Roman edicts. Some provincial subjects became infamous to Romans for their stubborn clinging to barbaric ways. For example, the mountain tribes of Asturia and Cantabria in Spain were never fully Romanized despite being conquered. They would periodically cause trouble and were seen as restive. The free Germans beyond the Rhine were also a constant reminder that not everyone fell under Roman sway. In AD 9, Arminius, a Germanic prince, raised as a Roman ally, turned on Rome and ambushed 3 legions in the Teutoburg forest, completely wiping them out. This calamity halted Roman expansion into Germania. Those German tribes remained unconquered too, and Tacitus later even romanticized them as freedom-loving primitives in his work Germania. So clearly, the ideal of freedom from Rome held a powerful appeal even to those who had tasted some benefits of Roman alliance. As for Arminius, he had served in the Roman army and earned citizenship, but he threw it all away for that little chance to defend his people's independence, and to this very day, he's honored as a hero in Germany. Xerxes I, the 4th king of the Achaemenid dynasty of Persia, he reigned from 486 BC until his assassination in 465 BC. He succeeded his father, Darius the Great, and is most famously known for his invasion of Greece in 480 BC, including the famous battles of Thermopylae, Salamis, and Plataea. Although these military efforts ultimately failed and limited Persian expansion into Europe, Xerxes also focused on grand architectural projects, such as completing the Persepolis Palace complex, showcasing his capabilities as an administrator of an empire that extended from India to the Balkans. Despite the negative portrayal in Greek historical narratives, modern assessments recognize Xerxes as a significant ruler, whose reign combined ambitious military campaigns with impressive cultural achievements, showing once again the complexities of his leadership when the Persian Empire experienced its heights. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Back to the old times of the Achaemenid Empire today. We recently did a video on Darius the Great, so why not talk about the life of his son, Xerxes? Perhaps you recognize the name from the film 300. Well, newsflash. That depiction was not quite as accurate as many might want to believe. As we've mentioned, sources of the Greek times, well, they certainly paint him in quite a negative light. History is always written by the victors, I suppose. But we're going to try and get to the truth of it today while still talking about those Greek sources. We'll try and be as fair as possible. Now, before we start, how about you leave your thoughts in the comments? What do you think about Xerxes? And what else would you like to see in the future? Perhaps more Achaemenid kings, or perhaps something from a little bit earlier, back into the Bronze Age. Let me know, and I'll put it on the list. But let's get nice and relaxed for now, and begin the life of Xerxes the Great. Now, as we've mentioned, Xerxes' father was Darius, who reigned from 522 to 486 BC as the ruler of the Achaemenid Empire. However, Darius himself was not part of the family of Cyrus the Great, the empire's founder. The situation was a little bit more complicated than that. He somewhat snatched the throne. Well, you gotta take it somehow, don't you? Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus, was the mother of Xerxes. Darius and Atossa wedded in 522 BC, and apparently Xerxes was born in 518. Yes, all a little complex. If you want to know a little bit more about Darius, well, go and watch the video about him. It should be in the Middle East playlist. Now, continuing on. The Greek conversation First Alcibiades states that Persian princes were raised by eunuchs, as it depicts their usual upbringing and education. Commencing at the age of 7, they acquired the skills of horseback riding and hunting, all pretty normal educational routes for a person of noble upbringing in the Achaemenid Empire. Well, upon reaching the age of 14, they would usually receive instruction from 4 tutors, each hailing from aristocratic lineages, who imparted wisdom, justice, prudence, and courage. Persian princes were instructed in the fundamental principles of the Zoroastrian faith, which emphasized the virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline. Do remember that we are talking about times that is around 1200 years, give or take, before the advent of Islam, when the majority of that area was indeed of the Zoroastrian faith, worshipping that Ahura Mazda. Well, that's the topic for a different video. I did one a while back, but perhaps I'll do a new one. Now, the discussion of the First Alcibiades further states that fear for a Persian is tantamount to enslavement. So once again, that goes to show these virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline, along with that self-determination. Well, upon reaching the age of 16 or 17, they commenced their obligatory 10-year period of national duty, encompassing activities such as archery and javelin training, participation in competitive events for rewards, and engaging in hunting pursuits, all fairly normal and not just unique to the Persians. While subsequently they enlisted in the armed forces for around 25 years, following which they were promoted to the esteemed position of elders and counselors to the monarch. During this era it was common for families, such as Xerxes, to engage in intermarriage. Now, onto the sources that we have from Xenophon, the Greek historian. His portrayal of the education system among the Persian elite is corroborated by his detailed depiction of Cyrus the Younger, a prince of the Achaemenid dynasty in the 5th century BC, with whom he had quite a close relationship. It suggested that Xerxes likely had a similar background and schooling to Cyrus the Younger, but it remains uncertain if Xerxes acquired literacy skills. Do keep in mind the cuneiform systems of writing were extremely advanced for their times, and at this point, post-Bronze Age collapse, it had certainly moved beyond the point of mere record-keeping. We even have some epic poetry as well, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and Tales of the Flood and Atrahasis. Once again, topics for a separate video, but I digress. Well, of course, the Persians did show a preference for oral tradition rather than written records, but that does not mean that they had a complete lack of written records. So, it is perhaps that Xerxes' upbringing and education may have been similar to those of later Persian rulers, such as Abbas the Great, who ruled the Safavid Empire in the 17th century AD. Well, either way, from 498 BC onwards, it seems that Xerxes had taken up residence at the regal palace of Babylon, which was about as regal as you could get in those days. Now, onto the military campaigns against Greece, which would certainly define the life of Xerxes, and of course his father, too. Well, during Darius's early preparations for another military campaign against Greece, a rebellion erupted in Egypt in 486 BC. Do remember, this is post the defeat at the Battle of Marathon. Now, this uprising in Egypt was triggered by the burden of excessive taxes and the forced relocation of skilled artisans to construct the royal palaces back in Susa and Persepolis, which is of course east of the boundaries of the Tigris River. Persian law mandated that the king select a successor before embarking on such a perilous expedition, kind of like writing a will of sorts, just in case. Well, in compliance with the law, Darius, when preparing to depart for Egypt, made arrangements for his tomb at Naqsh el-Rustam, located about 5 kilometers away from his royal palace in Persepolis. Well, furthermore, he designated Xerxes, his eldest son from Atossa, as his successor. Nevertheless, Darius was unable to spearhead the military expedition as a result of his deteriorating health, and he passed away in October of 486 BC at the age of 64. But, as with succession disputes, they're always a little sticky. Another, named Artobazan, asserted his right to the throne based on his status as the eldest among Darius's offspring. Remember, he was not of the same mother. Now, in contrast, Xerxes maintained that he deserved the crown because he was the son of Atossa, who was the daughter of Cyrus. Xerxes further justified his claim by emphasizing that Cyrus had played a vital role in securing the Persians' freedom, therefore adding a little more weight to the scale. The assertion made by Xerxes was corroborated by Demaratus, a Spartan king in exile who was in Persia during that period. Demaratus further contended that the eldest son did not possess an inherent right to rule, citing Spartan law which stipulated that the first-born son, while the father is reigning, would inherit the kingship. Some contemporary academics see Darius's unconventional choice to pass the throne to Xerxes as a deliberate assessment of the specific status held by Cyrus the Great and his daughter Atossa, and that certainly seems to be the most likely case. But Artabasan was born to Darius too, who was a subordinate at the time. But Xerxes was the firstborn son after Darius became ruler. In addition, it's worth noting that Artabasan's mother belonged to the common people, if we want to use such lowbrow terms, whereas Xerxes' mother was the offspring of an individual who established the Achaemenid Empire itself. They don't call him Cyrus the Great for nothing. Well, either way, the scales were tipped in Xerxes' favor, and he ascended to the throne and assumed power after his father in the period of October or perhaps December of 486 BC, at the age of approximately 32. While Xerxes' assumption of royal power remained unchallenged within the Achaemenid dynasty, and among the subjects of the empire, thanks in part to Atossa's influential position and authority. Yes, unfortunately the writing was on the wall for Artabasan. But hey, there's no harm in trying your luck. Well, upon Xerxes' ascension to the throne, unrest was developing within several regions under his rule. Nothing unusual, changes in management. Well, an uprising transpired in Egypt, which was already in a bit of a sticky situation in Darius's time, posing a significant threat that prompted Xerxes to assume personal command of the army in order to reinstate stability. And this also afforded him the chance to commence his reign with a military expedition. In January of 484 BC, Xerxes quelled the rebellion and replaced the previous satrap Pherendates with his full brother Achaemenes as the ruler of Egypt, following reports of Pherendates' death during the uprising. The quelling of the Egyptian uprising depleted the military forces that had been assembled by Darius throughout the preceding 3 years. Consequently, Xerxes was compelled to assemble a new military force for his campaign in Greece, which was a process that was going to consume another 4 years. It's not easy getting that many men. Well, Babylon had frequent turmoil too, and they rose against Xerxes on at least 2 occasions throughout his reign. The initial uprising occurred in either June or July of 484 BC, and was spearheaded by a dissident named Bel-Shimani. The uprising led by Bel-Shimani was admittedly quite brief, as evidenced by Babylonian records, which only trace a span of 2 weeks during his reign. You can imagine what they did to him. Well, after a span of 2 years, Babylon gave rise to another insurgent commander, this time by the name of Shamash-Eriba. Commencing in the summer of 482 BC, Shamash-Eriba successfully captured Babylon, and even a few other adjacent cities, including Borsippa and Dilbat. However, in March of 481 BC, after a prolonged siege of Babylon, Shamash-Eriba was ultimately defeated. The exact reason for all the turmoil in Babylon is, well, it's a little unclear, which is not quite sure. Hopefully we can pull some cuneiform tablet out of the ground within the next few years that explains the whole thing. Better start digging. Well, it is possible, however, that the cause was tax hikes. And can you believe that? That people would rise up against their rulers for raising taxes? What a novel idea that is. Well, before these uprisings, Babylon held a unique status within the Achaemenid Empire. You see, the Achaemenid kings were titled King of Babylon and King of the Lands, and that suggests that they considered Babylonia to be somewhat distinct within their empire, yet still connected to their own kingdom through a personal union. Of course, there's all sorts of names for Persian kings, including King of Kings, King of all the lands, King of everything, King of the ice cream shop, whatever it is. There is a great many titles. Now, following the uprisings, Xerxes actually removed the title King of Babylon from his official position, and he reorganized this expansive Babylonian satrapy into smaller subdivisions, cutting them off at the knees a little bit, it seems. Now, according to documents written by classical writers, it is commonly believed that Xerxes carried out a rather ruthless retribution against Babylon in response to the two uprisings. According to these accounts, Xerxes dismantled the defensive structures of Babylon and inflicted harm upon the city's temples. According to the accounts, the Esagila suffered significant damage, and Xerxes supposedly took the statue of Marduk out of the city, potentially transporting it to Iran and melting it down. According to ancient authors, by the way, who claim that the statue was built completely of gold, apparently it was quite possible to do this. And of course, she had quite a lot of gold at the end. Well, according to contemporary historians such as Amélie Kurt, it is probable that Xerxes actually just demolished the temples completely. However, it's suggested that the narrative of him doing so might have simply originated from a negative attitude towards the Persians among the Babylonians. But there is uncertainty on whether the statue was actually taken from Babylon. Some individuals have even proposed that Xerxes did remove a statue from the cities, but rather than the statue of a deity Marduk, it was the golden figure of a man. Which man? We don't know. Could have been Cyrus the Great, perhaps. But still, we can't find that statue of Marduk. So I tend to believe that it was the statue of Marduk. You see, although references to it are somewhat fewer compared to previous eras, existing historical records indicate that Babylonian New Year's festival persisted in some manner during the Achaemenid Empire, and due to the transition of power from the Babylonians to the Persians, and the subsequent replacement of the city's influential families by Xerxes after the revolt, it is likely that the festival's customary rites and events underwent, let's just say, significant alterations. Well, in terms of the statue, if you are, in my opinion, going to demoralize an enemy, well, you must remember how Persian and Near East societies generally were with their deities. A lot of the time they were tied to this city, the patron deity of that city, quite like in ancient Egypt too. And of course the pantheon of this area was quite extensive. Taking away this deity. Well, that's certainly quite a slap in the face, and certainly a terrible omen. Well, now that's just my opinion. But if I was Xerxes, that's what I would have done. Shame if they actually did melt it down, though. I hope they didn't. I hope it's one of those discoveries that we've not yet uncovered. Perhaps it's just under some ruin somewhere, a giant golden statue of Marduk. Very cool. Well, Darius perished while in the midst of assembling a second military force to launch an invasion of the Greek mainland, and, as we'd mentioned, his son was entrusted with the responsibility of exacting retribution upon the Athenians, Naxians, and Eretrians for their involvement in the Ionian revolt, the destruction of Sardis, and of course that rather embarrassing triumph over the Persians at Marathon. Hard to forget that. But starting in 483 BC, Xerxes made preparations for his voyage. He had the Xerxes Canal dug through the isthmus of the Mount Athos Peninsula. Provisions were kept in stations along the road through Thrace. Additionally, 2 pontoon bridges, which became quite famous and known as Xerxes Pontoon, were constructed across the Hellespont. Xerxes' armies consisted of soldiers from various nationalities, hailing from his vast multi-ethnic empire spanning Eurasia and beyond. These included the Assyrians, Phoenicians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Jews, Macedonians, Ionians, Achaean Greeks, Greeks from Pontus, Colchians, Sindes, and many others of smaller subgroups. As per the account of the Greek historian Herodotus, Xerxes' initial endeavor to construct the bridge across the Hellespont was unsuccessful due to a storm that caused the destruction of the bridge's flax and papyrus cables. Xerxes, in response, commanded that the Hellespont, the strait itself, be lashed 300 times and had shackles thrown into the river. That ought to show it. Serves the Hellespont right for not doing as it's told. While the second endeavor of Xerxes to construct a bridge across the Hellespont proved to be triumphant. Perhaps because of the lashes. Who knows? The Carthaginian invasion of Sicily resulted in Greece losing the backing of the influential rulers of Syracuse and Agrigentum. Now, while ancient sources attribute this to Xerxes, contemporary study casts more than a little doubt on this claim. Additionally, several lesser Greek cities, including Thessaly, Thebes, and Argos, aligned themselves with the Persians. Because do remember that Greece was not a unified entity then. Of course, the seeds were being sown for the Hellenic League, especially in the threat of the Persians, but usually when the Greeks were not fighting the Persians, they were busy enough fighting each other. Well, speaking of fighting, Xerxes emerged quite triumphant in the early skirmishes, and things were looking good. Now, in the spring of 480 BC, Xerxes departed from Sardis with a formidable force consisting of perhaps 1 million soldiers and a navy. Among his troops were 10,000 highly skilled fighters, known as the Immortals, as estimated at least by Herodotus. The most up-to-date calculations indicate that the Persian force, in its main number, consisted of approximately 60,000 individuals engaged in battle. Of course, if you read Herodotus, he will tell you that it was 2 million or some ridiculous number like this. So do remember that if you are going to read the primary source on it, which I encourage you to do so, and we're about to read a passage from it, to take some of those numbers with a little bit of a grain of salt. Now, during the Battle of Thermopylae, a very small contingent of Greek soldiers under the command of King Leonidas of Sparta valiantly opposed the significantly larger Persian forces, but were finally overcome. According to Herodotus, the Persians successfully defeated the Spartan phalanx due to the treachery of a Greek citizen named Ephialtes, who informed the Persians of an alternative mountain crossing. Artemisium was disrupted by severe storms that caused significant damage to Greek ships, leading to the premature halt of the combat. And the Greeks, upon learning of their defeat at Thermopylae, decided to finally retreat. Now, as I said, we're going to read an account from Herodotus, and we do indeed have a lovely little account from him about the moments after the betrayal of Ephialtes. I'm sure that you're generally familiar with the events of the Battle of Thermopylae, so let's read from that now. Now, as the king was in a great strait, and knew not how he should deal with the emergency, Ephialtes, the son of Eurydimus, a man of malice, came to him and was admitted to a conference. Stirred by the hope of receiving a rich reward at the king's hands, he had come to tell him of the pathway which led across the mountain to Thermopylae, which, by disclosure, he brought destruction of the band of Greeks who had there been withstood the barbarians. This Ephialtes afterwards, from fear of the Lacedaemonians, fled into Thessaly, and during his exile, in an assembly of the Amphictyons held at Pylae, a price was set upon his head by the Philagore. When some time had gone by, he returned from exile, and went to Anticyra, where he was slain by Athenides, a native of Trachis. Athenides did not slay him for his treachery, but for another reason, which I shall mention in a later part of my history, yet still the Lacedaemonians honored him none the less. Thus then did Ephialtes perish a long time afterwards. Besides this, there is another story told, which I do not at all believe, to wit, that Onetas, the son of Phanagoras, a native of Carystus, and Corydalus, a man of Anticyra, were the person who spoke on this matter to the king, and took the Persians across the mountain. One may guess this story is true, from the fact that the deputies of the Greeks, the Philagore, who must have heard had best means of asserting the truth, did not offer the reward for the heads of Onetas and Corydalus, but for that of Ephialtes of Trachis, and then from the flight of Ephialtes, which we know to have been on this account. Onetas, I allow, although he was not a Malian, might have been acquainted with the path if he had lived much in part of that country, but as Ephialtes was the person who actually led the Persians round the mountain by the pathway, I leave his name on the record as that of the man who did the deed. Great was the joy of Xerxes on this occasion, and as he approved highly of the enterprise which Ephialtes undertook to accomplish, he forthwith sent upon the errand of Hydarnes and the Persians under him. The troops left the camp about the time of the lighting of the lamps. The pathway along which way they went was first discovered by the Malians of these parts, who soon afterwards led the Thessalians by it to attack the Phocians, at the time when the Phocians fortified the pass with a wall, and so put themselves under covert from danger. And ever since, the path has always been put to an ill use by the Malians. The Persians took this path, and crossing the Asopus, continued their march through the whole night, having the mountains of Oeta on their right hand, and on their left those of Trachis. At dawn, they found themselves close to the summit. Now the hill was guarded, and as I have already said, by 1,000 Phocian men at arms, who were placed there to defend the pathway, and at the same time secure their own country. They had been given the guard of the mountain path, while the other Greeks defended the pass below, because they had volunteered for the service and had pledged themselves to Leonidas to maintain the post. The Greeks at Thermopylae received the first warning of their destruction which the dawn would bring on them from the seer Megistias, who read their fate in the victims as he was sacrificing. After this, deserters came in and brought the news that the Persians were marching round the hills. It was still in the night when these men arrived. Last of all, the scouts came running down from the heights and brought in the same accounts. When the day was just beginning to break, and then the Greeks held a council to consider what they should do, and here opinions were divided. Some were strong against quitting their post, while others contended to the contrary. So when the council had broken up, part of the troops departed and went their ways homeward to their several states. Part, however, resolved to remain and stand by Leonidas to the last. End of the account from Herodotus. God, so good. Look, even though sometimes he blows things out of proportion, I just like reading Herodotus, okay? It's just good. Now, of course, we all know how the Battle of Thermopylae ended up. Of course, it was a valiant effort by the Greeks, but ultimately they were overcome. And following the Battle of Thermopylae, Athens was captured. But the Persians didn't quite get what they were expecting. You see, prior to Xerxes' arrival, the majority of the Athenians had evacuated the city and sought refuge on the island of Salamis. A little contingent endeavored to protect the Athenian Acropolis, however, and once again a very valiant stand, after which they were vanquished. Xerxes commanded the annihilation of Athens and set fire to the city, resulting in the creation of a well-documented layer of ruin. The Persians successfully acquired dominion over the entire continent of Greece, located north of the Isthmus of Corinth. But let's see how long they can hold it. Xerxes, against the counsel of Artemisia of Halicarnassus, was persuaded by Themistocles' message to launch an attack on the Greek fleet in unfavorable circumstances, instead of dividing his ships and waiting for the Greek armies to disband. You see, Themistocles was quite clever. I've done a full video on him, but he effectively buddied up with Xerxes and gave him very poor advice, which was presented in a way that was, well, it was deemed as a very wise decision to attack, when really Themistocles was trying to bait him into it. Well, it certainly worked. The Greek navy emerged victorious in the Battle of Salamis in September of 480 BC. Subsequently, Xerxes established a winter encampment in Thessaly. Herodotus reports once again that Xerxes, out of concern that the Greeks may assault the bridges spanning the Hellespont and ensnare his army in Europe, made the decision to withdraw to Asia bringing the majority of his forces along. Another factor contributing to the retreat could have been the ongoing turmoil in Babylon, once again, always causing trouble. Well, the crucial region of the empire demanded the direct involvement of the king, and he couldn't be in two places at a time. So, he left a group of soldiers in Greece to complete the military operation under the command of Mardonius, who, as stated by Herodotus, had initially proposed the idea of retreating. The Persian offensive on Greece was decisively halted the next year at Plataea, when the combined troops of the Greek city-states beat the Persian army. Now, just before we continue on, there is a very good account from the work entitled The Persians by Aeschylus that gives a much more poetic twist to it than I ever could. So, before we move on completely from the Battle of Salamis, I'm going to read from his work, The Persians. The night was passing, and the Grecian host by no means sought to issue forth unseen. But when indeed the day with their white steeds held all the earth resplendent to behold, first from the Greeks the loud resounding din of song triumphant came, and shrill at once echo responded from the island rock. Then upon all barbarians terror fell, thus disappointed, for not as for flight the Hellenes sang the holy paean then, but setting forth to battle valiantly. The bugle with its note inflamed them all, and straightway with the dip of the plashing oars they smote the deep-sea water at command, and quickly all were plainly to be seen. Their right wing, first in orderly array, led on, and the second all the armament followed them forth, and meanwhile there was heard a mighty shout. Come, O ye sons of Greeks, make free your country, make your children free, your wives, and fanes of your ancestral gods, and your sires' tombs, for all we now contend. And from our side the rush of Persian speech replied. No longer might the crisis wait. At once ship smote on ship with brazen beak. A vessel of the Greeks began the attack, crushing the stem of a Phoenician ship. Each on a different vessel turned its prow. At first the current of the Persian host withstood, but when within the strait the throng of ships was gathered, and they could not aid each other, but by their own brazen bows were struck, they shattered all our naval host. The Grecian vessels, not unskilfully, were smiting round about. The hulls of ships were overset, the sea was hid from sight, covered with wreckage and death of all men. The reefs and headlands were with corpses filled, and in disordered flight each ship was rowed, as many as were of the Persian host. But they, like tunnies or some shoal of fish with broken oars and fragments of the wrecks, struck us and clove us, and at once a cry of lamentation filled the briny sea, till the black darkness aye did rescue us. The number of our griefs, not though 10 days I talked together could fully tell, but this I know well, that never in one day perished so great a multitude of men. End of the account from the Persians by Aeschylus. Pretty good, huh? Well, I'm sure you can imagine that by now Xerxes was feeling quite sorry for himself. But you can't win 'em all. Well, following his unsuccessful military campaigns in Greece, he retreated to Persia, and supervised the finalization of numerous construction endeavors that were left incomplete by his father Darius in Susa and Persepolis. He supervised the construction of the Gate of All Nations and the Hall of 100 Columns at Persepolis, which are the most extensive and impressive edifices within the palace. Now, onto the construction of Apadana, which he also supervised, the Takara, also known as Darius's palace after his father, and the treasury, all of which were indeed initiated by Darius, were under the completion of Xerxes. Additionally, he commissioned the construction of his own palace, which was twice the size of his father's. His architectural preferences closely resembled those of Darius, however, but his were on a much grander magnitude. The exterior face of the Apadana was adorned with the vibrant enameled brick of the time. In addition, he upheld the maintenance of the royal road constructed by Darius, completed the construction of the Susa Gate, and erected a palace in Susa. In August of 465 BC, Artabanus, the chief of the royal bodyguard and the highest-ranking officer in the Persian court, orchestrated the assassination of Xerxes, aided by a eunuch named Aspamitres. Hyrcanian Artabanus gained renown not because of his famous uncle Xerxes, but because of his popularity among the religious circles at the court and his involvement in harem intrigues. He strategically placed his 7 sons in influential positions and devised a scheme to overthrow the ruling Achaemenids. Now, there is a lack of consensus among Greek historians over the description of events. Ctesias, in his work Persica, reports that Artabanus accused Crown Prince Darius, the eldest son of Xerxes, of murder. He then convinced Artaxerxes, another son of Xerxes, to seek revenge by executing Darius for patricide, that is, the murder of one's father. As per Aristotle's account in Politics, Artabanus executed Darius before proceeding to kill Xerxes. Upon discovering the murder, Artaxerxes executed Artabanus and all of his children. The general, Megabuzus, played a role in these political schemes of his own, and his choice to change his allegiance likely prevented the Achaemenids from losing all of their power over the Persian monarchy. Publius Aelius Hadrianus, born in 76 AD, serving as the Roman emperor from 117 to 138, of course better known by the shortened form Hadrian. His reign marked a significant shift from territorial expansion to consolidation, symbolized by the construction of the famous Hadrian's Wall in Britain, which defined the empire's northern boundary. A passionate traveler, Hadrian devoted over half of his reign to exploring the provinces, strengthening borders, and integrating diverse peoples into the imperial structure. Emphasizing cultural unity and architectural innovation, he commissioned the iconic structures such as the Pantheon and Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli. Philosophically inclined and deeply interested in the arts, he promoted Hellenistic traditions throughout the empire. His governance introduced more compassionate laws concerning slavery and the rights of minors. To ensure a smooth succession, he adopted Antoninus Pius, stipulating that he, in turn, adopt Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, no doubt 2 names you're very familiar with. Hadrian's reign is thus often regarded as a pinnacle of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, significantly enhancing the cultural and also architectural legacy of the Roman Empire. And that's what we're here to talk about today. From start to finish, the fascinating life of Hadrian. Not too often talked about. Everyone wants to talk about Caesar and Aurelius and all that. Look, I get it. But Hadrian's fun to talk about too. So let's do that. As always, special thank you to all the members and Patreons helping to keep the channel going. Really do appreciate you. And just thank you in general to everybody who's drops a like and subscribe on the video. That helps with the algorithm. You know what it's like. Now, without further ado, let's get on with it. The life of Hadrian, as we begin in January of 76 AD, in a little Roman settlement near present-day Seville, where Publius Aelius Hadrianus was born, hailing from a lineage rooted in the gens Aelia. Now, the little settlement he lived in was called Italica, not Italia, Italica. It was established during the Second Punic War by Italic colonists under the great Scipio Africanus in the province of Hispania Baetica. The family name, Hadrianus, traces back to Hadria in Italy's Picenum region, which is modern-day Atri. While most sources do agree on his birthplace, there is a minority of scholars, one of which includes a Roman biographer, that suggests that Hadrian was actually born in Rome. But it seems the weight of discourse is still well and truly back in that little town of Italica. Now, on to Hadrian's family. His father, Publius Aelius Hadrianus Afer, was a senator of Praetorian rank, who was born and educated in Italica too, and his mother, Domitia Paulina, came from a distinguished Roman senatorial family in Gades, which is modern-day Cadiz. He had one older sister too, and she was named Aelia Domitia Paulina. Now, there was a significant figure in his early life, that being Germana, who was his wet nurse, who was a slave, possibly of Germanic origin, and he actually remained quite close to her throughout his entire life. Later, he actually freed her, giving her her emancipation. Quite nice of him, and she actually outlived him, as indicated by her funerary inscription found at Hadrian's villa in Tivoli. Hadrian's great-nephew, Gnaeus Pedanius Fuscus Salinator, from Barcino, which is nowadays Barcelona, hopefully you can point that out on a map, would later serve as his co-consul in 118 AD. Now, his father, he spent much of his time in Rome, always away on work, on his senatorial duties. It's just the way it is. One of Hadrian's most notable family connections was actually to Trajan. That's right, the Emperor Trajan, his father's first cousin. And he was also a Seneca from Italica too. Well, despite being labeled as advenae, which is outsiders, by Aurelius Victor, both Trajan and Hadrian were of Italic descent and belonged to Rome's elite, no matter what anyone said. Now, some scholars have proposed to referring to them as part of the Ulpio-Aelian dynasty, but we're not going to get too deep into that. It's not really relevant in the grand scheme of things, to be honest. Now, what is relevant is the tragic loss that Hadrian experienced at the age of 10 in 86 AD, where both of his parents died. he and his sister, became wards of Trajan and Publius Acilius Attianus, who would later become Trajan's Praetorian prefect. Now an active youth with a passion for hunting, Hadrian was called to Rome at the age of 14 by Trajan himself to receive an education that was pretty typical and more suitable for a young Roman noble. The kind of thing that you couldn't really get out into the provinces, at least not in those provinces. Maybe ones closer to home, Greek provinces, parts of southern Gaul, things like this. Well, of course, his deepest interest was in Greek literature and also Greek culture, and it actually earned him the name Graeculus, which means little Greek. Now, this doesn't sound too bad, but you see, there was always this distinction drawn between being a Roman and not being a Roman. Now, if you were going to be anything besides a Roman, you better be Greek. But still, this term, little Greek, was a mild form of derision. Now, Hadrian's early career in Rome began as a member of the Decemviri Stiltibulus Judiciantis and of one minor magistracies that were often the first steps in the cursus honorum, the sequence of public offices that led to higher positions and a senatorial career. He then served as a military tribune with 3 different legions, getting in that fighting experience. Now, during his second tribunate, the aging Emperor Nerva adopted Trajan as his successor. Hadrian was dispatched to inform Trajan of this significant promotion, likely among several messengers assigned to the task. Serving 3 tribunates provided Hadrian with considerable professional advantages, as most heirs from established senatorial families typically served only 1 or 2 before advancing to higher offices. Now, Nerva, he wasn't around for too much longer after this. Of course, the writing was already on the wall for him. He died in 98 AD, and upon his death, Hadrian himself reportedly hurried to deliver the news to Trajan ahead of the official messenger sent by the governor, who actually happened to be Hadrian's brother-in-law and rival, Lucius Julius Ursus Servianus. Well, upon returning to Rome 3 years later, in AD 101, Hadrian was elected quaestor and became quaestor imperatoris Traiani, acting as a liaison between Trajan and the Senate. A pretty good position, that's for sure, but a lot of responsibility. Now, in this role, he transmitted the emperor's communications and speeches, possibly even composing them on behalf of Trajan, a position previously held by the influential Licinius Sura. Following this, Hadrian served as ab actis senatus, responsible for keeping the Senate's records. Now, it wasn't all peace and record keeping. There's war, too. Seems to be a trend for Rome. And at this time, it was the First Dacian War. Dacia was a frontier province out there to the east. Now, this was around 105 AD, and Hadrian was part of Trajan's personal entourage, but he was later relieved of his military duties to become a tribune of the plebs in Rome. After the war, he had likely achieved the rank of praetor. Now, the war in Dacia was far from over, of course. There was a second Dacian War, and in this war, he joined up again to Trajan's inner circle as the legate of Legio I Minervia. By 107 AD, Hadrian was appointed governor of Lower Pannonia with the task of containing the Sarmatians. Containing them in whatever way you can, I suppose. Well, between 107 and 108, he successfully repelled an invasion by the Lazyges into Roman territories of Banat and Oltenia. While the exact terms of the subsequent peace agreement are unknown to us, it is believed that Rome retained control of Oltenia in exchange for certain concessions, most likely a one-time tribute. As we always say on this channel, nothing greases the wheels more than that. The Lazyges gained control of Banat during this period, likely as part of the treaty. And so at this time, Hadrian was in his mid-30s, the prime of life. Hadrian traveled to Greece, where he was granted Athenian citizenship, of course, Little Greek, and served briefly as the Epomenos Archon of Athens in 112 AD. Now the Athenians were very keen on giving him a warm welcome, and they even honored him with a statue inscribed in the Theatre of Dionysus, detailing his career achievements up to that point, which is very handy when you're trying to date when the statue was made. But he's not mentioned again until Trajan's Parthian campaign, suggesting he may have remained in Greece until rejoining Trajan as a legate. When disturbances resurfaced in Dacia, the governor of Syria was sent to address them, and Hadrian was appointed as his successor, with independent authority. Now, as Trajan fell seriously ill and set sail back for Rome, Hadrian stayed behind in Syria, effectively having full command of the Eastern Roman army. Trajan reached Selinus in Cilicia, but he died there, August 8th, 117 AD. He was remembered as one of Rome's most esteemed emperors. Yes, I'll do a video on Trajan soon. Probably should have done one before I did the Hadrian video. Well, it is what it is, isn't it? Now, around 100 or 100 AD, during his quaestorship, Hadrian got married. Congratulations! And the lucky lady was Vibia Sabina, Trajan's grandniece, who was about 17 or 18 years old. Now, Trajan seemed pretty indifferent to the marriage, we are told, and ultimately it proved unhappy. Certainly hard to recover from being indifferent from the wedding onwards. Doesn't set a good precedent. Well, the marriage may have been orchestrated by Trajan's wife, Plotina, a learned and influential woman who shared Hadrian's vision of the Roman Empire as a commonwealth rooted in Hellenic culture. By supporting Hadrian's potential succession, Plotina and her family stood to maintain their status after Trajan's death. Well, Hadrian also benefited from the support of his mother-in-law, Salonia Matidia. Remember that his parents had actually died quite young. Now, this was the daughter of Trajan's beloved sister, Ulpia Marciana. When Marciana died in 112, Trajan deified her and elevated Matidia to the rank of Augusta. Now on to the specifics of Hadrian's relationship with Trajan. Well, it's a little complex. Well, complex at the best of times. Possibly strained at the worst. You see, he seemed to attempt to influence Trajan by building relationships with the emperor's young favorites, leading to unexplained tensions around the time of his marriage to Sabina. Despite his ambitions, Hadrian did not secure a senior consulship, enduring rather Trajan's later years, serving only as a suffect consul in 108. This position placed him on equal footing with other senators, but lacked the prestige of a designated heir. Trajan could have elevated Hadrian to patrician status, which granted him privileges like early access to the consulship, without any prior tribunate service. But he chose not to do this. Now, although Hadrian became tribune of the plebs at a younger age than usual, he had to leave Dacia, and Trajan to assume the role, and it's possible that Trajan wanted him to leave. Now, we got mention in the Historia Augusta, the mentions that Trajan gave Hadrian a diamond ring, which was originally from Nerva, which, I quote, encouraged Hadrian's hopes for the throne. Well, either way, it seems that while Trajan did advance his career, the career of Hadrian that is, he did so rather cautiously. Well, failing to name an heir, of course, could lead to destructive power struggles, and even civil war, and it often did. But announcing one too early is a problem too. You see, you announce one too early and people think that you are abdicating, which also complicates a smooth transition. And so, in the final days as Trajan lay dying, attended by his wife Plotina and closely watched over by prefect Attianus, he could have legally adopted Hadrian through a simple declaration before witnesses. He could have. But the adoption document that surfaced bore Plotina's signature, not Trajan's, which is of course a problem. But additionally, Hadrian's absence from the adoption ceremony in Syria was seen as quite irregular, as Roman law required both parties to be present. Well, his succession was clouded by rumors and doubts, and some speculate that Trajan's young servant, Phaedimus, who died shortly after Trajan, was either killed or took his own life to avoid scrutiny. Ancient sources are divided on the legitimacy of Hadrian's adoption. You ask Cassius Dio, he'll tell you it's false, while the author of the Historia Augusta accepted it as completely genuine. No problem at all. Either way, there was a gold coin minted in Hadrian's reign that reflects the official stance, and nothing proves an emperor like coinage. It depicts him as Trajan's Caesar, his designated heir. Hard to argue with that. A reign cast in gold. Now, according to the Historia Augusta, Hadrian informed the Senate of his rise to power via a letter presenting his succession as an accomplished and unarguable fact. He then explained that the soldiers' swift action in proclaiming him emperor was driven by their belief that the state could not function without one, and that's a pretty solid belief, to be honest. It cannot function without one. Well, to reward the legions for their loyalty, Hadrian granted them a customary bonus, and the Senate confirmed his acclamation. The empire celebrated with numerous public festivities, honoring Hadrian's divine selection by all the gods, including the deified Trajan. Well, Hadrian remained in the eastern provinces for a time. He wasn't too keen on settling down. Why would he? He had that Jewish rebellion to address that had begun between Trajan's reign, and that was a big problem. New provinces, it's hard to get them to behave. Well, the Moorish general Lucius Quietus was dismissed. He was the governor of Judea, and that removed him from command of his Moorish troops. Afterwards, Hadrian moved to suppress the unrest across the Danube frontier himself, taking matters into his own hands, sleeves well and truly rolled up, ready for the fight. Now back in Rome, his former guardian and current Praetorian prefect Attianus claimed to have uncovered a conspiracy involving Lucius Quietus and 3 prominent senators, that being Lucius Publilius Celsus, Aulus Cornelius Palma, Frontonianus, and Gaius Avidius Nigrinus. Very complex names. Now, without public trials, these 4 were tried in absentia, pursued, and when found, well, you know what happened when they found them. Well, Hadrian asserted that Attianus had acted completely independently, later elevating him to senatorial and consular rank before retiring him by 120. He assured the Senate that their traditional right to judge their own members would be respected moving forward. Now, the exact reasons behind the executions, rather than some other, think about banishment, exile, these sorts of things, some other punishment for them, well, it remains a little bit uncertain. But you see, official recognition of Hadrian as Trajan's rightful successor may have come too late to prevent other potential claimants. His main rivals were Trajan's closest allies, you see, and senior members of the imperial council, individuals who could have been legitimate contenders for the throne, and you know what happens to other contenders for the throne. Also, supporters of Trajan's expansionist policies, while Hadrian had intended to reverse them. Aulus Cornelius Palma, known for conquering Arabia Nabatea, likely had vested interests in the east of his own. The Historia Augusta depicts Palma and Lucius Publilius Celsus, who, by the way, had served as consul for not the first but the second time in 113, as personal enemies who openly opposed Hadrian. The 4th individual, Gaius Avidius Nigrinus, was a former consul, intellectual, and reportedly a friend, quite close one, of Pliny the Younger, and briefly the governor of Dacia, at least at the start of Hadrian's reign. He was possibly Hadrian's chief rival, a senator of high rank and even higher connections. According to the Historia Augusta, Hadrian had even considered naming Nigrinus as his successor before deciding to eliminate him. Well, shortly after these events, in 125, Hadrian appointed one Quintus Marcius Turbo as his new Praetorian prefect. Turbo was a close friend, a leading member of the equestrian order, a high-ranking judicial official and procurator. Hadrian implemented a policy preventing equestrians from judging cases against senators, thereby preserving the Senate's exclusive legal authority over all of its members. The Senate remained thus the highest court of appeal, and formal appeals to the emperor against its decisions were completely forbidden. No exceptions. Better luck next time, kid. Whether or not Hadrian fully grasped the impact, this move failed to repair the damage that was caused earlier by Attianus, and his reputation and relationship with the Senate remained strained for the rest of his reign. Well, we have some sources that suggest that Hadrian occasionally employed a network of informers, such as the Frumentari, to discreetly investigate high-ranking individuals including senators and close associates. We're talking private investigators, detectives for hire, that sort of thing. Well, Hadrian would spend more than half of his reign traveling outside of Italy. Unlike previous emperors who simply relied on reports from their envoys while they stayed in Rome, he chose to observe conditions across the empire first-hand, getting well and truly involved with all of the provinces. Earlier rulers often left Rome for extended periods, mainly to conduct wars, returning only after the conflicts were resolved, having a nice triumph, a big party, all little rose petals thrown down on them. It's pretty nice. Well, Hadrian's frequent journeys might represent a deliberate break from traditions that viewed the empire solely as Roman dominion. It wasn't about, well, this part in the province or this part in the province. No, it's just a little piece of Rome that is having some trouble. A little dirty spot we need to go and clean up. Well, of course, Hadrian aimed to integrate provincial populations into a kind of commonwealth of civilized societies, unified by a Hellenic culture under Roman governance. So instead of establishing new Roman colonies with Roman laws, he promoted the development of provincial cities. In Latin we say municipia. That's where we get the word municipal from. Municipal government, municipal laws, this sort of thing. And these would have been self-governing urban centers with their own customs and their own legal systems. But still, standing beneath that umbrella of Roman guidance and Greek culture. Now, of course, we've mentioned the coins. The coins are great. We call this study numismatics, numis being the word for coin or money, I believe. The coins minted during the later part of Hadrian's reign reflect his global and, frankly, an inclusive vision. It depicts him of somewhat raising up personifications of various provinces. Later, Aelius Aristides noted that Hadrian extended a protective hand over his subjects, assisting them as one helps those who have stumbled. Sounds like a nice guy, doesn't he? Well, this approach is unfortunately not well received by Roman traditionalists. The indulgent Emperor Nero had previously undertaken a long and peaceful tour of Greece, attracting criticism from the Roman elite for neglecting his essential duties. Nero had enjoyed widespread support in the eastern provinces, and to a lesser extent in the west. Rumors of his return or resurrection emerged soon after his death, and Hadrian may have consciously tapped into these favorable associations during his travels. Well, in the Historia Augusta, he is described as excessively Greek, seen as way too cosmopolitan for a Roman emperor by traditional standards, too Greek for Roman town, too Roman for Greek town. What are we going to do with Hadrian? Well, before Hadrian arrived in Britannia, which is of course that wall of his being his most famous achievement, the province experienced a major uprising since between the years of 119 and 121. There are inscriptions that reference an Expeditio Britannica, British expedition, that involves several troop movements, including a detachment of about 3,000 soldiers. Fronto mentions military defeats in Britannia during this time. Things were not going to plan. Coin inscriptions from 119 to 120 confirm that Quintus Pompeius Falco was sent to restore order. In 122 AD, Hadrian initiated the construction of the wall, which was intended to separate the Romans from the barbarians. While it's plausible that the wall was built in response to a genuine threat, or at least its resurgence, this remains a little speculative. A prevailing desire to halt the empire's expansion may have been the decisive factor. But also, reducing defense costs might have played their own role, as the wall effectively prevented incursions into Roman territory more cheaply than maintaining a large border force. Well, it also regulated this cross-border trade and immigration. Either way, a shrine was established at York to honor Britannia as the personification of Britain, and coins were minted bearing her image, recognized as Britannia. By the end of 122 AD, Hadrian had completed his journey to Britannia, but he never saw the finished wall which now bears his name. Well, it appears that Hadrian had also travelled through southern Gaul. Now, at Nemausus, modern-day Nimes, he likely oversaw the construction of a basilica dedicated to the patroness Plotina, who had recently died in Rome and had been deified at the request of Hadrian himself. Around this time, Hadrian dismissed his secretary, the biographer Suetonius, for his excessive familiarity with the empress, and we all know what that means. Now Gaius Septicius Clarus, who served alongside Marcius Turbo as a praetorian prefect, was also removed for the same alleged reason, which may have been a pretext for their dismissal. Hadrian spent the winter of 122 to 23 AD in Tarraco, Spain, and while he was there, he spent his time rebuilding the Temple of Augustus. Now, winter over. In 123 AD, Hadrian crossed the Mediterranean to Mauritania, personally leading a brief campaign against local insurgents. Unfortunately, his visit was cut short due to reports of military mobilization by Parthia, prompting him to head east. At some point, he visited Cyrene, where he personally financed the military training of young men from wealthy families for service in the Roman army. Cyrene had already benefited during Hadrian's reign from his reconstruction of public buildings damaged during the earlier Trajanic Jewish uprising. Well, it is possible that during his time in Claudiopolis, Hadrian met Antinous, a young man of humble origins, who would later become his beloved companion. Now, sources offer little detail about when or where they met. Representations of Antinous show him around 20 years old, just before his death in 130. So, in 123, he may have been about 13 or 14. Antinous may have been sent to Rome for education as a page to the emperor, eventually becoming his favorite. The favorite what? The specifics of their relationship remain largely unknown, and I'm not going to dig too far into that one. Now, regardless of Antinos's presence, Hadrian continued his travels through Anatolia. Various accounts place him at different locations and mention his founding of the city Hadrianathure in Mysia after a successful boar hunt. Around this time, plans were made to complete the Temple of Zeus at Cyzicus, which had been started by the rulers of Pergamon. The temple was adorned with a colossal statue of Hadrian, just for good measure, and thus Cyzicus, Pergamon, Smyrna, Ephesus, and Sardes were all designated as regional centers for the imperial cult. In the following year, the autumn of 124 AD, Hadrian arrived in Greece and participated in the Eleusinian mysteries. He had a special affinity for Athens, which had previously granted him citizenship and an archonship at the Athenians' request. He revised their constitution, including a creation of a new tribe, of course, named after him. Hadrian combined proactive initiatives with cautious restraint. He declined to intervene in local disputes between olive oil producers and the Athenian Assembly and Council, who had set production quotas that the producers found unreasonable, but he did approve an imperial subsidy for the Athenian grain supply. He established 2 endowments to fund public games, festivals, and competitions in the absence of citizens willing or able to sponsor them. Now, Hadrian often encouraged Greek elites, including priests or the imperial cult, to focus on more practical and lasting contributions, particularly public works like aqueducts and fountains. Athens also received 2 such fountains because of this. One brought water from Mount Parnes to the Athenian Agora through a complex system of aqueducts and reservoirs, a project that would take several years to complete. Other foundations were provided to Argos to alleviate a severe and long-standing water shortage, so severe that in the Homeric epics we have mention of thirsty Argos. Just shows you how the problem was. Well, during the winter, Hadrian toured the Peloponnese, which makes me very jealous. The exact route is uncertain, but likely included Epidaurus. According to Pausanias, temples were built there by Hadrian, and the locals erected a statue of him, a rather heroic one, completely nude, as a gesture of gratitude to their restorer. Now, if that's not Greek style, I don't know what is. I'm sure Hadrian would have been delighted, provided they didn't rip him off on the proportions. Now, it is possible that Hadrian and Antinos were lovers by this time. Hadrian showed particular favor to Mantinea, which had ancient, mythological, and politically advantageous connections to Antinos's homeland back in Bithynia. He also restored the temple of Poseidon in Hippios in Mantinea, and, as Pausanias notes, reinstated the city's original classic name. You see, it didn't used to be called Mantinea. It had been called, during the Hellenistic time, Antigonea, in honor of King Antigonos II, Doson III. Hadrian also rebuilt ancient sanctuaries at Abae and Megara, as well as the Heraion of Argos. Now, while traveling through the Peloponnese, he persuaded the Spartan noble Eurycles Herculaneus, head of the Euclid dynasty that had ruled Sparta since Augustus's time, to finally join up with the Roman Senate, along with the Athenian noble Herodes Atticus the Elder. Now, these two became the first representatives from what was known as Old Greece to enter the Roman Senate. Pretty historic time. The historic rivalry and prominence of Sparta and Athens that no doubt you know from the old wars. And this was a significant step in encouraging Greek elites to participate in a more Roman-style political life. In March of 125 AD, Hadrian presided over the Athenian festival of Dionysia, wearing Athenian attire. Always the little Greek. And in true Greek fashion, he couldn't ignore the terrible state of the temple of Olympian Zeus, which had been under construction for nearly 500 Years. It makes my government look pretty good by comparison, building the highways, I suppose. Well, Hadrian gave substantial funding to that and ensured its completion. And it was completed. Of course, the Greeks were very happy about this. Now, after his return to Italy, he took a brief little detour to Sicily, where coins were minted celebrating him as the island's restorer, kind of like a national hero. Back in Rome, he witnessed the reconstructed Pantheon and his completed villa near Tibur in the Sabine Hills. In early March of 127, he embarked on a tour of Italy, with his route pieced together by historians based on his various gifts and offerings that he gave along the way. And during this journey, he restored the shrine of Cupra in Cupra Maritima and improved the drainage of Lake Fucinus. However, his decision that same year to divide Italy into 4 provinces, governed by imperial legates of consular rank, was not well received, to say the least. These officials were given authority over all of Italy, except for Rome, effectively shifting Italian legal cases away from Roman courts. Well, the Roman Senate disapproved of reducing Italy to provincial status, and this reform did not survive far beyond Hadrian's reign. In fact, they rather quickly cleaned this up once he was dead and gone. Well, around this time, Hadrian actually began to feel ill, but his condition didn't prevent him from setting out to Africa in the spring of 128. His arrival coincided with timely rainfall that ended a drought. Of course, superstitions of the old world, this was seen as rather auspicious. In addition to acting as a benefactor and restorer, he took the opportunity to inspect the troops, and his speech to them has been preserved. Now, I might do a reading of that later on, but we'll see. Returning to Italy in the summer of 128, his stay was brief before he embarked on another journey lasting 3 years. In September of the same year, 128, Hadrian once again participated in the Eleusinian Mysteries. Now, this visit to Greece focused on Athens and Sparta, the ancient rivals for regional dominance, initially considering the League in Delphi as the center for his Greek revival. He ultimately pursued a more ambitious plan, establishing the Panhellenion, a council intended to unite Greek cities. Well, after beginning the necessary preparations, which involved verifying claims to Greek city status, a process that required time, of course, Hadrian then departed for Ephesus. Traveling from Greece, through Asia, to Egypt, he likely crossed the Aegean Sea with an Ephesian merchant named Lucius Erastus and his entourage. He later wrote to the Council of Ephesus, recommending Erastus as a suitable candidate for town councillor, and offering to pay the required fee. So obviously, he had made quite an impression. Now, just before the Egyptian New Year, Hadrian arrived in Egypt, August 29th, the year 130. He started his visit by restoring the tomb of Pompey the Great at Pelusium, performing a sacrifice in his honor and inscribing an epitaph on the monument. Now, since Pompey was known for solidifying Rome's control in the East, this act likely symbolized the reaffirmation of Roman authority following the social unrest during Trajan's later years. Hadrian and his companion Antinos went on a lion hunt in the Libyan desert. A poem by the Greek poet Pancrates about this event is the earliest evidence we have of their travels together. Nothing like a hunting trip, I suppose. Well, during their voyage to the Nile, something went wrong. Antinos drowned under what seems to be mysterious circumstances. The exact details of his death remain uncertain, of course. It's hard to sort of trace it back that far. But there are theories ranging from accident to murder to religious sacrifice and even the taking of his own life. We do have something from the Historia Augusta, though, which reads as following. During a journey on the Nile, he lost Antinos, his favorite, and for this youth he wept like a woman. Concerning this incident, there are varying rumors, for some claim that he had devoted himself to death for Hadrian, and others, what both his beauty and Hadrian's sensuality suggest. But however this may be, the Greeks deified him at Hadrian's request and declared that oracles were given through his agency. But these, it is commonly asserted, were composed by Hadrian himself. In honor of Antinos, Hadrian founded the city of Antinopolis on October 30th, 130. He then continued along the Nile to Thebes, where his visit to the Colossi of Memnon on November 20th and 24th was commemorated by 4 epigrams inscribed by Julia Balbilla. Proceeding northward, he arrived in the Fayum region in the beginning of December. Now, we don't really know too much about specifically what he was doing after his Nile journey, whether or not he returned to Rome immediately. Between 130 and 131, he traveled eastward to establish and inaugurate his new Panhellenon, centered around the Athenian temple of Olympian Zeus, which, if you do remember, he was the one who paid the money to renovate that. Well, due to local disputes that had undermined a previous initiative for Hellenic association based in Delphi, Hadrian had to choose a more inclusive league encompassing all Greek cities. Successful applicants for membership often involved mythologized or fabricated claims of Greek ancestry, and also declarations of loyalty to imperial Rome, aligning with Hadrian's idealized and somewhat fantasized version of Hellenism. He viewed himself as a protector of Greek culture and the liberties of Greece, particularly regarding urban self-governance. This allowed him to position himself as the successor of Pericles, who was said to have organized an earlier Panhellenic Congress, a congress mentioned only in Plutarch's biography of Pericles, who held Rome's imperial authority in high esteem. Now, Hadrian spent the winter of 131 to 32 in Athens, where he dedicated the completed temple of Olympian Zeus, and in 132 he traveled eastward to Judea. Now, during Roman Judea, Hadrian visited Jerusalem, which remained in ruins following the First Roman-Jewish War of 66 to 73. He might have intended to reconstruct Jerusalem as a Roman colony, like to Vespasian's establishment of Caesarea Maritima, accompanied by various honorific and monetary privileges. The non-Roman populace had no need to engage in Roman religious ceremonies, but was anticipated to uphold Roman imperial structure. And this is evidenced in Caesarea, where certain Jews fought in the Roman military during the rebellions of 66 and 132. It is conjectured that Hadrian aimed to integrate the Jewish temple into the conventional Roman civic religious imperial cult. Such integrations had historically been prevalent in Greece and other provinces, and generally had been proven effective, at least as effective as it can be, at least effective for the Romans, while the adjacent Samaritans had already amalgamated their religious practices with Hellenistic traditions. Did I say Samaritans? Samaritans. See, this is what happens when you read out loud for an hour straight. Excuse me. Well, strict Jewish monotheism demonstrated greater resilience against imperial persuasion and subsequent imperial demands. Now, a legend derived from their story Augusta suggests that the insurrection was incited by Hadrian's prohibition on circumcision, which he, as a Hellenist, regarded as a form of mutilation. But that wasn't all. There was also additional factors that could have exacerbated the outbreak. That being a somewhat oppressive and culturally insensitive Roman administration, conflicts between the landless and impoverished, and newly settled Roman colonists granted land. So you're telling me that the Romans have gone to Judea and have established settlements, and the local population are angry at them? History does repeat itself, doesn't it? Well, there was also a significant undercurrent of messianism, based on Jeremiah's prophecy that the temple would be reconstructed 70 years following its destruction, akin to the first temple after the Babylonian exile. Now, a significant Jewish insurrection against Hellenistic and Roman influence erupted, spearheaded by Simon Bar Kokhba. I've made a full video on the Jewish-Roman wars if you want a full explanation of that, but we'll just cover it quickly here. Well, due to the incomplete nature of the available information, it's pretty impossible for us to determine a precise date for the commencement of the revolt. It likely commenced between the summer and autumn of 132. The Roman governor, Tineius Rufus, requested an army to suppress the insurrection, and Bar Kokhba himself penalized any Jew who declined to enlist in his forces. It was compulsory, even though it was a battle they were never going to win. Well, Justin Martyr and Eusebius indicate that this mostly involved Christian converts who contested Bar Kokhba's messianic assertions. The Romans were inundated by the systematic intensity of the insurrection. Hadrian summoned his general Sextus Julius Severus from Britain and mobilized troops from as distant as the Danube. The Roman casualties were substantial, amounting to an entire legion, or approximately 4,000 soldiers. But don't worry, it's just the early game. Hadrian's report on the war to the Roman Senate excluded the traditional salutation, "If you and your children are in health, it is well. I and the legions are in health." Him and the legions were not in health. Either way, the insurrection was suppressed in 135. Cassius Dio reports that Beitar, a fortified city located about 6 miles southwest of Jerusalem, succumbed after a siege lasting 3.5 years, starving them out. A little bit of disease in the mix, too. Of course, the Roman military campaigns in Judea resulted in around 580,000 Jewish fatalities and the destruction of 50 walled towns, along with 985 villages. A certain unspecified percentage of the population was also slaves. The magnitude of punitive actions against the Jewish population continues to be a kind of subject of contention. We're not really sure exactly how many passed away. I suppose we'll never really know. Well, Hadrian altered the province's designation to Syria Palestina. He dubbed Jerusalem Aelia Capitolina, in honor of himself and Jupiter Capitolinus, subsequently restructuring it in the Greek architectural style. Well, following the quelling of the insurrection, Hadrian granted the Samaritans a temple dedicated to Zeus Hypsistos, the highest Zeus, on Mount Gerizim. The violent suppression of the uprising concluded Jewish political autonomy from the Roman imperial system. Now, Hadrian resided in Rome during the concluding years of his life. In 134, he received an imperial salute marking the conclusion of the Third Jewish War, which did not officially cease until the subsequent year. Commemorations and achievements and awards were also minimalized, as Hadrian perceives the war as, I quote, a harsh and abrupt disillusionment to his ambitions for a cosmopolitan empire. You see, his dream was for everybody to get along. Well, that was just not going to happen, I'm afraid. Well, Empress Sabina likely passed away around 136 too, following an unsatisfactory marriage with Hadrian that endured as political obligation. The Historia Augusta biography asserts that Hadrian himself proclaimed that his wife's ill temper and irritability would have sufficed as grounds for divorce if he were a private citizen. But once again, political obligation dictates that you have to remain married, like it or not. Would you believe that? Somebody stays in a marriage but is unhappy? Who would have thought? Well, Hadrian's union with Sabina was so unhappy that it was completely devoid of children. And now, in 136, afflicted by deteriorating health, he was faced with the matter of succession. In 136, he adopted Lucius Caeonius Commodus, one of the ordinary consuls of that year, who, as an emperor in waiting, assumed the name Lucius Aelius Caesar. Now he was the son-in-law of Gaius Avidius Nigrinus, one of the 4 consuls executed in 118. His health was fragile, and his reputation seemed more akin to that of a decadent, well-educated nobleman than that of a leader. Numerous contemporary efforts have been undertaken to elucidate Hadrian's decision. It's been suggested that Aelius was actually Hadrian's biological son, but, well, we don't really have much proof of that. His adoption has been conjectured as Hadrian's sort of late effort to reconcile with the prominent senatorial family, whose key members were executed shortly after his accession. Aelius performed commendably as the joint ruler of Pannonia Superior and Inferior. He held an additional consulship in 137, but passed away in the 1st of January 138. Subsequently, Hadrian adopted Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionis Arius Antoninus, the future Emperor Antoninus Pius, who I've done a full video on. Now, Hadrian's later years were characterized by strife and discontent. His endorsement of Aelius Caesar had met with disfavor, particularly from his brother-in-law, Lucius Julius Ursus Servianus, and Servianus's grandson Gnaeus Pedanius Fuscus Salinator. Servianus, despite his advanced age, was initially in the line of succession at the onset of Hadrian's reign. Fuscus is reputed to have had ambitions for imperial authority. In 137, he possibly orchestrated a coup including his grandfather, and Hadrian commanded their execution. Obviously, the coup failed. Servianus allegedly prayed prior his execution that Hadrian would yearn for death, but be incapable of dying. Throughout his terminal, extended sickness, Hadrian was thwarted from taking his own life on multiple instances. But nature always takes its course, and he passed away July 10th, 138, nice and comfortable in his villa at Baiae at the age of 62, after a 21-year reign. Well, I suppose it wasn't too comfortable. Cassius Dio and the Historia Augustus document aspects of his deteriorating health, indicators of coronary artery disease. Not a good way to go, but I can certainly think of worse ones. Rest in peace to our boy Hadrian. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, commonly known as Pompey, one of the most distinguished military commanders and political figures in the late Roman Republic. His early career was marked by victories in Africa, Sicily, and the eastern Mediterranean, not only expanding Rome's territories, but also giving himself quite a reputation. His ascent to power was strategically bolstered through the formation of the First Triumvirate, alongside Julius Caesar and Crassus, an alliance with names that you're no doubt familiar with. But tensions within this alliance eventually led to its dissolution, and Pompey's ensuing rivalry with Julius Caesar set the stage for a conflict that would alter the course of Roman history. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you come back, good to see you again. Now, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Just come here, have a good time, and learn something. But the like and subscribe are only 2 clicks away, and if you feel inclined to go further than that, take a look in the description of the video. Now, without any further ado, let's all get nice and comfortable, nice and relaxed, and we can begin a rather deep dive into the life of Pompey. Pompey was born on the 29th of September, 106 BC, in Picenum, as the eldest son of one Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, a provincial noble. Now Strabo was from a prominent family in Picenum, and he was the first to attain senatorial rank. He followed the traditional cursus honorum, achieving the consulship in 89 BC, and was unfortunately noted for his greed, cunning, and ruthless approach to military command, and that's quite a reputation. Well, Pompey, his early career saw him serving alongside his father during the Social War between 91 and 87 BC. Strabo's life came to an abrupt end in 87 amidst the brief civil conflict known as the Bellum Octavianum. The exact circumstance of his death is a little bit of a mystery, but some accounts suggest natural causes. Of course, there are many who allege murder by his own troops, which could have happened as well, and wouldn't be much of a surprise considering his reputation. There are also accusations of embezzlement that marred Strabo's final days, and as his heir, Pompey also faced charges for these alleged crimes, but ultimately he was acquitted, reportedly after securing a political alliance through marriage to Antistia, who was actually the daughter of the presiding judge. No doubt raises a few eyebrows, I'm sure. Now, the year 87 BC was also a significant one for the debate over the appointment of Lucius Cornelius Sulla as commander of the Roman forces in the First Mithridatic War, a position that of course promised substantial wealth. In Sulla's absence, his political adversaries, including Lucius Cornelius Cinna and Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, seized control of the Senate, along with a little help from Gaius Marius. Sulla's return in 83 ignited a new phase of civil war. Now, in the year leading up to Sulla's return to Italy, Pompey raised and equipped a full legion from his father's former clients and veterans in Picenum. In the spring of 83 BC, as Sulla landed at Brundusium and began his march northwest towards Campania, Pompey led his legion south to meet him. The Roman government, aiming to prevent their union, dispatched 3 separate armies against them. Pompey engaged and defeated one of these forces, causing the enemy commanders, who were conflicted and unable to coordinate their strategies, to retreat. And upon his arrival at Sulla's camp, he was formally greeted with the title of Imperator, quite a promotion. Sometime in 83 BC, roughly before the winter had set in, Sulla tasked Pompey with returning to Picenum to raise additional troops. The following year, as conflicts resumed, Sulla pushed towards Rome. At the same time, Pompey, supporting Sulla's lieutenant Metellus, confronted the consul Gaius Papirius Carbo in Cisalpine Gaul. Serving as the cavalry commander under Metellus during this period. In a significant engagement, Metellus and Pompey overcame Carbo's lieutenant, the praetor Gaius Carinus, in a prolonged 6-hour battle near the river Aesis. However, they soon found themselves blockaded by none other than Carbo himself. The situation shifted again when news of Sulla's triumph at the Battle of Sacriportus reached them, prompting Carbo to retreat to his stronghold in Arminium. During his retreat, Carbo's forces were continually harassed by Pompey's cavalry. Later, Metellus achieved another victory against Gaius Marcius Censorinus, another of Carbo's lieutenants. Pompey's cavalry played a critical role in these events, intercepting Censorinus's fleeing troops near Senna Gallica, where they secured a decisive victory, and subsequently plundered the entire town. While Metellus continued his campaigns in the northwest, Pompey joined forces with Sulla in the south, marking a significant phase in the civil war that would definitely shake things up back in Rome. Now, Pompey, moving southwest along the Via Flaminia towards Spoletium, joined forces with Crassus. Together, they engaged and defeated Carinus once again. After laying siege to Carinus in Spoletium, Pompey continued his march, while Carinus managed a very narrow escape. His journey resumed towards Sulla's command, and soon after, Pompey successfully ambushed a significant force led by Censorinus, which was attempting to reach Praeneste. This town was the site of a blockade against Marius the Younger, Carbo's consular colleague, and the symbolic leader of the opposition to Sulla. The failure of these forces to break the Sullan blockades in Umbria and Etruria, combined with Metellus's success in securing the north, weakened the government's resistance. As the campaigning season of 82 drew to a close, the government rallied for one last effort to relieve the beleaguered Praeneste, assembling 10,000 legionaries who marched to join the forces with the Samnites and the Lucanians, Sulla's old adversaries from the social war. Pursued by Pompey, these forces merged and advanced towards Praeneste, but, unable to penetrate Sulla's strong blockade, redirected towards a now undefended Rome. However, they were intercepted and defeated by Sulla at the Battle of the Colline Gate. Pompey, in pursuit of these government forces, arrived just after Sulla's victory. And thus we reach the end of 82 BC, where Sulla has successfully expelled his opponents from Italy, and therefore secured his appointment as dictator by the Senate. Now, amidst either respect for Pompey's capabilities, or perhaps concern over his rising influence, Sulla aimed to solidify their alliance. He persuaded Pompey to divorce his wife, Antistia, and marry his stepdaughter, Aemilia, although Plutarch does note that this marriage was a short-lived one, as Aemilia, already pregnant by her previous husband, died in childbirth shortly after the wedding. Now, following the defeat of the Marian faction, the remnants fled to Sicily, where they regrouped under one Marcus Perperna, the propraetor and ally. They also had the support of a fleet commanded by Carbo. Meanwhile, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus held control over the Roman province of Africa. Upon Pompey's arrival in Sicily with a formidable force, Perperna vacated the island, while Carbo was captured and subsequently executed, a decision that Pompey defended as completely necessary due to Carbo's crimes against the Roman citizens, or shall we say, alleged. Perhaps Pompey had a little bit of a bias, who knows? However, this ruthless action, partnered with the general sentiment towards him, earned him the pejorative nickname Adulcentulus Carnifex, or, in English we can say, the young butcher. While leaving Sicily under the governance of his brother-in-law, Gaius Memmius, Pompey then set his sights on Africa. It was there he confronted and defeated Ahenobarbus at the Battle of Utica. Following his victory, he swiftly subdued Numidia, executing its king, Hiarbas, who was another ally of the Marian faction, and reinstated the deposed Hiempsal to the Numidian throne. During this campaign, his troops began to call him Magnus, or the Great, likening him to Alexander the Great, a figure who was, of course, deeply admired by the Romans. Pompey eventually adopted this epithet formally into his name, and thus became known as Pompey the Great. Now, upon his return to Rome, Pompey sought a triumph to celebrate his conquests, which was a bold request given his youth. Sulla, while conceding to this request, did attempt to diminish Pompey's spotlight by granting simultaneous triumphs to Lucius Licinius Murena and Gaius Valerius Flaccus. 3 for 1. Well, you take what you can get, don't you? Well, during this period, Pompey also married Mucia Tertia from the influential Metellus family, and the couple had 3 children. Pompey the Younger, who was usually known as Gnaeus. They also had a daughter, Pompeia Magna, and a younger son, finally, named Sixtus. The marriage lasted until their divorce in 61 BC. Now, Pompey initially supported Marcus Aemilius Lepidus for the consulship in 78 BC, a decision that he made against Sulla's advice according to Plutarch, though most contemporary historians do question this assertion. Upon Sulla's death of that same year, Lepidus opposed the deceased dictator's state funeral and sought to immediately repeal some of Sulla's reforms. Shortly after, in January 77 BC, Lepidus assumed the proconsulship of Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul. Defying a Senate order to return to Rome, he also demanded an additional term as consul, which the Senate promptly denied. But he wasn't happy with this rebuff, of course. Lepidus assembled an army and marched towards Rome, prompting the Senate to implement several countermeasures. And guess who they chose? Of course, one of which was to assign Pompey the Great a military command to oppose him. Let's see how great he really is. Well, as Lepidus advanced southward, Pompey mobilized troops from among his veteran soldiers in Picenum and moved north to lay siege to Mutina, the capital city of Cisalpine Gaul. Well, if we want to use the word city. Well, either way, it was under control of Lepidus's ally, Marcus Junius Brutus. After enduring a protracted siege, Brutus surrendered the town, but was assassinated the following day, an act that is purportedly ordered by Pompey. Meanwhile, outside Rome, Catullus defeated Lepidus, while Pompey attacked from the rear, trapping him near Cosa. With his forces diminished, Lepidus retreated to Sardinia, where he eventually died. This series of events not only quashed Lepidus's rebellion, but also reinforced Pompey's reputation as a decisive and effective military leader. You got a problem in Rome? You better call Pompey. Now, the Sertorian War erupted quite quickly in 80 BC, when Quintus Sertorius, a formidable leader harboring ties to the Marian faction, launched a rebellion in Hispania. He was soon joined by other Marian survivors, including Perpenna, and backed by local tribes. Sertorius quickly took control of Hispania Citerior. He then successfully forced Quintus Caecilius Metellus Pius out of the neighboring Hispania Ulteria, securing his hold over significant portions of the region. Of course, recognizing this escalating threat, the Senate called their boy in charge, the man of the hour, Pompey, appointing him as the military commander in Spain, with complete authority, despite the technical illegality of his appointment, since Pompey had not yet held a public office. But of course, desperate times, desperate measures. And who could say no, right? Well, to confront the formidable Sertorius, Pompey assembled a substantial force of 30,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, which was of course a testament to the threat posed by Sertorius. Before reaching Hispania, Pompey quelled a rebellion in Gallia Narbonensis. His troops then settled into winter quarters near Narbo Martius. By early 76 BC, Pompey had crossed the Col de Porte into the Iberian Peninsula, where he would campaign for the next 5 years. Upon his arrival, Pompey's presence bolstered the spirits of Metellus' troops, and he even swayed some of the local rebels to defect. Perhaps, seeing 30,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, that may have had a bit of an effect to bring them over to a side that seemed to be numerically superior, of course. However, it wasn't all good news. Campaigns faced setbacks, most notably at the Battle of Lauron, where Sertorius handed him a significant defeat. Of course, no one remembers the 1,000 victories. They'll only remember the one that you lost. and this loss tarnished Pompey's military prestige, prompting him to spend the remainder of the year reorganizing his forces and reflecting on strategic missteps, preparing for a prolonged struggle ahead in the rugged terrain of Hispania. By 75 BC, the Sertorian War saw Quintus Sertorius intensifying his campaign against Quintus Caecilius Metellus Pius, even as Pompey engaged and defeated Sertorius's subordinates Perpenna and Gaius Herennius outside modern Valencia. As Sertorius personally took command against Pompey, Metellus capitalized on this shift to defeat Sertorius's deputy, Lucius Herculeus, at the Battle of Italica. The war's momentum shifted frequently following the indecisive Battle of Sucro. Sertorius retreated inland, later clashing with Pompey at Saguntum. This battle proved costly for both sides. Pompey lost up to 6,000 men, and he also lost his brother-in-law, Memmius. Sertorius didn't do too well either. He sustained about 3,000 casualties, and lost the very capable Herculeus. Well, despite Metellus achieving a victory over Perpenna in a separate encounter, Sertorius skillfully withdrew to Clunia, and it was there that he reinforced the town's defenses, hoping to draw the Roman generals into a protracted siege, make it difficult for them, starve them out. Well, meanwhile, he organized the garrisons of other towns into a new field army. Once ready, Sertorius broke the siege at Clunia, using his forces to disrupt Roman supply lines, both on land and sea. The logistical strain of all this forced Metellus to winter his troops in Gaul, while Pompey settled among the Vacaei. In 73 BC, bolstered by 2 additional legions, Metellus reunited with Pompey, and they advanced towards the Ebro River. At the same time, Sertorius and Perpenna pushed forward from Lusitania. However, internal divisions began to weaken Sertorius's position, and the conflict stagnated for the next 2 years. By 71, the discord within his ranks culminated in Perpenna assassinating Sertorius. Perpenna's subsequent defeat and execution by Pompey marked the end of major hostilities. So, after consolidating his victory, Pompey spent a bit more time reorganizing the local Roman administration in Hispania. His conciliatory approach toward former opponents not only quelled remaining resistance, but also extended his influence and patronage across Hispania and into southern Gaul, establishing a foundation for future political and military leverage in the region. While Pompey was concluding his military campaigns in Hispania, Crassus took on the responsibility of quelling the Third Servile War. Did you watch my video on it? Well, if you did, you'd know that it was led by the slave Spartacus. That's right, it was that war. Well, Pompey returned to Italy in 71, just as Crassus was delivering the decisive blow against the main rebel army. It was a very long and hard-fought rebellion, I'm sure you know. Pompey's arrival allowed him to engage and massacre 6,000 fugitives from the battle, a move that he claimed as effectively ending the war. Of course, you can't rebel if you're not breathing. They're powerless without their heads, it seems. Well, from memory they were all crucified, as a warning, placed along the roads as they marched new slaves through. Certainly getting the point across, I think so. Well, this assertion became a lingering source of irritation for Crassus, who thought that his efforts were overshadowed by Pompey coming in at the last moment and taking all of the credit. Well, upon his return, Pompey was granted a second triumph for his victories in Hispania, and was nominated for the consulship. Given his youth and the technical breach of eligibility requirements, his nomination required a special decree from the Senate. Now, Plutarch notes in his writings that Pompey supported Crassus as his co-consul, perhaps strategically placing Crassus in his debt, owing him a favor. You know what I mean. The two were elected as consuls eventually for the year 70 BC, yet their term was marked by constant disagreement, leading to a tenure described as, I quote, from Plutarch, politically barren and without achievement. Sounds like a lot of modern politicians, to be honest. Well, despite the conflicts between them, their consulship witnessed significant political changes, notably the restoration of powers to the plebeian tribune that had been stripped by Sulla. Among these powers was the critical ability to veto senatorial bills, a pivotal moment in politics of the late Roman Republic. Now, while this restoration was popular among the populace, it faced opposition from the senatorial class, particularly the optimates. A successful reinstatement of these powers required cooperation between the consuls, a noteworthy achievement given the general contentious nature of their partnership. Now, although most historical accounts focus very little on Crassus's role in these reforms, his support, alongside Pompey's, can't be written off. In fact, it was indispensable for their enactment, so give him some credit. Anyway, pirates. You know them, you love them, and they're not a new thing. In fact, in Roman times, the Mediterranean was quite full of them, and they'd been a significant threat in the time of Pompey, forging temporary alliances with Rome's adversaries, such as Mithridates and Sertorius over the last 50 years. Their influence grew due to the decline of traditional naval powers like Rhodes, and despite previous efforts, Rome had failed to subdue them. There was just too many, they were too spread out, and they just kept coming. Now, it is important to note that Romans often labeled their enemies as pirates or brigands, which leads some historians to argue that these were kind of conventional enemies, rather than mere disorganized outlaws. Think about the way that Romans would refer to anyone who's not Roman as a barbarian, but the word barbarian conjures a certain image in our minds, don't you think? So, when they say that they're pirates, or brand them all with that broad brush, it might not really be the case. Either way, the pirates were mainly based in Cilicia, and they escalated their activities to the extent of raiding Ostia, which was a Roman port, in 68 BC, and they even had the gall to kidnap 2 senators, which of course caused widespread panic and outrage. In response, Aulus Gabinius, a tribune of the plebs in 67 BC, and prompted by Pompey, proposed what was called the Lex Gabinia. This law, this Lex Gabinia, granted Pompey proconsular authority for 3 years over any province within 50 miles of the Mediterranean, and this empowered him to appoint legates and allocate significant financial resources for a campaign against the pirates. Despite Senate opposition due to concerns over one man holding such extensive power, what could possibly go wrong? The Lex Gabinia was ultimately passed by the tribunate. Pompey's campaign faced internal obstacles, primarily from Roman officials who resented his expansive authority, either out of jealousy or practicality. For instance, in Gaul, Piso interfered with his recruitment efforts, and in Crete, Quintus Metellus disregarded his commands, shrugging his shoulders and pretending not to hear him. Well, to effectively combat the pirate threat, Pompey dispersed his forces across the Mediterranean, ensuring that the pirates could not evade the Roman fleet by simply relocating. He appointed 15 legates to patrol specific areas, securing crucial grain routes to Rome. This strategy swiftly brought the western Mediterranean under his control within a mere 40 days. Very efficient. His fleets then advanced east, driving the pirates back to their strongholds in Cilicia. He then personally led the decisive assault on their main base at Coricaesium, achieving victory at the Battle of Coricaesium and concluding the war in merely 3 months. His reputation for clemency encouraged most of the pirates to surrender without resistance. Following their surrender, Pompey resettled them in cities that had been devastated during the Mithridatic War, such as Soli, which was then renamed Pompeiopolis, the city of Pompey, and Dyma in Greece, as well as towns in Libya and Calabria. And these communities developed a lasting affinity for both Rome and Pompey, integrating into the Roman state while retaining a connection to their benefactor. It was a win-win for everybody. Now in 73 BC, one Lucius Licinius Lucullus, a seasoned lieutenant of Sulla, was appointed proconsul of Cilicia and given command in the Third Mithridatic War. The conflict had reignited in 74 BC, following the death of Bithynia's last ruler, who bequeathed his kingdom to Rome. This event triggered an invasion by Mithridates VI of Pontus and Tigranes the Great of Armenia. Lucullus proved to be a capable military leader, securing several victories. However, there were allegations that he was deliberately prolonging the war for personal gain, and that led to a Senate investigation. By 69 BC, discontent and mutiny were rife among his troops. In 68 BC, Quintus Marcius Rex succeeded Lucullus in Cilicia, while Manius Acilius Glabrio took over in Bithynia and the ongoing war efforts. But unfortunately, Glabrio failed to act decisively when Mithridates recaptured much of Pontus in 67 BC, and then invaded Cappadocia, a Roman ally. In 66 BC, seizing the opportunity to assert control, Pompey leveraged his influence through the tribunate to enact the Lex Manilia. This law granted him sweeping powers across Asia Minor to conclusively defeat Mithridates once and for all, augmenting the authority he already held under the Lex Gabinia. Although the Optimates, or conservative faction as they're also known, were privately alarmed at one individual accumulating so much power, they simply conceded, wary of Pompey's considerable popular support. Lucullus deeply resentful of being replaced, can't blame him, disparagingly labeled Pompey a vulture who capitalized on the efforts of others. Well, this was a pointed reference to Pompey's new command and his purported role in concluding the war against Spartacus. Meanwhile, Pompey forged an alliance with Phraates III, the king of Parthia, persuading him to invade Armenia. As Mithridates proposed a truce, Lucullus contended that the war had all but ended, at least practically. However, Pompey, seeking more substantial concessions, rejected the offer. Consequently, Mithridates retreated into Armenia, with Pompey hot on his tail. Now, by the end of 66 BC, Pompey had tracked him down and defeated him at Lycus, decisively tilting the balance of the conflict. And then, after the battle, Mithridates, along with a small band of loyal troops, managed to evade capture, and together they fled to Colchis on the Black Sea. It was there he managed to overthrow the Roman-supported ruler of the Cimmerian Bosporus, his own son, Machares, who subsequently took his own life. While during all this chaos, Pompey continued his own military campaign, entering Armenia with the support of Tigranes the Younger. Tigranes the Elder, seeking to avert further conflict, quickly negotiated terms with Pompey. He agreed to pay a significant monetary indemnity and ceded territory taken by Lucullus, additionally permitting Roman troops to be stationed within his domain. In 65 BC, Pompey advanced towards Colchis, intent on capturing it from Mithridates. This campaign required him to first subdue various local tribes allied with Mithridates. After a series of victories, he joined forces with one Servilius, the admiral of his Euxine fleet at Phasis. However, a renewed revolt in Caucasian Albania diverted Pompey's attention, necessitating a strategic retreat to sort out these other disturbances. Following his victory at the river Abbas, he was able to secure terms with the Albanians and truces with the other tribes across the northern Caucasus. Pompey then spent the winter in Armenia, resolving minor territorial disputes between his allies, Phraates of Parthia and Tigranes. In 64 BC, while maintaining a naval blockade to weaken Mithridates, Pompey shifted his focus to Syria. He annexed several wealthy independent cities, integrating them into the new Roman province of Syria. This expansion not only bolstered his wealth and prestige, but it also drew criticism from his political adversaries in Rome, who contended that his actions exceeded the authority that was granted to him. Meanwhile, Mithridates, now elderly and increasingly isolated, found himself besieged in Pantisapaeum by another one of his sons, Pharnaces II. An attempt to take his life by poison failed, reportedly due to his long-standing practice of consuming antidotes as a precaution against such an eventuality. Which, well, I suppose it worked. Good job, Mithridates. Eventually he was killed by his own rebels. In a bid to secure favor with Rome, Pharnaces, that son of Mithridates, sent Mithridates' embalmed body to Pompey. In return, Pompey acknowledged Pharnaces as the ruler of the Bosporan kingdom, and formally aligned him as an ally of Rome, thus marking the end of Mithridates' long-standing challenge to Roman authority. And now we turn to the collapse of the Seleucid Empire, which, following this event, Pompey annexed Syria in 64 BC, a move that, yes, did expand Roman territory, which was the goal, but it also managed to completely destabilize the entire region. A power vacuum allowed many cities to simply claim their own independence. In early 63 BC, Pompey departed from Antioch, advancing southward. He occupied coastal cities like Apamea and moved through the anti-Lebanon mountains to seize control of Pella, Jordan, and Damascus. His further incursion into Judea was prompted by local conflicts that threatened regional stability further. The inhabitants, led by Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, had extended their hostilities into Phoenicia, drawing Pompey's attention and intervention. The conflict in Judea, exacerbated by the ongoing Hasmonean War between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, saw Pompey siding with Hyrcanus. Now, the campaign culminated in the siege of Jerusalem, yes, indeed, that Jerusalem, where Aristobulus' defenders withdrew to the temple. The Romans stormed and subsequently looted the temple. Well, after the siege, Judea was also established as a client kingdom under Hyrcanus, with its northern part integrated into the Decapolis, which was a league of semi-autonomous cities. Now, both Judea and the Decapolis were placed under the jurisdiction of the newly formed province of Syria. Pompey's reorganization of the East included several other significant challenges, by the way. He established the province of Bithynia and Pontus, distributing the remaining territories of Mithridates among Roman allies. In Cappadocia, Ariobarzanes was restored to his throne. Lesser Armenia, previously under Tigranes, was annexed into Galatia, where Pompey's client Deiotarus was installed as a ruler. Additionally, the coastal region of Pamphylia, known for its pirate activities, was combined with other inland areas into Cilicia, which was then divided into 6 administrative parts. Now, all of this territorial and administrative reforms, yes, it was really good for the Roman state. Income going up, missions being accomplished. But in the background, it was very good for Pompey on an individual level. You see, he enhanced his personal wealth, but also his network of patronage. Lots of powerful friends who owed him quite a lot of favors. A solid influence across the newly restructured region. Well, it was time to go home. Pompey's return to Italy in 62 BC. Well, at this time he disbursed substantial bonuses to his troops, totaling around 16,000 talents. After all, they'd worked hard for it. And it was a clear demonstration of his generosity, but also a way to ensure their loyalty. It's hard to be loyal to your boss with empty pockets, after all. However, contrary to some fears that he might emulate Sulla by using his army for political leverage, Pompey dismissed his troops upon their arrival at Brundisium. As he traveled towards Rome, large crowds that gathered to see him indicated his enduring popularity among the general populace, despite the mixed opinions of the Senate. They're all snobs anyway, don't you think? Probably. Well, in 61 BC, Pompey celebrated his 45th birthday with a third triumph, honoring his victories in Asia Minor. Asia Minor as well being the Near East, by the way. During this time, he announced that the newly established provinces in the East had boosted their annual state revenue significantly, almost double, from 200 million to around 340 million sesterces, with an additional one-time payment of 480 million sesterces to the Roman treasury. While Pompey did not disclose the details of his personal wealth, it was no doubt pretty substantial, whichever way you look at it. Low estimates, high estimates, it's pretty high. Well, part of it he actually used to finance the construction of the Theatre of Pompey, destined to become one of the most iconic buildings in ancient Rome. Well, despite all the success, the Senate, well, he was still facing challenges with them. The body refused to ratify the treaties he had negotiated during his reorganization of the East, with opposition spearheaded by the Optimates, including Cato the Younger and Metellus Celer. The latter's opposition may have been influenced by personal grievances, as Pompey had recently divorced Celer's sister, Mucia, under rather contentious circumstances. While the Senate also blocked a proposal to distribute farmland to Pompey's veterans and the landless urban poor, a measure that was similar to the one that they had rejected in 63 BC. This refusal showed the Senate's confidence in their ability to manage and suppress popular dissent, despite the evident public support for Pompey's initiatives. But when has the Senate ever cared about what the public want? Anyway, while Pompey struggled to counteract the Optimate faction on his own, his political landscape shifted dramatically when Julius Caesar, Marius's ambitious nephew, sought his support for the consulship in 59 BC. Now, Caesar was known for his political acumen and, frankly, unscrupulous tactics, and he recognized the advantage of aligning with Pompey, whose significant influence among the urban electorate could bolster his own political aspirations. The alliance was further strengthened with the support of Crassus. Of course, we're just going to be briefly going over Caesar in this video in his relation to Pompey. If you want the whole story of Caesar, well, you're going to have to go and watch my Julius Caesar video, aren't you? And so now, with the backing of both Pompey and Crassus, Caesar secured one of the two consulships for 59 BC, alongside the Optimate Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus. This position allowed Caesar to facilitate the passage of legislation that benefited not only himself, but also his allies, Pompey and Crassus. Of course, favors would certainly be called in. Now, despite being ostensibly the most junior member of what would become the First Triumvirate, Caesar quickly positioned himself as a central figure within this informal alliance, which was primarily aimed at circumventing the dominance of the Optimates. Pompey brought to the Triumvirate his unparalleled military reputation and widespread popularity among the Roman people, key assets in the power dynamic of the Republic. On the other hand, Crassus bought money, and a lot of it. He was immensely wealthy. Think about the Elon Musk of his time, which of course facilitated the building of substantial patronage networks, though he lacked the military achievements that were often crucial for securing political success during this period in Rome. And so, this strategic alliance among the three of them marked a significant realignment of power within the late Roman Republic. And, of course, many major political developments would be in its wake. Now, once Caesar was elected, he swiftly facilitated the approval of a new agrarian law, capitalizing on the support of Pompey's veterans who, by filling the streets of Rome, allegedly coerced the Senate into compliance. Now, this demonstration of force effectively sidelined Bibulus, Caesar's co-consul, who actually opposed the bill, and reportedly he was assaulted in the Forum, leading him to withdraw to what amounted to house arrest for the remainder of his term. Additionally, Caesar secured the ratification of Pompey's reorganizations in the east, and through the Lex Fatinia, gained governorship of Gallia Cisalpina, Illyricum, and later Gallia Transalpina, following the incumbent governor's death. The triumvirate, however, faced significant opposition from senatorial figures like Cicero, who had been a long-standing ally of Pompey, but diverged over the issue of Publius Claudius Pulcher. Now, Claudius, supported by Caesar and Pompey, targeted Cicero for his role in the extrajudicial executions during the Catilinarian conspiracy, leading to Cicero's temporary exile. Despite this, Cicero returned to Rome 18 months later, arriving back in 58 BC, thanks mainly to Pompey's influence, and subsequently he supported Pompey's appointment as praefectus Annonnae during a grain shortage crisis in 57 BC, demonstrating a great deal of gratitude but also pragmatism. Now, by 56 BC, the politics now saw Pompey and Crassus, despite their long-standing rivalry and Pompey's concerns over Caesar's rising military fame, uniting to secure their joint election as consuls for 55 BC. It was a campaign that was marked by the typical violence you expect of Roman political life at the time. Lots of backstabbing. That wasn't too bad of a joke. That was all right. Well, with Caesar's backing, they were successful, and upon assuming office, they orchestrated the passage of laws assigning Crassus to Syria, with a military campaign against Parthia, and Pompey to the provinces of Hispania and Africa, while also extending Caesar's command in Gaul. All three were granted expansive military and diplomatic powers for a period of 5 years, allowing them to levy troops and engage in war or peace negotiations at their discretion. Now, in 54 BC, amidst the tumult of his extensive campaigns in Gaul, Caesar faced a rapidly evolving political landscape back in Rome. Concurrently, Crassus launched his ill-fated campaign against the Parthians. During this period, Pompey experienced personal loss with the death of his wife Julia during childbirth in September of that year. The subsequent deaths of Crassus and his son Publius at the Battle of Carrhae in May of 53 BC significantly altered this delicate balance of power, removing a vital buffer between Caesar and Pompey and setting the stage for direct conflict. And things even escalated further, if they weren't bad enough already, in 52 BC, when violence disrupted the consular elections, leading to their suspension. In the midst of this chaos, the Optimate faction, led by figures such as Bibulus and supported by Cato, pushed for rather extraordinary measures. They proposed that Pompey be appointed as the sole consul, of course a radical departure from Roman norms, and it was ultimately ratified. Following his appointment, Pompey married Cornelia, the widow of the fallen Publius Crassus, further consolidating his political alliances by appointing her father, Metellus Scipio Nasica, as his consular colleague for the later part of that year. During his consulship, Pompey championed legislation that would have profound implications for the Republic's stability. This legislation aimed to make prosecutions for political violence retrospective, thereby exposing Caesar to potential legal action for alleged abuses during his consulship in 59 BC, once his proconsular immunity expired, of course, upon leaving Gaul. Well, he couldn't have that, couldn't he? In anticipation to these legal threats, Caesar arranged to run for the consulship in absentia for the year 48 BC. However, another piece of legislation, supported by Pompey, required candidates to be physically present in Rome to run for office, complicating Caesar's plans and contributing to the inexorable drift towards civil war in 49. Despite maintaining a facade of cooperation, Pompey regarded his rival, Caesar, as a significant threat. Old friends, well, turning into new enemies, perhaps. And this was a sentiment that was echoed by many within the Senate. In 50 BC, both consuls for the year, Paulus and Gaius Claudius Marcellus, were known adversaries of Caesar. Alongside them, Curio, a plebeian tribune, also opposed Caesar and pushed for legislation aimed at stripping him of his command in Gaul. Allegedly, Caesar managed to circumvent these efforts by bribing both Paulinus and Curio. In a strategic pivot, Curio proposed a resolution. He proposed that both Caesar and Pompey should simultaneously lay down their arms or face being declared enemies of the state. Talk about an ultimatum. And you know what happens to enemies of the state. Well, this proposal appeared to attract those who desired to avoid conflict, but it was frankly untenable for the Optimates, who perceived Caesar as a clear and present danger needing elimination. Don't just let him lay down his arms and get away with it. No, we can't have that. We need to take him out, put him up on that cross. Well, the Senate's rejection of this compromise edged the Republic closer to open warfare, tiptoeing step by step to complete chaos. Of course, they then financed a consular army under Pompey's organization. Now, Pompey's illness during a recruiting stint in Naples and the subsequent public celebrations of his recovery bolstered his confidence in his own popularity and ability to counter any challenges. By December, Caesar had strategically positioned himself in Ravenna, just outside the formal boundary of the Roman Republic, with a veteran legion. The Senate's attitude was uncompromising towards Caesar, influenced by a strong faction that was deeply wary of any concessions. However, many senators also harbored distrust towards Pompey. criticizing him for what they perceived as feeble and ineffective leadership during this critical period. He wasn't there when they needed him, wasn't fulfilling his obligations. And thus, on January the 1st, 49 BC, Caesar issued an ultimatum from Ravenna, demanding the Senate accept his compromise, or else. Overconfident in their numerical superiority, over Caesar's forces, the Senate declared him a public enemy on the 7th of January. Thus, in defiance, he famously crossed the Rubicon River into Italy on the 11th of January, 49 BC, a decisive act that effectively launched the Great Roman Civil War, signaling his intent to confront the Senate and assert his rights, famously captured by the phrase, "The die is cast." Now, as the Civil War commenced, Caesar, now deemed a rebel, found himself significantly outmatched in terms of resources. He possessed no naval force and commanded only 3 under-strength legions. But in contrast, Pompey was backed by the formidable resources of the Roman Senate and state, and also the support of his clients in the East. Despite his apparent advantage, Pompey's position was less secure than it appeared. He served merely as an advisor to the Senate, which was divided between those seeking a negotiated peace and those who were wary of Pompey's intentions, viewing him with just as much suspicion as they did Caesar. And thus Pompey's military strategies required approval from the consuls, limiting his autonomy. His recommendations were not always heeded, as evident when Cicero declined his request for recruitment assistance, and Cato refused command of Sicily, a key location for controlling Rome's grain supply. This lack of coordinated support certainly did not help Pompey. Now, Caesar, on the other hand, was advancing rapidly towards Rome, and he caught Pompey's defenses off guard. Despite being numerically inferior, Caesar's forces consisted of seasoned veterans, and they were fiercely loyal, whereas many of Pompey's recruits were mercenaries or simply inexperienced recruits. This disparity was highlighted during the siege of Corfinium, where Pompey's Optimate ally, Lucius Domitius, was besieged and ultimately surrendered his 13,000 men to Caesar. These forces, under Asinius Pollio, were subsequently deployed to take Sicily. Well, in response, Pompey retreated from Rome, ordering senators and public officials to follow him to Brundisium. From there he successfully transported his troops across the Adriatic to Dyrrhachium and Thessaly. Meanwhile, unable to pursue immediately due to lack of ships, Caesar focused on securing his rear by defeating Pompeian forces in Hispania before returning to Rome in December of 49 BC. This delay allowed Pompey time to assemble an army nearly twice the size of Caesar's, and maintain control of the sea lanes through his naval superiority. By January 48 BC, however, Caesar managed to cross the Adriatic Sea with 7 legions and landed in southern Albania. After capturing Oricum and Apollonia, he advanced towards Dyrrhachium, Pompey's primary supply base. Pompey managed to arrive in time to thwart Caesar's efforts and established a fortified camp across the river Apus. The two armies settled into a standoff, neither side eager to initiate hostilities. Caesar, due to his military disadvantage, and Pompey preparing to weaken Caesar through attrition, mirroring his earlier strategy against Mithridates. And thus in late March, the deadlock in the region was disrupted when Mark Antony successfully navigated across the Adriatic with 4 legions, landing at Nymphaeum, about 57 kilometers north of Dyrrhachium. Attempting to prevent Antony's forces from joining Caesar, Pompey marched northeast to set an ambush. However, local sympathizers who were loyal to Caesar informed Antony of the trap, allowing him to hold his position until Caesar advanced closer. Faced with the prospect of being sandwiched between 2 Caesarian forces, Pompey strategically retreated. With their forces united, Caesar reassigned his troops. He sent 1.5 legions to Aetolia and Thessaly to secure support and provisions, and 2 more legions under Domitius Calvinus to block Metellus Scipio in Macedonia. Concurrently, Pompey's eldest son, Gnaeus, inflicted a significant setback on Caesar by destroying his fleet at Oricum and Lissus, effectively severing Caesar's supply lines from Italy. Caesar attempted to draw Pompey into open battle at Asparagium, but Pompey declined engagement. Outmaneuvering Pompey the following day, Caesar marched back towards Dyrrhachium, setting up camp before Pompey could arrive. Lacking the necessary siege equipment to take Dyrrhachium, and unwilling to leave Pompey free to attack from behind, Caesar chose to besiege Pompey instead. While Pompey had sufficient food supplies, Caesar's strategic damming of local rivers created a water shortage and limited forage for Pompey's cavalry. The intensifying conditions forced Pompey to make a critical move in late July, breaking through part of Caesar's lines, rendering the siege ineffective. And Caesar then withdrew back to Apollonia. Now, as Metellus Scipio arrived in Thessaly to reinforce Pompey's position, Caesar moved south to confront him, joining forces with Domitius Calvinus. Along the way, Caesar's troops sacked the city of Gomphi. Pompey pursued Caesar to the vicinity of Pharsalus, but hesitated to engage in battle, possibly due to his customary caution. Well, despite being completely outnumbered, Pompey commanded about 38,000 men, with Caesar around about 22,000, but with a significant cavalry advantage. Pompey eventually formed his troops for battle on the 9th of August, planning to utilize his cavalry to outflank Caesar on the left. Caesar, however, had anticipated Pompey's strategy and effectively countered the cavalry charge, which collapsed in complete disarray. The infantry were thus completely vulnerable. Pressured from the front and the left, Pompey's forces were thus overwhelmed, leading to a decisive and frankly catastrophic defeat for his army. Well, after the defeat at Pharsalus, Pompey fled the battlefield and sought refuge in Mytilene, where he was reunited with his wife Cornelia. The battle had seen most of his eastern allies either killed or captured, with the notable exception of the young Ptolemy XIII, that was the ruler of Egypt. Now, considering Egypt's wealth and strategic importance, and lacking of better options, Pompey viewed it as a viable refuge. Meanwhile, Cato declared his intention to continue the struggle against Caesar from Africa, though many of Pompey's senatorial supporters, including Cicero and Brutus, chose to reconcile with Caesar and simply go back to Rome. From Cyprus, Pompey sailed with a modest fleet towards Egypt, arriving at Pelusium on the 28th of September 48 BC. But Egypt wasn't the best place to be at that time, you see. It was embroiled in its own conflicts, civil wars between Ptolemy the 13th and his sister, Cleopatra the 7th. And yes, it is the Cleopatra that you're thinking of. Well, upon going ashore to meet an official Egyptian delegation, Pompey was tragically betrayed and murdered by Lucius Septimius, a Roman officer who had once served under him, but was then in the employ of the Egyptian army. In the grim aftermath, Pompey's body was hastily cremated on the beach by two of his servants, while his head was preserved as a grim trophy, intended as a political gift to Julius Caesar. It was an assassination that was motivated partly by fears within Ptolemy's court that Pompey might attempt to seize control of Egypt, leveraging the loyalty of the many Roman mercenaries in the Egyptian army, such as Septimius himself. Additionally, Ptolemy's advisors likely saw the murder as a means to get some favor with Caesar in his ongoing conflict with Cleopatra. But, well, if you know the story, you know that it ultimately backfired. Of course, the fate of Pompey's final remains is pretty poignant in itself. His head was eventually returned to his widow Cornelia, who buried it in the family estate in the Alban Hills. The manner of his death led to Cicero to reflect sorrowfully that Pompey's life had persisted beyond his actual power, a tragic end to the once formidable Roman commander's astonishing career. Well, thank you very much for listening to my biography of Pompey. I hope you enjoyed it. You may notice the videos are getting a little bit longer. They're creeping past the 1 hour mark for each one of them, which is okay. It just means more history for you. Thank you very much. Well, I'd also, of course, like to thank my top tier patrons, as I drop my coins, excuse me. The Jewish-Roman War of 66 to 73 AD marked a tumultuous period in ancient Judea's history. The conflict, marked by religious, political, and widespread social tensions, culminated in the devastating siege and destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman force under Titus. The war had profound demographic, cultural, and political ramifications for the Jewish population of Judea, but also for the broader Mediterranean region. While primary sources offer varying accounts of the conflict's toll, its impact on Judea's population and landscape was undeniably significant. And that's what we're here to learn about today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's nice to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, then you would follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so also goes a long way. Now, with that out of the way, let's get on to today's video. The First Roman-Jewish War. Now, this is kind of a part one of 2 videos about the Roman-Jewish wars in general. In the next video, I'll talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt and the events that led up to that. But let's talk about this first and go right back to the beginning. From 37 BCE to 4 BCE, King Herod ruled Jerusalem as a vassal king appointed by the Roman Senate. Herod the Great was infamous for his ruthless tactics to secure his throne, including the execution of all potential claimants from the previous Hasmonean dynasty. Even his own wife, who hailed from that lineage. To solidify his power, Herod established a new class of nobility loyal solely to him, known as the Herodians, and appointed high priests from unrelated families. Well, there's your primer on what kind of a bloke Herod was. His reign left a legacy of economic hardship, particularly among labor workers employed on his grand construction projects, of which there were numerous. Well, after his death, the economy deteriorated further, leading to widespread poverty and social unrest. The lack of effective leadership exacerbated the situation, leaving the region vulnerable to riots and contributing to the conditions that would eventually spark the Great Revolt. So, with the increasing dominance of the Roman Empire in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Herodian dynasty, initially semi-independent, was formally integrated into the Roman Empire in 6 AD. This transition to a Roman province heightened tensions. The natives did not like it at all, and it culminated in a Jewish uprising led by Judas of Galilee in response to the census of Quirinius. After the death of Herod the Great and the removal of Herod Archelaus from power, the Romans appointed procurators, technically prefects before 41, to govern the Judeans. Initially, these Roman officials respected the Jewish customs and laws, permitting them to observe the Sabbath and granting exemptions from pagan rituals. They even minted coins without images, a departure from the practice elsewhere in the empire. During the years 7 to 26 AD, the province experienced relative calm. However, trouble resurfaced after 37, particularly under Emperor Caligula's reign. The underlying cause of tensions in the eastern part of the empire were admittedly multifaceted, including the influence of Greek culture, the implementation of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire. Caligula harbored suspicions toward the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Avilius Flaccus, who had ties to Egyptian separatists and a history of opposing Caligula's family. So, in 38, Caligula dispatched Agrippa to Alexandria, without prior notice, to assess the situation under Flaccus. Agrippa's visit was met with a good deal of hostility from the local Greek population. Remember that they were under the rule of the Greeks at this time, who viewed him as the king of the Jews. In an attempt to appease both the Greeks and Caligula, Flaccus ordered the placement of statues of the emperor in Jewish synagogues, and just before I go on, allow me to correct myself. They were not under the rule of the Jews, because Cleopatra and Ptolemy had already been defeated, ending the Ptolemaic dynasty. I do apologize. Moving on. However, this move triggered widespread religious riots in the cities. You can't just put your statues wherever you like them. People do not like that. Don't do it. Well, the unrest had to be dealt with. So, in response to all this, Caligula removed Flaccus from his position, and he could have just had him sent away, but in true Caligula fashion, simply had him executed. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of planning rebellion with Parthian assistance. Herod Antipas confessed, leading to his exile, while Agrippa was rewarded with control over his territories. In 40 CE, the next year, tensions flared up once again in Alexandria, with riots breaking out between Jews and Greeks. Now, the Jews were accused of a grievous crime, and that crime was failing to honor the emperor, and disputes also arose in other cities like Jamnia. Now, angered by the erection of a clay altar, Jewish protesters decided to take matters into their own hands and destroyed it themselves. In response, Caligula ordered the erection of a statue of himself in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. This was a much greater insult than the original clay statue. However, fearing a civil war, the governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, delayed implementing the order for nearly a year, until Agrippa convinced Caligula to reverse it. In the year 46, some 6 years later, an uprising erupted in the Judea province, instigated by two brothers, Jacob and Simon, and this lasted for 2 years until 48 AD. It began as a sporadic insurgency, centered in the Galilee. Roman authorities eventually suppressed it, resulting in the execution of both brothers. The relatively conciliatory Roman policy in Judea shifted then with the appointment of Gessius Florus as procurator. That was between 64 and 66 CE. Now, Nero was at this time in power, and he tasked Florus with extracting a large sum of money from Jerusalem's temple, while quelling any resistance. This, of course, was not received very well by those who frequented the temple in Jerusalem, and it led to tensions. When Florus seized funds from the temples, he justified it as reclaiming unpaid taxes. This action, along with subsequent upheavals, sparked a great deal of rioting in Jerusalem. Charismatic insurgents, supported by armed bands, entered the city, igniting a period of revolt against Rome and internal conflict among different factions. Attempts to seek support from the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus, proved to be futile, intensifying the revolt and leading to the formation of various revolutionary groups. Florus's efforts to quell the riots only fueled more revolutionary fervor, escalating the conflict even further. Now, according to Josephus, he was a Jewish historian of the contemporary time, the eruption of violence in 66 AD was actually triggered by Greeks who were sacrificing birds in front of a synagogue in Caesarea. In response to this, one of the Jewish temple clerks, Eleazar ben Hananiah, halted prayers and sacrifices for the Roman emperor. Grievances over taxation were added to the protests, leading to random attacks on Roman citizens and perceived traitors in Jerusalem. And also, you didn't really have to do much to be perceived a traitor. If you weren't 100% with them, you were effectively a traitor nonetheless, even if you were just trying to keep your head down and not get executed by a Roman patrol. Now, Roman troops, under the orders of Procurator Gessius Florus, breached the Jewish temple and confiscated 17 talents from its treasury, claiming that it's all right, it's for the emperor, just give us the gold. This was also not received well. Someone barging into your house and taking all of your things, not very neighborly. Therefore, this action incited further unrest, with some Jews openly mocking Florus by collecting money as if he were poor, insinuating that he was a beggar and they were throwing coins to him. Now, Florus responded by sending soldiers to raid Jerusalem and arrest several of the most prominent leaders, who were later whipped in public and crucified. All of this despite some of them actually being Roman citizens. So you can see how serious the Romans were taking this. Well, don't worry, the Judeans were taking it equally as serious, because in retaliation, the outraged Judean nationalist factions took up arms and swiftly overran the military garrison in Jerusalem. Fearing the escalating conflict, King Herod Agrippa II and his sister Berenice fled to Galilee. Judean militias targeted Roman citizens and pro-Roman officials, removing all Roman symbols from the country. The rebel faction Sicari seized the Roman garrison at Masada, capturing their fortress. Initially, the violence had stemmed from internal factional conflicts between Jews supporting the rebellion and those who opposed. But the conflict resulted in significant loss of life either way, including the former high priest Ananias. The Roman garrison on Jerusalem's western border was besieged and unable to aid those against the rebellion. Eventually, the garrison surrendered under the command of Metilius in exchange for safe passage from the city. However, the Jewish rebels, led by Eleazar, slaughtered all surrendered soldiers, except Metilius, who was compelled to convert to Judaism, or end up like the rest of the soldiers. According to 4th century church fathers Eusebius and Epiphanius of Salamis, Jerusalem's Christian community fled to Pella before the outbreak of the war. Smart choice. Well, in response to the unrest in Judea, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, mobilized the Syrian Legion 12 Fulminata, reinforced with units from 3 Gallica, 4 Scythica, and 6 Ferrata, along with auxiliaries and allies, totaling approximately 30 to 36,000 troops. Certainly a formidable force. The Syrian legion swiftly captured Narbata and Sepphoris, with the latter surrendering without resistance. Judean rebels retreated to Adzamon Hill, but were defeated there after a brief siege. Advancing further, Gallus reached Acre in western Galilee, then marched on Caesarea and Jaffa, where around 8,400 people met the sword. Continuing the campaign, Gallus seized Lydda and Aphek and clashed with Jerusalemite rebels in Geva, suffering significant losses to Judean rebels led by Simon Bar Giora, reinforced by volunteers from Adiabene. The Syrian legion then laid siege to Jerusalem, but inexplicably withdrew back towards the coast. On the retreat, they were ambushed and suffered a devastating defeat by Judean rebels at the Battle of Beth Horon, resulting in the loss of approximately 6,000 Roman troops and the Aquila of Legio XII Fulminata. Gallus then fled to Syria, leaving his troops behind in quite a disarray. Following the victory at Beth Horon, the Judean militias, comprising various factions, attempted to expand their control to Ascalon, but failed to take the city, suffering heavy losses to the defending Roman garrison. Subsequently, the Judean provisional government was established in Jerusalem, with prominent figures like Ananas ben Ananas and Joseph ben Gurion assuming leadership roles. Meanwhile, Menahem ben Yehuda's attempt to seize control of Jerusalem was thwarted, leading to his execution and the expulsion of the Sicarii faction to Masada. Simon Bar Giora's faction, also ousted from Jerusalem, sought refuge in Masada until the winter of 67 to 68. On the Roman side, Emperor Nero dispatched General Vespasian to quell the rebellion, who arrived with 2 legions, 10th Fretensis and 5th of Macedonia at Ptolemais, in April 67. Joining him were his son Titus with Legio 15 Apollinaris, and various local allies, which included King Agrippa II. Now with over 60,000 soldiers, Vespasian initiated operations with the priority of subduing Galilee. Now, here was the situation in Galilee. The Judean rebels were split into 2 factions, those loyal to the central government in Jerusalem under Josephus, representing the wealthy and priesthood classes, and local zealot militias, composed mainly of the poor, fishermen, farmers, and quite a few Syrian refugees. Several towns surrendered with minimal resistance, but others had to be taken by force. Josephus recounts detailed sieges of Tarichaea, Jotapata, Gamla, while Giscala, a zealot stronghold, fell as its leaders ran away and fled to Jerusalem. By 68 CE, Jewish resistance in the north was more or less crushed, and Vespasian established his headquarters in Caesarea Maritima. He then systematically cleared the coastline, avoiding direct confrontation with the rebels in Jerusalem. According to Josephus, around 100,000 of the Judeans were killed or perhaps enslaved in the Roman conquest of Galilee. However, these numbers, especially such a great number of 100,000, are subject to quite a bit of debate. Well, after consolidating his position in Caesarea Maritima, Vespasian prepared for a new campaign in the Judean and Sumerian highlands. That's Sa-Marian, not Su-Marian, by the way. Don't get confused. Meanwhile, the Jews expelled from Galilee took refuge in Jaffa, named at that time Joppa, rebuilding the city walls and disrupting commerce and grain supply to Rome through a light flotilla. Josephus described their actions, stating, "They also built themselves many great piratical ships, and turned pirates upon the seas near to Syria, Phoenicia, and Egypt. They made those seas unnavigable to all men." Leaders of the failed northern revolt, led by John of Giscala, retreated to Jerusalem with their forces. The city, filled with militants from various factions, including remnants of the Judean Provisional Government and zealot militias, descended into chaos. The radical zealots seized control, initiating a brutal civil war and executing anyone who advocated surrender. When the zealots deceived the Idumeans with a false message of reconciliation with the Roman army, approximately 20,000 armed Idumeans entered Jerusalem, joining forces with the zealots. This led to the massacre known as the Zealot Temple Siege, resulting in the deaths of prominent figures of the Judean Provisional Government, including Ananus ben Ananus and Joseph ben Gurion, along with thousands of civilians, of course. But no one remembers their names. Upon learning of the events in Jerusalem, Simon Bar Giora left Masada and began raiding Idumea, where he encountered little resistance and allied with the Idumean leaders, including Jacob ben Susa. In the spring of 168, Vespasian launched a systematic campaign to reclaim rebel-held strongholds in Judea. He successfully captured Aphek, Lida, Javne, and Jaffa, and expanded his operations into Idumea, Perea, and eventually the Judean and Samarian highlands, where Simon Bar Giora's faction posed a significant threat to Roman authority. By July 69, the Roman army had seized key strategic locations, including Gophna, Akrabata, Bel-at al-Frame, and Hebron. Meanwhile, back in Rome, significant political upheaval on their side was very much underway. The emperor at the time, Nero, had his downfall because of his erratic and strange behavior, as the Senate, Praetorian Guard, and prominent army commanders all teamed up to conspire against him. Nero's subsequent taking of his own life marked the end of his reign, but the succession was far from stable. The new emperor was Galba, but he was swiftly murdered by his rival Otho, igniting a civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. In 69, Vespasian, previously uninvolved in the power struggle, was suddenly hailed as emperor by his legions. He left his son Titus to continue the campaign in Judea, while he journeyed home to claim the throne from the usurper Vitellius, who had overthrown Otho via nefarious methods. Titus led the Roman legions towards Jerusalem, the rebellious province's capital, causing a wave of Judean refugees as towns fell to the Roman forces one by one. The Judean rebels, weakened by their own internal strife, were primarily focused on their own survival and control of the city. Despite factional conflicts among the zealots, they still managed significant military strength. John, a leader of the zealot faction, seized power in Jerusalem after assassinating Eleazar, while Simon Bar Giora's forces were invited into the city to counter John's faction. Infighting between the factions persisted through the year 69, further destabilizing the rebel cause as nobody could seem to get along. The siege of Jerusalem, the heavily fortified capital of the province, quickly reached a stalemate as the Roman armies found themselves unable to breach the formidable defenses. In response, they established a permanent camp just outside the city, encircling Jerusalem with a trench and constructing a wall as high as the city's own fortifications. Attempting to flee the city meant facing capture and crucifixion on the dirt wall, with as many as 500 executions occurring in a single day. Now you imagine it. You climb up that wall thinking, I'm sick of this, I'm getting out of here. And the first thing you see is not your freedom, but the hundreds of squirming and screaming unfortunates nailed up to crosses, staring back at you, begging you not to go any further. More than a little horrifying, isn't it? Well, that's how the siege was. As Romans began constructing siege ramparts, two rival zealot leaders, John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, reluctantly joined forces to defend the city. However, their internal conflicts only persisted, exacerbated by the deliberate burning of stockpiled food supplies by the zealots. This act, intended to galvanize resistance against the siege, instead simply led to widespread starvation among the defenders. Contemporary historian Tacitus, you all know him, describes the dire situation within Jerusalem, noting the relentless resolve of its besieged inhabitants. Men, women, and even children alike took up arms, showing unwavering determination and a willingness to fight to the death rather than surrender or face expulsion from their homeland. Estimates of the besieged population vary, with Tacitus suggesting 600,000 and Josephus indicating nearly 1 million. This included pilgrims who had come to Jerusalem for Passover festivities, but upon arriving, found themselves trapped and doomed within the besieged city. In the summer of 70 CE, the following year, after a grueling siege of 7 months, Titus and his forces finally reached the walls of Jerusalem. And when they did, it led to widespread destruction of the city. The Romans strategically targeted the weakest points of the city's defenses, successfully breaking through the third and second walls by the end of May. Throughout the final assault, the Zealots, led by John of Giscala, fiercely defended the temple, while the Sicari, under Simon ben Giora, held the upper city. The destruction reached its climax with the razing of the Second Temple, a symbol of Jewish identity and resistance, on Tisha B'Av, that's the 29th or 30th of July 70 CE. The entire city, including all 3 walls and its citadels, was systematically demolished, leaving few structures standing. Survivors were either taken into slavery or scattered, and the once thriving Jerusalem was reduced to a smouldering ruin, with remnants of overturned stones serving as grim reminders of its former glory. John of Giscala surrendered at the fortress of Jotapata, while Simon Bar Giora was captured at the site of the destroyed temple. The precious treasures of the temple, including the menorah and the table of the bread of God's presence, were looted and paraded through the streets of Rome as spoils of war during Titus's triumphant procession. Among the captives were John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, both of whom faced different fates. John was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Simon was executed. And if you know anything about life in a Roman prison, depending on the method of execution, perhaps you'd like to weigh up your options. However, the fall of Jerusalem did not immediately quell all resistance in Judea, as isolated pockets of insurgency persisted as late as 73. Nonetheless, the capture and destruction of Jerusalem marked the decisive end of the Jewish revolt and solidified Roman dominance in the region. This pivotal event in history was commemorated with the construction of the Arch of Titus in Rome, which immortalized the spoils of war from the sacking of Jerusalem. Now, in the following year, the spring of 71, after Titus departed for Rome, Sextus Lucilius Bassus was appointed as the new military governor, tasked with completing the pacification of Judea, leading the formidable 10th Fretensis Legion. Bassus embarked on a series of campaigns to subdue the last remaining pockets of resistance. He successfully captured Herodium, and then ventured across the Jordan River to seize the fortress of Macarius, situated on the shores of the Dead Sea. Continuing his advance, Bassus pursued and defeated a group of 3,000 Judean rebels under the leadership of Judah ben Ari in the forests of Jardus, located on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. However, due to an unexpected illness, Bassus was unable to fulfill his mission and passed away before its completion. He was then succeeded by Lucius Flavius Silva, who assumed command and directed his forces towards the final bastion of Judean resistance, the city of Masada. In the autumn of 72, Silva led Legio X, accompanied by auxiliary troops and thousands of Jewish prisoners, totaling 10,000 soldiers, in a determined assault on Masada. Despite his orders for surrender being rebuffed, Silva established multiple base camps and encircled the fortress with fortifications. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, when the Roman forces finally breached the walls of Masada in 73, they were met with a grim sight. The defenders, numbering 967 in total, had chosen, instead of surrender, to take their own lives. Only 7 survivors, spared by chance, were found among the ruins of the citadel. The fall of Masada marked the tragic end of the Jewish revolt, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of resistance against Roman domination. The Roman suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea had profound and far-reaching consequences. particularly in terms of demographic impact and societal upheaval. The conflict, of course, resulted in widespread loss of life, as many Judeans perished in battles, sieges, and massacres, while numerous cities, towns, and villages were razed to the ground. The extent of destruction, of course, varied across different regions, with some areas suffering more extensive devastation than others. In Galilee, for example, cities like Tarichaea and Gabara were completely destroyed, while others like Sepphoris and Tiberias reached accommodation with the Romans and experienced relatively minimal harm, at least compared to the other cities who did not reach such an accommodation. Similarly, Transjordan and central Judea witnessed varying degrees of destruction. However, it was Judea proper, especially the Judean mountains, that bore the brunt of the devastation, culminating in the utter destruction of Jerusalem, where more than 90%, that's right, 90, of the population perished. Josephus records that many Jews were taken captive by the Romans, with some sent to work on infrastructure projects in distant lands like the Isthmus of Corinth in Greece, while others were consigned to forced labor in Egypt, or simply sold into slavery elsewhere. It's estimated that 1/3 of the Jewish population in Judea died during this revolt, with many succumbing to famine, disease, or violence, and another 1/10 being captured and subject to harsh treatment and enslavement. Well, despite the immense loss of life and destruction of the temple, the life of the Judeans persisted. However, discontent with Roman rule, of course, continued to simmer beneath the surface, eventually erupting into the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136. This rebellion, though ultimately crushed by the Romans, further destabilized the region and contributed to the eventual depopulation of Judea proper. The Bar Kokhba revolt, also known as the Third Jewish-Roman War, was a pivotal uprising that occurred in Judea during the 2nd century AD. Sparked by Roman oppression and religious suppression, the revolt erupted in 132 under the leadership of Simon Bar Kokhba, a charismatic figure who rallied the Judean population against Roman rule. And today, that's what we're here to discuss. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, then please follow the links to the Patreon. And if you'd like to support in other ways, liking, commenting, and subscribing helps YouTube push my videos out to more people. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed while we settle in and talk about the Jewish-Roman Wars, Part 2. If you've not seen the first video, you may find the link in the description discussing the first Roman-Jewish revolts. Now, before we talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt, we have to set the scene with the Kitos War. So let's do that first, shall we? Throughout the 1st century CE, tensions between the Jewish population of the Roman Empire and the broader Greek and Roman communities steadily saw an increase. These escalations were marked by various violent incidents, primarily occurring in Judea, where segments of the Judean populace sporadically rebelled against their Roman rulers. Additionally, notable events unfolded in other regions of the empire, such as the infamous Alexandria pogroms, which targeted the sizable Jewish community in the Roman province of Egypt. Despite these challenges, the Jewish diaspora generally thrived across the Roman Empire, with the notable exception of Alexandria. In many instances, the Jews relied on Roman authorities to safeguard their rights and interests within the imperial framework. Now, just quickly, to talk about the First Roman-Jewish War. The culmination of mounting tensions first began in 66 CE. It was initially sparked by the religious and cultural differences between the Greek and Jewish populations. The conflict escalated due to anti-tax protests and violent acts against Roman citizens. As hostilities intensified, the Roman military garrison in Judea itself found itself overwhelmed by the rebel forces, prompting the flight of the pro-Roman king Herod Agrippa II and other officials to the region of Galilee. In response, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, dispatched the Syrian army, including 12th Fulminata Legion and auxiliary troops, to quell the uprising. However, the legion suffered a rather surprising defeat at the hands of Jewish rebels in the Battle of Beth Horon, which sent quite a shock through the Roman leadership. Following this setback, the task of suppressing the revolt was entrusted to General Vespasian and his son Titus. They assumed 4 legions and commenced a systematic campaign beginning in Galilee in 67. The war culminated with the siege and eventual destruction of the rebel stronghold in Jerusalem in 70 AD by legions under the command of Titus. Subsequent operations resulted in the defeat of remaining Jewish strongholds, marking the end of the First Rebellion. Once more, if you want more detail, including some rather gory and macabre aspects, I refer you to the first video. Now, moving forward a little more, in 115 AD, Emperor Trajan was leading a military campaign against the Parthians in the eastern region. The Roman intervention was triggered by the Parthians installing a pro-Parthian ruler in the Kingdom of Armenia, a territory traditionally within the Roman sphere of influence. This move, which naturally violated the established balance of power, inevitably led to a conflict. As Trajan's forces marched triumphantly through Mesopotamia, Jewish insurgents in the rear began launching attacks on the small Roman garrisons that were left behind. Simultaneously, a rebellion erupted in the distant Cyrenaica, which quickly spread to Egypt and Cyprus, igniting unrest back in Judea. The uprising, centered in Lydda, posed a threat to the vital grain supply route from Egypt to the front line. The rebellion rapidly extended to recently conquered provinces, with cities boasting significant Jewish populations such as Nisibis, Edessa, Seleucia, and Arbela, which is now the modern city of Erbil in Iraq, who joined the revolt and massacring their small Roman garrisons. The Romans, unfortunately, did not stand a chance against the hordes of rebels with whatever weapons they could summon up. In Cyrenaica, a leader known as Lucaus or Andreas, who had declared himself king, led the rebellion, according to Eusebius of Caesarea. His followers destroyed numerous temples, including those dedicated to Hecate, Jupiter, Apollo, and Artemis, as well as key Roman symbols such as the Caesareum, the Basilica, and even the public baths. The Christian historian Orosius from the 4th century documented that the violence devastated Cyrenaica to such an extent that the Emperor Hadrian had to establish new colonies in an attempt to repopulate the region. Let's hear from Orosius now. He says, "The Jews waged war on their inhabitants throughout Libya in the most savage fashion, and to such an extent that the country wasted, that its cultivators had been slain, its land would have been remained utterly depopulated, had not Emperor Hadrian gathered settlers from other places and sent them thither, for the inhabitants had been wiped out." Now, to the situation in Egypt. Lucullus led the rebels to Alexandria, where they entered the city after it was abandoned by the Roman governor Marcus Rutilius Lupus. Once they entered it, they set it on fire. Egyptian temples and the tomb of Pompey were completely destroyed. The Jewish rebels also achieved victory in a battle of Hermopolis in 116, as evidenced by Egyptian papyrus records. Trajan dispatched new troops under the Praefectus Praetorio Marcius Turbo, but it was not until autumn 117 that Egypt and Cyrenaica were completely pacified. And now to Cyprus. In Cyprus, a Jewish group led by Artemion seized control of the island and massacred tens of thousands of Cypriot Greek civilians. Remember, civilians, not fighters, not guards, civilians. During the major uprising against the Romans under Trajan in 117, Cypriot Jews joined in, and, according to Dio, they slaughtered 240,000 Greeks. A Roman army was sent to reclaim the capital, and after the rebellion was completely quelled, laws were enacted banning any Jews from residing on the island. This prohibition extended to the extent that Jewish survivors of shipwrecks were punished for seeking refuge on Cypriot shores. Talk about harboring a grudge, but can you blame them? In Mesopotamia, a fresh rebellion erupted while Trajan was in the Persian Gulf. Trajan successfully recaptured Nisibis, modern-day Nusaybin in Turkey, Edessa, the capital of Osroene, and Seleucia, which is located in present-day Iraq, all of which harbored very significant Jewish communities. As part of Trajan's entourage, a pro-Roman son of the Parthian king Osroes I, Parthamaspatus, was brought on the expedition. Trajan crowned him as the king of the Parthians in Ctesiphon. The ceremony is described in a source by Cassius Dio, where Trajan elevated Parthamaspates to the throne and adorned him with the diadem, fearing potential Parthian revolt. The Romans had quite a lot of trouble with the Parthians in previous times, and would have more trouble with them in times later on. But that's for the Parthians video. Now Trajan, after this, then headed north to personally oversee the ongoing siege of Hatra. The siege persisted throughout the summer of 117, but Trajan's health, weakened by years of campaigning in the scorching eastern climate, began to deteriorate. Opting to return to Rome to recuperate, Trajan sailed from Seleucia. However, his condition began to worsen, and it was worsening rapidly, leading to his death upon reaching Selinus in Cilicia. Shortly after, Hadrian succeeded him as emperor. Now back in Judea, the Jewish leader Lucas sought refuge after fleeing from Cyrenaica. Marcius Turbo, pursuing him, executed Julian and Pappus, prominent leaders of the rebellion. Lucius Quietus, having conquered the Jews in Mesopotamia, assumed command of the Roman army in Judea and besieged Lydda, where rebel Jews had gathered under Julian and Pappus. The situation became increasingly dire, with the renowned patriarch Rabban Gamaliel II allowing fasting even during Hanukkah. Other rabbis disapproved of this measure. Now, following the capture of Lydda, many Jews were put to death, with the slain of Lydda being remembered with reverence in the Talmud. The rebel leaders, Pappus and Julian, were among those executed, becoming martyrs among the Jews. Just ask any Jew, he'll tell you. Lucius Quietus, once esteemed by Trajan, lost his command following Hadrian's accession and was later killed under unknown circumstances, possibly on Hadrian's orders in the summer of 118. Hadrian opted to end the conflict, abandoning several of Trajan's eastern conquests to stabilize the eastern borders. And despite relinquishing control over Mesopotamia, he installed Parthamaspates as the king of a restored Osroene. Osroene would remain a buffer state between the two empires for the next century. Back in Judea, tensions persisted, and this prompted the Romans, under Hadrian's directive, to station the Legio Six Ferrata permanently in Caesarea Maritima. They knew the fight was definitely not over yet. Which leads us to the year 130. Significant developments unfolded in the province of Judea when Hadrian embarked on a visit to the eastern Mediterranean. According to Cassius Dio, during his visit, Hadrian made the pivotal choice to rebuild the devastated city of Jerusalem as the Holy Roman colony of Aelia Capitolinia, naming after himself. This decision, coupled with Hadrian's imposition of other restrictions on the Jewish population, purportedly fueled the outbreak of the 132 Bar Kokhba rebellion. This revolt, marked by extreme violence, stretched the Roman military capabilities to their limits. And we finally arrive at the main topic. Pardon such a build-up, but you really must understand the background that led to this, where the Judeans find themselves, and why they were revolting. Now, let's talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt. Jewish leaders meticulously strategized the second revolt to rectify the numerous errors that marred the first Jewish-Roman war 6 decades earlier. In 132, the uprising, spearheaded by Simon bar Kokhba and Elisar, swiftly spread from Modi'in across the region, effectively isolating the Roman garrison inside Jerusalem. Although Rufus initially led the rebellion, his disappearance from historical records after 132 remains a little bit of a mystery. While following the outbreak of the revolt, Bar Kokhba's insurgents dealt significant blows to Legio X Fretensis, stationed in Aetolia Capitolina, which was another name for Jerusalem. With Legio X and Legio VI unable to quell the rebellion, reinforcements were urgently dispatched from nearby provinces. Gaius Publicius Marcellus, the legate of Roman Syria, arrived with Legio III Gallica, while Titus Haternius Nepos, the governor of Roman Arabia, brought Legio III Cyrenaica. Some historians suggest that Legio XXII Deatoriana was also dispatched from Arabia Patrea, but met its demise in an ambush en route to Aelia Capitolina, potentially leading to its disbandment. Additionally, Legio II Traiana Fortis, previously stationed in Egypt, likely arrived in Judea during this phase. According to rabbinic sources, Bar Kokhba commanded around 400,000 men at the rebellion's peak. The sudden outbreak and initial success of the revolt caught the Romans off guard. Employing a combination of tactics, the rebels primarily engaged in guerrilla warfare, inflicting heavy casualties on the Roman army. This perspective finds support in Cassius Dio's account, suggesting that the revolt commenced with covert assaults aligned with the preparation of hideout systems. However, after seizing control of fortresses, Bar Kokhba shifted to direct engagement, leveraging his numerical superiority. Simon Bar Kokhba assumed the title Nasi Israel and governed over a quasi-independent entity named Israel for more than 2.5 years. Rabbi Akiva, a prominent Jewish sage and spiritual leader of the revolt, hailed Simon Bar Kokhba as the Jewish Messiah and bestowed upon him the Aramaic patronymic Bar Kokhba, signifying son of a star, alluding to the star prophecy in Numbers 24:17, that being a star rises from Jacob. Now, although the name Bar Kokhba is not found in the Talmud, it appears in ecclesiastical sources. The era of Israel's redemption was proclaimed, contracts were formalized, and a significant quantity of Bar Kokhba revolt coinage was minted over foreign coins. Well, as the Roman army advanced slowly, severing supply lines, the rebels resorted to prolonged defensive strategies. The defense infrastructure of Judean towns and villages primarily relied on extensive networks of hideout caves, constructed in abundance across almost every populated area. Many households utilized subterranean hideouts, where Judean insurgents sought to withstand the Roman supremacy by exploiting the narrow passages and even launching ambushes from underground. These cave systems, often interconnected, served not only as shelters for the rebels, but also for storing provisions and offering refuge to their families. Hideout systems were extensively deployed in the Judean hills, the deserts, northern Negev, and to a lesser extent in Galilee, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. In fact, as of 2015, approximately 350 hideout systems have been documented within the remains of 140 Jewish villages. After facing a series of setbacks, Hadrian summoned his general, Sextus Julius Severus, from Britannia, and troops were mobilized from as far away as the Danube. In the winter of 133 to 34, Severus arrived in Judea with a formidable army, comprising of 3 legions from Europe, as well as cohorts from additional legions of between 30 and 50 auxiliary units. The size of the Roman force assembled against the rebels far surpassed that commanded by Titus 60 years earlier. Nearly 1/3 of the entire Roman army participated in the campaign against Bar Kokhba. That just goes to show how much was at stake. It is estimated that forces from at least 10 legions were involved in Severus's campaign in Judea, along with 30 or 40 of those extra units. It pretty much totaled up to about 60,000, or perhaps even as far as 120,000 with all the auxiliaries involved. Now that's quite a formidable force. And by the way, there is speculation that Legio IX Hispana was among the legions Severus brought from Europe, and its disappearance during the 2nd century is often linked to this war. According to some interpretations, one of the pivotal battles in the conflict occurred near Tel Shalem in the Beat Shean Valley, adjacent to what is now identified as the legionary camp Legio VI Ferrata. This theory suggests a significant expansion on the rebels' reach, potentially encompassing the northern valleys in addition to Galilee. Archaeological discoveries at Tel Shalem include remnants of a triumphal arch dedicated to Emperor Hadrian. It provides evidence that supports this interpretation. Also, findings such as a bust of Emperor Hadrian specifically tie the site to this period, reinforcing the theory of a major, decisive battle at Tel Shalem. Simon Bar Kokhba designated Herodium as his secondary headquarters, with Yeshua ben Galgula likely serving as his 2nd or 3rd in command. Findings across the site provide evidence for this revolt, from external structures to the intricate water system beneath the mountain. Now, it leads us into the final phase of these revolts, where the Romans began to get the upper hand. Bar Kokhba began to experience a loss of territorial control, except for the vicinity of the Betar fortress, where he made his last stand against the Romans. Well, following the loss of many strongholds, Bar Kokhba and his remaining forces retreated to that fortress of Betar, which came under siege in the summer of 135. Legio V Macedonica and Legio XI Claudia are reported to have participated in this siege. Now, according to Jewish tradition, the fortress fell and was destroyed on the fast of Tisha B'Av, a day of mourning for the destruction of the 1st and 2nd Jewish temples. Salt in the wound, perhaps. Rabbinical accounts attribute the defeat to Bar Kokhba's suspicion of his maternal uncle, Rabbi Elazar Hammodai, whom he allegedly killed for suspected collaboration with the enemy, thereby forfeiting his divine protection. The aftermath of Betar's capture is described as a massacre in the historical sources that we have. The Jerusalem Talmud records that the death toll in Betar was staggering, with the Romans reportedly continuing to slaughter until their horses were submerged in blood up to their nostrils. Perhaps they've taken a little bit of poetic license with that, but you get the point. There was an inordinate amount of killing. Now, according to a rabbinic midrash, 8 prominent members of the Sanhedrin were executed by the Romans. That was Rabbi Akiva, Hanina bin Teradion, Rabbi Huspith, Elazar bin Shemamua, Hanina ben Hakanai, Jeshbab the scribe, Judah ben Dama, and Judah ben Bava, all gone in the same day. Now, the exact date of Akiva's execution is debated, with some place it at the outset of the revolt based on the Midrash, while others connect it to the later stages. Either way, the rabbinic narrative depicts excruciating tortures. Akiva was flayed with iron combs. Ishmael had his scalp slowly taken off, and Hanina was burned at the stake with wet wool and a Torah scroll wrapped around his body to prolong the suffering. Certainly not a good way to go. But what about Bar Kokhba? Well, his fate remains a little uncertain, with Babylonian Talmud traditions suggesting that he died from a snake bite or natural causes during the Roman siege, or possibly by order of the Sanhedrin as a false messiah. Lamentations Rabbah mentions that Bar Kokhba's head was presented to Emperor Hadrian after the siege of Betar. Now, after the fall of the city, the Roman forces engaged in their systematic killings, systematically destroying all of the remaining Jewish villages and hunting down any refugees they could find. Legio III Cyrenaica played a significant role in this final phase of the campaign. And yes, it was a very brutal phase, but it was a kind of brutality that was matched by what they got. Everybody was as ruthless as the next. Well, historians hold differing views on the duration of the Roman campaign post-fall of Betar. Some argue that the further resistance was very swiftly crushed, while others suggest that pockets of Jewish rebellion continued to evade capture with their families into late 135 and possibly even the spring of the following year. However, whichever way it really is, it's clear that by early 136 that the revolt had been well and truly quelled. Cassius Dio noted that, and I quote, "Many Romans, moreover, perished in this war. Therefore, Hadrian, in writing to the Senate, did not employ the opening phrase commonly affected by the emperor. If you and your children are in health, it is well, and the army are in health." Some scholars argue that the unusually high number of preserved Roman veteran diplomas from the 150s and 60s suggest a significant conscription effort across the Roman Empire to replenish heavy losses within military legions and auxiliary units between 133 and 35, corresponding to the revolt. And as previously mentioned, 12th Deotorania may have been disbanded due to such severe losses. Additionally, some historians propose that the disbandment of Legio IX Hispana in the mid-2nd century could be linked to this war. Previously, it was widely believed that the Ninth had vanished around 108 CE, possibly meeting its end in Britain. However, archaeological discoveries from the mid-2010s in Nijmegen, dating to 121 CE, revealed inscriptions of two senior officers who actually served in the Ninth around 120 CE and continued to hold prominent roles for several decades. This led to the conclusion that the legion was disbanded between 120 and 197, either due to its involvement in the Bar Kokhba revolt, conflicts in Cappadocia, or perhaps operations along the Danube in 162. Well, let's have a little bit of retrospect. What was the aftermath? Well, the revolt had devastating repercussions for the Jewish population in Judea, resulting in extensive loss of life, widespread displacement, and rampant enslavement. The scale of the suffering exceeded that of the aftermath of the First Jewish-Roman War, leaving central Judea in a state of utter desolation. Some scholars characterize these consequences as an act of genocide. Jewish religious and political authority faced harsher suppression, and the province of Judea was renamed Syria Palestina. Casualties and widespread destruction. According to Roman historian Cassius Dio, I quote, 50 of the most important outposts and 985 of their most famous villages were razed to the ground. 580,000 men were slain in the various raids and battles, and the number of those that perished by famine, disease, and fire was past finding out. Thus, nearly the whole of Judea was made desolate. That's from Cassius Dio's History of Rome, section 6914. And it's probably true, because excavations reveal that every village in the region of Judea had been destroyed in the revolt. Most Roman period settlements in Judea show layers of destruction or abandonment, suggesting that Jewish settlement had been almost entirely wiped out by the end of the revolt. Now, of course, it is suggested by some modern observers that Dio had exaggerated some numbers. However, a lot of people think that they're highly plausible, given accurate Roman census declarations. Well, either way, it wasn't just Judea. Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and various other districts, including Gophna, Herodion, and Akraba. Post-revolt Judea, though, saw the replacement of the departing Jewish population with a mixed populace, consisting of Roman veterans and immigrants from the western parts of the empire. These settlers occupied areas such as Aelia Capitolina and its surroundings, administrative centers, main roads, and the Judean countryside. Additionally, immigrants from neighboring provinces like Syria, Phoenicia, and Arabia made their way to the region and settled. Villages in the direct vicinity of Jerusalem were all depopulated, and arable land that was owned by Jews confiscated. To address these vacant villages, Roman and later Byzantine authorities initiated the construction of estate farms and monasteries, benefiting the nobles and the church. The rural areas around Aelia Capitolina underwent a process of Romanization, with evidence of Roman citizens and veterans settling there during the late Roman period. Evidence of Roman veteran settlement can be found throughout Judea proper, including artifacts like a marble sarcophagus depicting Dionysus in Turmus Aya, Latin-inscribed stones at Kirbet Dibna, a Minerva statue at Kirbat al-Mafyar, a centurion's tomb at Beit Natif, and a Roman mansion with Western elements near Beit Guvrin. Now, the enslavement of Roman, rather Jewish captives was very widespread, with sources indicating that there were very great many of them sold into slavery all across the empire. A chronicle from the 7th century states that Jewish captives were sold for the price of one ration of food for a horse, suggesting such a flood of new slaves in the market that supply and demand had simply made them so cheap. Captives who were not sold were deported to various locations, contributing significantly to the Jewish diaspora. Following the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian enacted a series of religious decrees aimed at extinguishing Jewish nationalism in Judea. He banned Torah law and the Hebrew calendar. He also executed many Jewish scholars. And he wasn't done there. The sacred scrolls of Judaism were ceremonially burnt at the temple complex he constructed on the Temple Mount, where statues of Jupiter and himself were installed instead. These measures remained in force until Hadrian's death in 138, which brought at least a little bit of relief to the surviving Jewish communities. Additionally, the Romans imposed a lasting punishment by attempting to erase the memory of Judea, or ancient Israel. They dropped the name Judea from the provincial title, renaming the province Iudea as Syria Palestina. This move was unprecedented, as rebellions had never before resulted in expunging of a nation's name. Furthermore, in an effort to ensure the prosperity of the newly established Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina, Jews were prohibited from entering except on the day of Tisha B'Av. By severing the association of Jews with Judea and forbidding them to practice Judaism, Hadrian sought to eradicate a nation that had inflicted significant casualties on the Roman Empire. And that's the end of the story for the Second Roman-Jewish War, or the Jewish-Roman War, whichever side you're on. But like any other page of history, it's just another way of looking at it in a detached manner. Well, it was interesting, to say the least, wasn't it? I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed yourself and managed to relax as we go through the old world. I'd like to thank my Mega Chad tier patron, Stark Factory, who is a complete and utter Chad, making a great contribution to the channel. If you would like to make a contribution, you need only follow the links to the Patreon, which are supplied in the comments and description. Otherwise, you can just enjoy the videos in whichever way you see fit. Well, with that, Thank you very much for listening again. I've been your guide for this evening. Wherever you are in the world, look after yourself and those around you, and don't forget to drink plenty of water. I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everyone.